Chapter 1190. The boundless Dharma everyone's gazes landed on Zhou Hui, who had landed on the ground. The first-level emperor, Zhou Hui, had actually been defeated by the peak heavenly venerate, Zhuowen. Moreover, he had been defeated in such a straightforward manner. The Great Zhou Institute and Great Song Institute seats fell into silence. The atmosphere in the Great Zhou Institute was solemn, while the Great Song Institute was shocked. He actually won. Song Jie mumbled, an excited smile unconsciously appearing from the corners of his mouth. Yao Zhixing was stunned. As for Song Yang, who was originally seated on the ground, he abruptly opened his eyes when he heard the strange atmosphere. Soon after, he saw Zhuowen silently standing on the stage. "Oh, where's Zhou Hui?" Song Yang softly muttered. He followed the crowd's gazes and saw the miserable-looking Zhou Hui on the ground. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and his mouth was slightly agape. The first-level emperor, Zhou Hui, had actually been defeated. How did this kid do it? Song Yang softly muttered. The smile on Zhou Bin's face completely froze as his gaze darkened slightly. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought Zhou Hui, who had fallen below the stage, back to his seat. His right palm pressed against Zhou Bin's back as surging yuan power gushed out and poured into Zhou Hui's body, completely healing his injuries. However, Zhou Hui remained kneeling on the ground with his head on the ground. He did not dare to speak. He was a first-level emperor, yet he had been defeated by an ant-like peak heavenly venerate cultivator. This was definitely the greatest humiliation of his life. Hence, he could not face Zhou Bin. Sigh. Don't blame yourself. Zhuowen is indeed not simple. In particular, that final strike was extremely stunning. Your defeat is not unjust. Zhou Bin softly sighed and said in an indifferent voice. However, Zhou Bin's words caused Zhou Hui to clench his fists even tighter. Zhou Bin was undoubtedly implying that he was inferior to the peak heavenly venerate, Zhuowen. Although he was extremely unwilling in his heart, he could not change the outcome of his defeat. Stomp! A figure walked to Zhou Hui's side. Soon after, an indifferent voice rang out in his ears. Do not be arrogant in victory. Do not be discouraged in defeat. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Hui's body trembled. Soon after, he slowly lifted his head and saw Zhou Chang, whose eyes were as calm as water, looking at him in an indifferent manner. I'm the one who walked into a dead end. Thank you for your advice, Brother Chang. Zhou Hui nodded his head heavily. Soon after, he slowly stood up and walked past Zhou Chang. As he walked to the back of the seats, the dejected look in his eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, they became much clearer and calmer. Looking at Zhou Hui's appearance, Zhou Bin nodded his head. Fortunately, Zhou Chang's words reminded Zhou Hui. Otherwise, the latter might have developed a heart demon because of this. This kid is not simple. How confident are you? Zhou Bin suddenly asked. 100%. As he spoke, Zhou Chang took a step forward and leaped onto the arena like a great rock spreading its wings. His sharp gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. With the Institute of Great Zhou's Zhou Chang stepping up, Zhuowen's chances of victory should be over. The instant Zhou Chang leaped onto the arena, many people below the stage burst into an uproar. Zhou Chang was not Zhou Hui. He was a second-level martial emperor. Even Song Yang of the Great Song Manor had been easily defeated by him, let alone Zhuowen, who was a peak heavenly venerate. Even though Zhuowen had defeated the first-level martial emperor Zhou Hui, there were still many people who were not optimistic about Zhuowen's chances. I wonder if Zhuowen can still create glory in this battle. Songjie's eyes were bright as he stared at Zhuowen, a peak heavenly venerate defeating a first-level martial emperor. This was already shocking enough. Moreover, he felt that Zhuowen might still have some trump cards. After all, the current Zhuowen looked far too calm. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the two people on the arena faced each other from afar. Zhou Chang was the first to speak. I never thought that you, who have yet to enter the martial emperor realm, would be able to unleash such terrifying power. You are worthy of being called a monster. However, your journey of victory will now be ended by me." Zhuowen sneered and said, "Anyone can boast. It's more appropriate for you to say these words after you have defeated me." Zhou Cheng's expression froze for a moment. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled up. "Interesting. You are very confident. However, your confidence will soon become a joke." As he spoke, Zhou Chang took a step forward. The pressure from his body swept out like a monstrous tsunami. The atmosphere on the arena became extremely stagnant and terrifying under this pressure. Swoosh! Zhou Chang took one step at a time. When Zhou Chang took his fifth step, the pressure became extremely terrifying. Even Zhuowen felt as if there was a heavy mountain pressing down on his shoulders. His knees slightly bent, and his eyebrows slightly furrowed. After which, Zhou Chang stomped his foot and shot out like an arrow from a bow, arriving in front of Zhuowen in an instant. Boom! Zhou Chang threw out a palm. Yuan power spurted out from his palm. It was as if he had teleported and landed in front of Zhuowen. The surging Yuan power set off terrifying energy ripples in the surroundings. Zhuowen frowned slightly. Zhou Chang was indeed powerful. He slashed out with the 7-kill blade in his right hand and used the destruction of life again. A terrifying blood-red blade shadow tore through the air and slammed heavily on Zhou Chang's right palm. Bang! A soft explosion sounded. Then, the blood-red blade shadow that was advancing courageously froze in mid-air. Soon after, it was completely destroyed by Zhou Chang's terrifying palm. Retreat! Zhuowen hurriedly retreated the instant the blood-colored blade shadow was shattered. However, Zhou Chang did not spare Zhuowen after gaining the upper hand. With a stomp of his foot, he followed closely behind Zhuowen. His right palm was like a maggot that stuck to Zhuowen, wanting to completely crush Zhuowen to death. Damn it! Chaotic mortal world. Looking at Zhou Chang's right palm that was stuck to him, Zhuowen cursed in a low voice. The 7-kill saber in his hand slashed out at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast. A depraved mortal realm concept gushed out and a red mist spread out. Zhou Chang, who was originally following closely behind, paused the moment he came into contact with the mortal realm concept. He frowned slightly as if he had fallen into some kind of deep thought. Destruction of life. The moment Zhou Chang fell into the mortal world concept, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and used the destruction of life again. The blood-red blade shadow was like a blood-red mountain that came crashing down with a rumble. When the blood-red blade shadow was a few inches above Zhou Chang's head, Zhou Chang suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Then he twisted his waist and flicked his right hand. A bronze sword appeared in his hand. Ding! As he raised his sword, a green sword glow soared into the sky and violently collided with the blood-colored blade shadow. Immediately, an extremely frightening explosion erupted from the two of them, following which the blood-colored blade shadow collapsed inch by inch under the bombardment of the green sword glow. No wonder Zhou Hui was defeated by this move. I didn't expect you to have a depraved illusion in your chaotic mortal world. After defeating the blood-red blade shadow, Zhou Chang glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. Then he took a step forward and rushed toward Zhuowen. Nirvana of the great sun, immortality, and indestructibility. The moment Zhuowen rushed toward him, a golden light burst out from his body and turned into the Buddha body of Zhuowen. Bang! Zhuowen opened his eyes. The blazing golden radiance was like 2 golden pillars that shot out. Then he threw a punch. The golden radiance of the punch exploded. It was as if the power of the punch was wrapped in the scorching sun. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The fist radiance and the sword radiance collided. Then, Zhou Chang's pupils shrank as he realized that the sword radiance had been shattered by the punch. Then, Zhuo Wen threw another punch toward him. Zhou Chang took a step forward and slashed out with his bronze sword. Immediately, the bronze sword and the golden fist collided. The energy shock waves spread out like ripples, causing the entire stage to shake violently. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the stage. Seeing such a terrifying impact, the martial artists below the stage all revealed looks of horror. Many of them even retreated from the aftermath of the collision. What a terrifying power! Boom! Boom! Zhuo Wen possessed an undying and indestructible body. He threw out punch after punch, each punch containing the force of 1,000 caddies. On the other hand, Zhou Chang held the bronze sword in his hand, blocking Zhuo Wen's punches as he hurriedly retreated. His heart was filled with shock. Bang! After another punch, Zhou Chang furrowed his brows and retreated a few dozen steps. At the moment he retreated, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind him. The black-robed Zhuo Wen slashed at Zhou Chang with a 7 slaughter blade in his hand. His target was Zhou Chang's back. An ominous feeling rose in Zhou Chang's heart. His feet moved, and the bronze sword was placed horizontally on his back. Soon after, the sound of metal clashing rang out. He took a few steps forward and turned around to see the black-robed Zhuo Wen, who was wielding the 7 slaughter blade. 2 doppelgangers. Looking at the black-robed Zhuo Wen in front of him and the Buddha body behind him, Zhou Chang's pupils shrank. His heart was in turmoil. The strength of the Buddha body behind him was beyond his expectations. He wondered how much stronger it was compared to the black-robed Zhuo Wen. Outer body, doppelganger. Below the arena, the 7 mansion masters were surprised. They did not expect Zhuo Wen to have cultivated the secret technique of outer body doppelganger. Although the aura of the outer body Zhuo Wen was at the peak of the heavenly master realm, the unparalleled physical body had surpassed that of an ordinary emperor realm warrior. It was no wonder that Zhou Chang was suppressed by him. No wonder Zhuo Wen is so confident. It turns out that he has such a trump card. Songjia smiled. The strength shown by Zhuo Wen's Buddha body made him feel relieved. Everyone in the great Song Mansion's seating area was shocked. Even the wise Song Dai took a few more glances at Zhuo Wen with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Dharma is boundless. Zhuo Wen did not hold back anymore. With a low roar, the Buddha body Zhuo Wen leaped into the air and clasped his hands together. The light wheel behind his head blazed even more fiercely. Then, the light wheel swept out and turned into a giant wheel that was hundreds of feet long. The surface of the giant wheel was inscribed with countless Sanskrit characters. Solemn Sanskrit chants were recited from it. Golden characters surrounded the surface of the light wheel like tadpoles. Boom! As soon as the light wheel was formed, it fell from the sky like a falling sun. At this moment, it was dazzling and brilliant. Chapter 1191. Dream Cloud Swamp, 7-star setting sun sword. Zhou Chang shouted in a low voice. His right hand gripped the bronze sword, while his left hand formed a sword seal. Surging yuan power gushed out. Instantly, a pillar of light gushed out from the tip of the bronze sword. Soon after, the space above the bronze sword directly shattered. 7 stars descended from the crack, surrounding a blazing setting sun. Zhou Chang has used the 7-star setting sun sword. In the great Zhou Institute seating area, Zhou Bin suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with a grave expression as he looked at Zhou Chang. Under countless gazes, the 7-star setting sun sword and the boundless Buddhist light will heavily smash together. Extremely terrifying vibrations spread throughout the area. Soon after, a blazing ball of light exploded on the stage. The ball of light pulsed and contracted, making it look extremely bizarre. The stage below the ball of light was completely shattered into countless pieces. The explosion of the ball of light did not last for very long. When the ball of light gradually disappeared, a miserable figure was sent flying out of the stage. Bang! He landed on the ground like a meteor, emitting a dull thud. When everyone's gazes converged on this figure, gasps rang out one after another. This figure was none other than Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang's face was pale, his hair was disheveled, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely miserable. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's gazes shifted from Zhou Chang to Zhuan, who was in the arena. The silent atmosphere was broken in an instant, and an uproar rang out like an avalanche. Although everyone was shocked that Zhuan had defeated Zhou Hui, they could still accept it. However, even Zhou Chang had been defeated. This was a little unbelievable. Zhou Hui was at the first level of the Immortal Emperor realm. Moreover, he had fought with Qin Mu in the past and had expended a great deal of his energy. He didn't even have a tenth of his original strength left. Being defeated by Zhuan was only a small surprise to the crowd. However, Zhou Chang was at the second level of the Immortal Emperor realm, and he was at the peak of the Heavenly Venerable realm. Yet, Zhuan was able to defeat Zhou Chang. On the great Song Manor's seating area, everyone stood up. Their gazes were fixed on Zhuan, who was on the stage. Their eyes were filled with respect. They knew that in this hero competition, their great Song Manor had obtained the final victory, and the main reason for this victory was because of Zhuan, who was standing on the stage. Good, good, good. Zhuan, you are really good. Songjia suddenly stood up, his face full of excitement. Behind him, Song Dai's beautiful eyes were also filled with shock. She stared at Zhuan, but her heart was in a mess. Yao Zhexing and Song Yang stood stiffly on the spot like statues. They didn't know what to do. On the stage, Zhuan waved his right hand. Zhuan's Buddha body took a step forward and merged with Zhuan's body. His eyes, which were filled with radiance, landed on Songjia. He said, "Manor Lord, I believe the outcome is already clear." Zhuan's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like a great bell. It was extremely clear and resonant. Everyone's gaze landed on Songjia. Songjia slowly stood up in front of everyone's gazes. His eyes were full of smiles as he said in a clear voice, "The final victor of this hero competition is Zhuan of my great Song Manor." After saying this, Songjia's face was filled with pride. It was definitely a pleasant surprise for him that his great Song Manor had defeated the Great Zhou Institute. On the Great Zhou Institute's seating area, Zhou Bin's mouth was agape. In the end, he didn't say a word. The outcome of Zhuan and Zhou Chang's match was already very clear. Zhou Chang had suffered a crushing defeat, and there was nothing he could say to change the fact that Zhou Chang had lost. Why? You're clearly only a peak heavenly venerate. How can you display such powerful battle strength? Zhou Chang clutched his chest as he stared at Zhuan on the stage and roared in a low voice. Zhuan looked down at Zhou Chang below the stage and slowly said, "Why can't a peak heavenly venerate possess the battle strength of a martial emperor?" Zhuan wasn't surprised that he had defeated Zhou Chang. With his Buddha body, Zhuan's physical body had reached an undying and indestructible level. His battle strength was completely comparable to a third-level martial emperor. Even a fourth-level martial emperor wouldn't be able to kill the undying Buddha body Zhuan so easily. Therefore, Zhou Chang's defeat was inevitable against the Buddha body Zhuan. After hearing Zhuan's words, Zhou Chang abruptly took a few steps back. There was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He had actually been defeated by Zhuan. His outcome was almost exactly the same as Zhou Hui's. Haha, Mansion mastered Songjia. Your great Song Mansion is really amazing. It's really amazing to have such a monstrous genius. A peak heavenly venerate could actually defeat Zhou Chang. If this lad's cultivation advances to the Emperor realm, his battle strength will probably be even more terrifying. I really didn't expect Songjia to have such a trump card. It seems like the top expert in your great Song Mansion should be Zhuan. After the great Song Mansion's victory was announced, the mansion masters of the Great Frame Mansion, the Great Tang Mansion, The Great Han Mansion and the Great Chu Mansion, who had already been eliminated, came forward with smiles on their faces. They congratulated Songjie, and their eyes were filled with enthusiasm. At the same time, their gazes towards Zhuowen were filled with kindness and passion. After Zhuowen consecutively defeated Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang, everyone knew just how terrifying the potential of this seemingly inconspicuous youth before them would be. Once this lad became a martial emperor, his battle strength would very likely be earth-shattering. Therefore, it was still beneficial for these weaker mansion masters to establish a good relationship with a junior with such terrifying potential. In stark contrast to these enthusiastic headmasters, the headmaster of the Great Zhou Institute, Zhou Bin, as well as the other members of the Great Zhou Institute, had advanced to the final round at the same time. They had originally believed that the final victory of this hero gathering would belong to none other than their Great Zhou Institute. However, Zhuo Wen of the Great Song Institute had suddenly emerged as a new force to be reckoned with, defeating both Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang consecutively, forcefully snatching away the victory that originally belonged to their Great Zhou Institute. Behind the Great Song Mansion's seating area, Song Yang's expression was also rather ugly. He was originally the #1 genius of the Great Song Mansion and was revered by countless people. However, he had now been defeated by Zhou Chang, while Zhou Chang had been defeated by Zhuowen, whom he had previously not paid much attention to. In an instant, the glory that he had previously enjoyed had completely collapsed. Even the title of the #1 genius of the Great Song Mansion had been crowned by Zhuowen. "Huh!" Songjie laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with delight. This time, Zhuowen had truly helped him greatly. Therefore, his gaze towards Zhuowen had become increasingly pleasing to the eye. "Everyone, since my Great Song Mansion is the victor of this hero gathering, shouldn't everyone fulfill their promise and hand over the incomplete map of the Great Demon Sect ruins?" Songjie slowly floated in the air as his loud and clear voice spread to the ears of the crowd below. As soon as his words came out, everyone's gaze turned sluggish. For a moment, the surrounding atmosphere became somewhat dignified. The faces of the other mansion masters, who were originally filled with enthusiasm, stiffened. "Everyone, please don't forget the original intention of holding this hero gathering. After all, everyone has signed an agreement. As for the punishment for violating the agreement, everyone should know about it, right?" Songjie's face suddenly turned cold as he said indifferently, "Humph. Of course not. However, Songjie, after you have gathered the incomplete map, you have to announce the complete map's content. This way we will know the location of the Great Demon Sect ruins," Zhou Bin suddenly said. Songjie nodded and said, "Of course. After all of you are the almighty of your respective mansion. If I were to swallow the map of the Great Demon Sect ruins alone, wouldn't I be seeking my own death?" Hearing this, the other mansion masters were relieved. Then, Zhou Bin waved his sleeves in an extremely straightforward manner, and a scroll flew towards Songjie. With Zhou Bin's good start, the other mansion masters also nodded and threw their scrolls to Songjie. Songjie's heart couldn't help but beat wildly when he received 6 scrolls in one go. He flicked his right hand and took out the 7th scroll. Suddenly, the 7 scrolls combined together and burst out an extremely turbulent light. The moment the 7 scrolls combined, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. This was because he found that the 8th map fragment, which was lying quietly in the spirit ring, had begun to stir. However, Zhuowen calmly suppressed the commotion caused by the 8th map fragment. He didn't want to take out the 8th map fragment so early. After all, the 7 mansion masters were present. If they knew that there was another map fragment with him, they would definitely force him to hand it over. At that time, Zhuowen wouldn't get any benefits at all. The light gradually faded and the 7 scrolls disappeared. What replaced them was a slightly tattered yellowish map. On the map, there were outlines of mountain ranges and regions. Songjie waved his right hand and took the yellowish map in his hand. The other 6 mansion masters rushed over and came to Sangjia's side. Everyone, please take a look at the location of the marks on this map for reference. Sangjia was quite generous. With a wave of his right hand, the map unfolded above him and showed it to the other 6 mansion masters. This is the dreamy cloud swampland in the extreme north. Zhobin suddenly pointed at an area with a vast body of water on the map and murmured in a low voice. It's very likely. The mark of the great demon sect ruins is near the dreamy cloud swampland. However, this map doesn't seem to be complete. There are many places that haven't been marked, and the specific location of the great demon sect hasn't been marked. Could it be that there are other map fragments that we haven't found? Sangjia replied with a slight frown. Yes, this map is still incomplete. I'm afraid that it's still missing some map fragments. The great Qin mansions, Qin, Xin, echoed. When they realized that the map wasn't complete, the 7 mansion masters all frowned. The 7 of them didn't expect that 7 map fragments were unable to form a complete map of the great demon sect ruins. However, we now know that the great demon sect ruins is definitely in the dreamy cloud swampland. It seems that we can only enter the dreamy cloud swampland to search for the great demon sect ruins. My great Zhou Institute will take our leave first. Chapter 1192. Sangjia, the people from the 6 great mansions, quickly left. Sangjia waved his right hand and put the map of the ruins of the great demon sect into his sleeve. He then sat down on his seat. Sangjia was a little disappointed that the map was not complete. However, it was fortunate that he had a large portion of the map. Once he found the entrance to the great demon sect ruins, he would definitely have an advantage over the others by relying on the map. Zhuowen, this time it was all thanks to you that my great Song Manor was able to obtain the final victory. Whatever reward you want, feel free to tell me. Although the map was still incomplete, Sangjia's mood was still quite good. At this moment, his eyes fell on Zhuowen and his voice was quite gentle. Zhuowen shook his head and transmitted his voice. There is no need for a reward. I only hope that Mansion Master Sangjia can give me a copy of the map in your hand. That will be enough. Hearing this, Sangjia narrowed his eyes and deeply looked at Zhuowen. He softly smiled and said, "Little fellow, you are quite ambitious. However, this time, most of the credit belongs to you. Therefore, I can agree to this request of yours." Seeing that Sangjia had agreed, Zhuowen smiled. This was because he had the 8th map fragment with him. Together with Sangjia's first 7 maps, he might be able to gather all of the map fragments. At that time, Zhuowen might be like a fish in water in the great demon sect ruins. Although the 2 of them were transmitting their voice to each other, Sangjia's beautiful eyes were filled with wisdom as she stared at Zhuowen. The corner of her mouth revealed a sweet smile. Let's return to the great Song Manor first. I will give you the map fragment later. After speaking, Sangjia waved his sleeve and planned to bring Zhuowen back to the great Song Manor. However, Sangjia suddenly came in front of Sangjia and said in a sweet voice, "Father, bring me back too." Sangjia smiled bitterly as he looked at Song Sa, whose lips were curled up. He nodded his head and waved his sleeve. A wave of yuan power gushed out and wrapped Song Sa and Zhuowen into it. The 3 of them then disappeared from everyone's sight. Song Yang's face was extremely ugly. Ever since Zhuowen helped the great Song Mansion to win, Sangjia had never looked at him. He knew that Sangjia was disappointed in him. "Zhuowen!" Song Yang gritted his teeth as he spoke. With a wave of his sleeve, he left the place. In the reception hall of Song Mansion, Sangjia landed in the hall with Zhuowen and Song Sa. Sangjia did not avoid Song Sa and took out the map of the great demon sect ruins from his sleeve. He pointed with his right hand and engraved an identical map and handed it to Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, you have helped me greatly this time. Take this map. If you can successfully find the great demon sect ruins this time, you can enter it and rely on this map. You will definitely have the advantage over others, Songjia said with a faint smile. Thank you, Mansion Master, Zhuowen said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Songjia nodded his head and his eyes flickered. He smiled and said, Zhuowen, I see that you don't belong to any sect. Why don't you join my great Song Mansion? My great Song Mansion will definitely help you to break through to the Emperor realm. Zhuowen was stunned. His eyes revealed a hint of pondering as he said, Mansion Master, Zhuowen is flattered that you can personally invite me to join your great Song Mansion. However, I already have a master. If I were to join another force now, I'm afraid that it would be inappropriate. Songjia was stunned. He immediately thought that with Zhuowen's monstrous talent, it was impossible for him to be self-taught. Then there was only one possibility. The master who taught Zhuowen was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. That was why he was able to cultivate Zhuowen into such a monstrous and terrifying genius. May I ask, Zhuowen, who is your master? Songjia asked unwillingly. He really couldn't bear to miss out on a genius like Zhuowen. Zhuowen shook his head and said rather appropriately, My master is a reclusive person. He rarely walks around outside. Even if I were to tell you, Mansion Master probably wouldn't know him. It's fine if I don't tell you. Hearing this, Songjia didn't ask too much. Zhuowen's words were already very obvious. He wasn't willing to reveal his master's name and origin. In that case, I won't force you. However, how about you be my great Song Mansion's guest elder? This guest elder is just a title. There's no obligation for you to do anything. What do you think? Songjia still didn't give up and asked. Since Mansion Master is so kind, if Zhuowen still refuses, it would be a bit unreasonable. Zhuowen will accept the guest elder position. After pondering for a while, Zhuowen agreed to become the guest elder of the great Song Mansion. Hearing Zhuowen agree, Songjia let out a sigh of relief and laughed out loud. He waved his sleeve and took out a black token. He handed it to Zhuowen and said, This is the identity token of the guest elder of the great Song Mansion. Keep it well. With this identity, you can move unimpeded in the great Song Mansion. No one will dare to stop you. After receiving the token, Zhuowen said politely, Thank you, Mansion Master, Songjia. All right, I think you haven't visited my great Song Mansion yet. You can take a good look around here. In a few days, I plan to bring the people of the great Song Mansion to the dreamy cloud swampland. At that time, you can come with me. After saying that, Songjia left the hall. His footsteps were slightly hurried. It was obvious that he couldn't wait to study the map of the Supreme Demon Sect ruins in his hands. After Songjia left, Zhuowen also planned to leave, but was stopped by Songjia. Is there anything else, Miss Songjia? Zhuowen stopped and stared at Songjia in front of him. Songjia's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of craftiness as she said with a smile, Zhuowen, the reward you want this time is just a map of the Supreme Demon Sect ruins. Do you have another purpose? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Miss Songjia is thinking too much. I am just curious about the Supreme Demon Sect ruins. Moreover, with the map, entering the Supreme Demon Sect ruins will benefit me a lot. That's all. Songjia laughed and said, Zhuowen, are you still planning to be secretive? You should have the 8th piece of the map on you, right? Zhuowen's pupils shrank into needles. He turned his head and stared at Songjia. He said coldly, Miss Songjia, what are you talking about? I don't know anything about it. You don't have to be secretive in front of me. I already know that you have the 8th piece of the map. Do you still remember Zhang Shui and Jifeng? Songjia shook her head. Zhang Shui and Jifeng? It seems that you already knew that I had the map fragment. Why didn't you tell Palace, Master Songjia? Zhuowen muttered softly as he stared at Songjia. His voice became colder and more indifferent. Songjia pouted and snorted. What's the point of telling him? If I told him, he would only take the map fragment from you and not take me to the Supreme Demon Sect ruins. You want to go to the Supreme Demon Sect ruins? Zhuowen frowned. Song Jie's cultivation wasn't high. She was only in the Supreme Realm. In Zhuowen's opinion, with such a cultivation, entering the dreamy cloud swampland was equivalent to courting death. The dreamy cloud swampland was considered an extremely dangerous place in the entire panicked world. It was said that dragons and snakes roamed freely and ferocious beasts were everywhere. Moreover, it was surrounded by dense clouds and mist all year round. In the dreamy cloud swampland, even an Emperor Realm martial artist would suffer if they weren't careful. As for those below the Emperor Realm, there was a high chance that they would die in the dreamy cloud swampland. Therefore, when Song Jie proposed to go to the dreamy cloud swampland, Zhuowen was a little surprised. In his opinion, wasn't this courting death? Yes, it's too boring to be cooped up in the great Song Mansion all day. I heard that there are many rare treasures in the Supreme Demon Sect. Perhaps if I enter, I will be able to obtain a great opportunity and become a peerless expert. Who knows, my reputation might shock the entire panicked world. As Song Jie spoke, her beautiful eyes were filled with yearning. Looking at Song Jie's expression, Zhuowen's gaze was somewhat helpless. He coldly said, "Your cultivation is too low. Entering the dreamy cloud swampland is simply courting death. I advise you to give up on this idea. Don't I still have you? You are so strong that even Zhou Chang was defeated by you. If you take me to the dreamy cloud swampland, then my life will have another layer of protection." Song Jie grinned and said to Zhuowen, "You want me to protect you?" Zhuowen's expression suddenly turned cold. Song Jie pouted and tenderly snorted. "There are many people who want to protect this young lady. Why are you still unwilling? I'm not used to dragging a burden into a dangerous place like the dreamy cloud swampland. You will implicate me." Zhuowen bluntly refused. "You." Song Jie stamped her foot. She was so angry that her tender body trembled. Zhuowen didn't pay any attention to Song Jie. He took a step forward, wanting to leave the hall directly. However, when he took a few steps, Song Jie's tender snort sounded in his ears. "If you don't take me there, I will reveal the fact that you have the 8th piece of the map. At that time, the 7 mansion masters of the panicked world will know. Let's see what you will do then." Zhuowen's footsteps paused. He turned his head, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He stared at Song Jie and said, "Are you threatening me?" Looking at the killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes, Song Jie's heart trembled. However, she still forced herself to remain calm and said, "It's not a threat. I just want to cooperate with you. As long as you take me to the dreamy cloud swampland's great demon sect ruins and take care of my safety, then I won't reveal that you have the 8th piece of the map. Also, if you want to kill me, I think you should give up on that idea. This is the great Song Mansion. If I die, my father will immediately sense it. At that time, you won't be able to escape the fate of death." Song Jie added. Zhuowen quietly stared at Song Jie. After about 10 breaths, he finally snorted and said, "You win. This time, I will take you to the dreamy cloud swampland. However, you have to listen to my arrangements." "Hee hee. Of course, I will listen to you." Chapter 1193. Arriving at the dream cloud swampland when Song Dai walked out of the mansion with Zhuowen in her arms. This scene was immediately witnessed by many people in the great Song Mansion. Many people began to whisper among themselves, discussing the relationship between Zhuowen and Song Dai. Of course, most people were extremely optimistic about the relationship between Zhuowen and Song Dai. Song Dai was the daughter of the great Song Mansion's master, Song Jie, and was a golden child. On the other hand, Zhuowen was extremely talented and had defeated Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang of the great Zhou Mansion at the peak heavenly venerate level, causing his name to shake the entire great Song Mansion. This pair could be said to be a match made in heaven, and most people supported them. However, Songyang, who was passing by, seemed to have been struck by lightning as his expression turned extremely dark. However, he did not step forward. Instead, his gaze landed on Zhuowen as hatred surged in his eyes. However, he did not dare to face Zhuowen directly. The scene of Zhou Cheng's miserable defeat was still vivid in his mind. This Zhuowen was too terrifying, and he did not dare to challenge him. At this moment, Zhuowen and Song Dai had walked out of the mansion and arrived at a rather remote alley. Soon after, Zhuowen coldly said, "Can you let go now?" Song Yang should have seen that scene. I believe that he will not overestimate himself and bother you in the future. Song Dai's face was full of smiles, and she did not let go. Instead, she softly laughed and said, "So you have noticed. However, don't you feel that it is very comfortable to be hugged by me like this?" As she spoke, Song Dai's delicate body gently approached Zhuowen. Her ample bosom actually touched Zhuowen's arm, causing Zhuowen's eyebrows to furrow slightly. Soon after, the fragrance of orchids lingered at the tip of his nose. Song Dai's pure face was only a few inches away from him. As her warm breath brushed past Zhuowen's ear, it actually caused him to feel intoxicated. However, Zhuowen quickly regained his senses. Yuan power flowed out from his right hand as a gust of wind swept out and pushed Song Dai away. Soon after, he coldly stared at Song Dai and said, "What is the meaning of this?" Song Dai took a few steps back, but he was not angry. He chuckled and said, "Nothing? I think you're amazing. Can't I like you?" Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he sneered, "I can't tell from your eyes that you like me at all. Don't worry. I'll bring you to Dream Cloud Swampland this time, so I naturally won't go back on my word. There's no need to use such a despicable method to make me agree to your request." Hearing this, Song Dai raised her eyebrows and snorted, "How can you do this? I'm a girl. Why are you so cold when I confess to you? It doesn't matter if I'm cold or not. This is my communication jade talisman. When I go to the dreamy cloud swampland, I'll naturally call you." Zhuowen shook his head. With a flip of his right hand, he passed a jade talisman to Song Dai. The latter naturally took it without any trace of politeness and said with a smile, "Take your time to study the map. However, you must remember that when we depart to the dreamy cloud swampland, you absolutely cannot go with my father. Otherwise, I will have no chance to leave." Zhuowen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know this." As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward and transformed into a bolt of black lightning, disappearing from the alley. Song Jia stomped her foot and snorted, "That despicable fellow, he really doesn't understand romance." 6 days later, Song Jia led the elite warriors of the Great Song Mansion and left the Great Song Mansion region in a grandiose manner. They rushed towards the dreamy cloud swampland in the northern part of the Great Song World. Not only the Great Song Mansion, but the other 6 mansions were also fully prepared. They brought their elite warriors and rushed towards the dreamy cloud swampland. When Song Jia set off for the dreamy cloud swampland, he naturally asked Zhuowen if he planned to go. Because of Song Dai, Zhuowen naturally did not agree. Although Song Jia was a little surprised by Zhuowen's refusal, he did not care very much. The dreamy cloud swampland was a famous, dangerous place in the Great Song World. Even if Zhuowen did not know, he could find the specific location of the dreamy cloud swampland by relying on the map. When the 7 mansion masters brought their elite warriors to the dreamy cloud swampland, the other warriors of the 7 mansions were also in an uproar. The rumor that the ruins of the extreme demon sect might appear in the dreamy cloud swampland had spread throughout the 7 mansions. Many warriors knew about this news. For a moment, the warriors of the 7 mansions went crazy. The reputation of the extreme demon sect in the Great Song World was too great. This was a powerful sect that suppressed the 7 mansions in one fell swoop. The founder of the extreme demon sect, the Extreme Demon Lord, was the only terrifying existence in the Great Song World who had advanced to the high-level martial emperor realm. One could imagine how deep the heritage of the extreme demon sect was. It was enough to cause countless warriors to go crazy. Therefore, the warriors of the 7 mansions followed the teams of their respective mansions' mansion masters to the dreamy cloud swampland. Their purpose was to get a share of the loot. Although most of the warriors knew that with the existence of the 7 mansions, they were afraid that they would not be able to compete with those 7 existences. However, there must be a lot of things in the ruins of the extreme demon sect. It was impossible for the 7 mansions to seize all of them. Therefore, the remaining things that the 7 mansions did not fancy were precious treasures for ordinary warriors. Therefore, this was also the reason why most of the warriors rushed to the extreme demon sect. On the 7th day, 2 figures set off from the great Song Mansion and rushed towards the extreme north. These 2 figures were a man and a woman. Although the man's appearance was not handsome, it was quite pleasing to the eye. The woman's complexion was elegant and charming, lovely and moving. These 2 people were naturally Zhuowen and Songjie, as Songjie had set off on the 6th day in order to avoid the great Song Mansion's team. The 2 of them chose to set off on the 7th day. This time, when you enter the dreamy cloud swampland, listen to everything I do. Otherwise, I will not care about you. Zhuowen coldly said to Songjie. Songjie pouted her lips and tenderly snorted. Don't worry, I will listen to everything you say. After all, my strength is not strong. Only you can protect me. The dreamy cloud swampland was quite far from the great Song Mansion. Even if Zhuowen's speed was not slow, it still took him 3 days to reach the periphery of the dreamy cloud swampland. A trace of shock appeared in Zhuowen's eyes as he gazed at the enormous lake that was shrouded by an enormous amount of mist. The dream cloud swampland was extremely vast, spanning a few million kilometers. It was practically impossible to see the end of it with a single glance. It was a vast expanse of mist, and within the misty mist, Zhuowen was faintly able to see the sparkling surface of the lake behind the mist. Zhuowen, after entering the dreamy cloud swampland, you have to be careful. In the dreamy cloud swampland, dragons, snakes, and ferocious beasts are everywhere. Moreover, there is no lack of Emperor Realm living beings. Even if some powerful Emperor Realm cultivators enter the dreamy cloud swampland, if they're not careful, there is a possibility of them dying. Songjie said solemnly, I naturally know this. Before coming, I already knew a little about the dreamy cloud swampland. Zhuowen nodded his head in agreement. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. In the sky behind the 2 of them, figures rushed over. These figures did not pay attention to Zhuowen and Songjie, who were outside. Instead, they directly rushed into the dreamy cloud swampland. Their eyes were all blazing with passion. Clearly, these martial artists basically came for the extreme devil sect's ruins. Let's go in too, Zhuowen said. With a wave of his sleeve, he directly took out the divine sun cauldron. However, the divine sun cauldron was not for him, but for Songjie beside him. After all, the divine sun cauldron was only a monarch realm spiritual treasure. For the current Zhuowen, it was already not very practical. Boom! Waves of sun fire surrounded Songjie's body, and the divine sun cauldron floated above Songjie's head under Zhuowen's control. Let's go! After preparing the defensive measures, Zhuowen said and stepped into the clouds with the Tsang saucer. The moment he entered the clouds, Zhuowen only felt a wave of moisture hitting his face, and his cheeks felt cold. Then he discovered that under the clouds, the huge lake had become extremely clear. The surface of the dreamy cloud swampland was like a mirror, extremely clear. Not only could it reflect a person's figure, it could even see through a range of dozens of meters below. However, the dreamy cloud swampland was extremely deep. Even if it was clear, it was impossible to see the bottom of the lake. As soon as he entered the dreamy cloud swampland, The mental energy in Zhuowen's Naiwen palace was like thousands of tentacles that spread out in all directions, constantly on alert for possible dangers. Zhuowen, you should have seen the complete map, right? Then you should know the specific location of the Great Devil Sect ruins, right? Song Jie suddenly asked in the sunfire. Zhuowen nodded and said in a deep voice, I do know, but the location of the Great Devil Sect ruins is actually in the center of the Dreamy Cloud Swampland. I'm afraid that we will only know the details after we reach the center of the Dreamy Cloud Swampland. What? It's actually in the center of the Dreamy Cloud Swampland? Song Jie said with a pale face. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. Song Jie nodded fiercely and said, The Dreamy Cloud Swampland is a famous, dangerous place in the panicked world. The closer to the center of the Dreamy Cloud Swampland, the more dangerous it is. The probability of encountering an immortal realm ferocious beast is much higher than the periphery. Moreover, the number of immortal realm ferocious beasts is probably not small. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Zhuowen also understood why Song Jie lost his composure. If you are afraid, I can send you out of the Dreamy Cloud Swampland now. This place is not suitable for you, Zhuowen said indifferently. Hearing this, Song Jie stomped his feet and snorted. Who said I am afraid? You can go ahead. My life is your responsibility anyway, you can't trick me. Of course, Zhuowen replied absent-mindedly. He was thinking about how to enter the place marked on the map. There were only 8 maps of the Great Devil Sect ruins. After Zhuowen placed the 8th map fragment, the map was completely complete. He also knew the location of the Great Devil Sect ruins. However, the place was somewhat hidden, so Zhuowen frowned and was worried. Boom! Just as Zhuowen was lost in thought, the sound of water splashing rang out. Then 100 feet long anaconda burst out from the bottom of the Dreamy Cloud Swampland. Like an arrow leaving the bow, it rushed towards Song Jie, who was wrapped in the fire of the sun. You are courting death. Zhuowen was awakened by the sound of water splashing. Seeing the anaconda rushing towards him, he snorted coldly and stepped out. His right hand was deep in the void. Surging Buddhist power gushed out, forming a golden Buddha palm in the void and pinching the anaconda. Puchi, Chapter 1194. 9. Extinction. The water python wasn't very strong and was roughly at the initial heavenly sovereign stage. Thus, it wasn't a threat to Zhuowen. However, Song Dai would be in danger if he were to face the water python. Swoosh! Just as Zhuowen was about to speak, an air-rending sound erupted from behind him. The instant the air-rending sound rang out, a cold glint was reflected in Zhuowen's eyes like moonlight. It actually gave him a cold feeling. An ominous feeling lingered around Zhuowen like dark clouds, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Subsequently, the cold glint's speed reached the extreme as it swept towards Zhuowen's chest. This attack was too fast, so fast that even Zhuowen had not expected it. At this critical moment, Zhuowen furiously roared. His feet stomped on the air, causing the vital points on his body to shift by a few inches. Soon after, the cold glint pierced through Zhuowen's shoulder blade, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Swoosh! A soft sound of surprise rang out from behind Zhuowen. Subsequently, the owner of the cold glint actually intended to retreat when he saw that his attack had missed. Unfortunately, Zhuowen would not let him have his way. Running after a sneak attack? It won't be that easy. Zhuowen coldly snorted. The berserk massacre aura on his body came crashing down. 8 blood seas surged out like 8 blood pythons, sweeping towards the retreating assassin in an attempt to intercept him. The assassin narrowed his eyes. He was extremely calm as he swung his right hand. The 9-inch short sword in his hand cut through the air, creating a cold glint. Immediately, the 8 blood seas that were rushing over were shattered with a piercing sound. Sword fire ultimacy. Seeing that the massacre aura was unable to do anything to the assassin, Zhuowen's eyes were incomparably cold. His right hand tapped on his forehead. Instantly, a terrifying mental energy swept out from his Naiwen palace. At the same time, the ultimate sword array in his spirit ring also surged out along with the mental energy, transforming into terrifying cold glints. Boom! The sword array gushed out and turned into a sea of fire in the sky. It filled the entire sky as if it was burning the entire sky. The assassin was trapped by the sword fire ultimacy. Spiritual power? The assassin clearly did not expect Zhuowen to be a 6th grade arcana master. Caught off guard, he was enveloped by the sword fire mystery. Within the fire of the sun, Songdai also looked at Zhuowen in astonishment. She didn't expect that Zhuowen's spiritual energy would be so powerful, even though his martial Dao strength was already so terrifying. She finally realized how terrifying Zhuowen's talent was. The 9th absolute of the 10 extremes sect. Stepping on the sea of fire, Zhuowen looked down at the figure surrounded by the sea of fire. He saw that this person was also wearing a ghost mask, which was exactly the same as the 10th extremity that he had killed. The only difference was that there was the number 9 on the mask. Needless to say, this person should be Ju of the 10 extremities sect. Ju's cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly master realm, but the strength that he displayed was far more powerful than ordinary peak heavenly masters. Especially the assassination just now, it was extremely perfect. If it wasn't for Zhuowen's extremely sharp senses, he might have been hit. Ju looked up at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "You killed the 10th extremity, didn't you?" Looks like the 10 extremities sect is quite well informed. That's right, I did kill the 10th extremity. So you're here to avenge him? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "I don't know the 10th extremity, nor do I have any relationship with him. I came to assassinate you on the orders of Lord Ju. He said that you must die, so I'm here." Ju seemed very calm, and his voice was hoarse and magnetic. Zhuowen was a little surprised by Ju's calmness and asked, "You can still be so calm in such an adverse situation. Are you not afraid of death?" Ju smiled and said, "I came here with the determination to die. You're Zhuowen. You've shown extraordinary talent in the hero competition. Even Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang, who are both at the first layer of the Great Emperor Realm, were defeated by you. Although I've assassinated Great Emperor Realm cultivators before, I've only assassinated Great Emperor Realm cultivators like Zhou Hui. As for Zhou Chang, who's at the second layer of the Great Emperor Realm, my failure rate is 80%. You were able to defeat Zhou Chang, so my chances of failing to assassinate you are almost 99%. Thus, I knew that I would definitely die in this assassination attempt. Even though I used the most perfect assassination technique I've ever used in my life, it still only left you with some superficial wounds. We are both peak Empyreans, but the difference between us is truly great. I admit defeat and die in peace." After saying that, Ju bent his right hand, and the short sword in his hand pierced into his chest. Then a violent energy exploded, and Ju exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Zhuowen could not stop it in time. What a clean and efficient method. Looking at Ju, who had exploded into a cloud of blood mist, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Ju was not simple. He was a peak heavenly master and had assassinated a first-level Great Emperor Realm cultivator before. He could be considered a genius. But now, under Ju's orders, he did not hesitate to carry it out. After failing, he did not hesitate to self-destruct. This really surprised Zhuowen. The 10 Extremes sect is not simple. Zhuowen frowned. He was a little afraid of the 10 Extremes sect. If the 10 Extremes and 9 Extremes sect were so powerful, wouldn't the 8 Extremes sect be even more terrifying? The 10 Extremes sect is indeed not simple. Moreover, it's an extremely mysterious sect. With its current development, it's actually vaguely resembling the Lord of the Extreme Demon back then. If the 10 Extremes sect can produce someone who's comparable to the Lord of the Extreme Demon back then, the world might belong to the 10 Extremes sect. Song Dai came to Zhuo Wen's side and said in agreement, "And from the looks of it, the 10 Extremes sect has their eyes on you. You have to be careful." Song Jie suddenly smiled. "Since the 10 Extremes sect has their eyes on me, aren't you afraid?" Zhuo Wen said with a half-smile. Song Jie pouted and said with a smile, "Don't I have you? You are so powerful. It won't be easy for the 10 Extremes sect to kill you. I am still quite safe by your side. Let's continue forward." Zhuo Wen ignored Song Dai's words. After coldly throwing down these words, he continued to rush forward. Song Dai stomped his feet and could only follow behind Zhuo Wen. There were quite a lot of cultivators in the periphery of the dreamy cloud swampland. As the two of them moved forward, they could see many cultivators searching for something. The goal of these cultivators should be the same as theirs, to search for the great demon sect's ruins. However, as the two of them went deeper into the swampland, the number of cultivators decreased greatly. After all, the deeper one went into the dreamy cloud swampland, the more dangerous it was. Cultivators who were not strong naturally did not have the courage to go deep into the dreamy cloud swampland. Along the way, Zhuo Wen and Song Jie were attacked by many fierce beasts that broke out of the water. However, with Zhuo Wen's current strength, these fierce beasts were unable to do anything to him. Even some of the fierce beasts that were at the first level of the Emperor realm fell under Zhuo Wen's attacks. Therefore, the two of them were quite unimpeded. I remember that in the map, there should be a medium-sized island in the center of the dreamy cloud swampland. The great demon sect's ruins should be on that island. Now that we have arrived at the center, why are there no signs of the island? Standing in the void, Zhuo Wen looked down at the dreamy cloud swampland below and slightly frowned. At this moment, they were already in the center of the dreamy cloud swampland. However, other than a misty body of water, there were no signs of land. Zhuo Wen began to doubt whether the great demon sect's map was correct. "Take out the complete map. Maybe there will be some clues." Song Jie suddenly interrupted. Zhuo Wen nodded. Since he didn't have any clues, he might as well give it a try according to what Song Jie said. The dim yellow map fell into Zhuo Wen's hands. This map was the most complete map of the great demon sect's ruins. It was even more complete than the map in Song Jie's hands. This map is changing. Could it be that the mist around the dreamy cloud swampland is causing the map to change? The moment he took out the map, Zhuo Wen discovered that the contents of the map in his hands had actually started to change. Some of the original markings gradually faded away, and new and different contents began to appear under the influence of the mist. In the end, it turned into a completely different map. With the help of the mist of the dreamy cloud swampland and this complete map, it was able to produce such a change. It seems that the sect leader of the great demon sect really put in a lot of effort. Song Jie was also startled and immediately sighed. Could it be that you knew that this map would have such a change? Zhuo Wen turned his head and suddenly asked Song Jie. Song Jie's beautiful eyes flickered and said with a smile, "How is that possible?" "I just suddenly thought of it, so I asked you to take it out and have a look." "Who knew that such a scene would happen?" "Is that so?" Zhuo Wen took a deep look at Song Jie. In fact, when Song Jie insisted on following him to the dreamy cloud swampland, he felt that it was a bit strange. Now, Song Jie's seemingly casual advice actually led to the real map of the great demon sect. This made Zhuo Wen feel even more strange towards Song Jie. "It's just a coincidence. Take a look at this new map first. You should be able to find the great demon sect's ruins," Song Jie said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen nodded and his gaze fell on the new map. Although Song Jie was quite suspicious, her cultivation was not high. At this time in Zhuo Wen's eyes, she was equivalent to an ant. Zhuo Wen did not believe that she could play any tricks. It turns out that in this body of water, there is an illusion that obscures the line of sight. After unfolding the map, Zhuo looked at it a few times and his eyes revealed a look of understanding. Then, according to the method in the map, Zhuo stepped out and came to the center of the dreamy cloud swampland. A crack appeared between his eyebrows and a golden Buddha's eye appeared. The Buddha's eye had the effect of breaking through 10,000 techniques. Although Zhuo's strength was low and he could not use its full power, it was still possible to see through this illusion array with the help of the Buddha's eye. The eye of the array is there. Chapter 1195. Xian Bing says bang bang bang. Zhuo Wen threw out 7 consecutive punches, each of which contained the power of 1,000 caddies. Instantly, a terrifying whirlpool emerged from the dream cloud swampland below. The whirlpool was like a water dragon as it soared into the sky and swept across the sky. A demonic voice was emitted from the bottom of the vortex the moment the water pillar soared into the sky. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens as it resounded across the entire sky. Zhuo was caught off guard. Under the influence of the demonic voice, he involuntarily retreated. His hands covered his ears as a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bang! When the water pillar rose to the highest point, a pitch-black golem slowly floated up from the center of the vortex. This demon statue was extremely large and was nearly 10,000 feet long. Its appearance was that of a young man wearing purplish-black robes and possessing a pair of soul-stirring demonic eyes. Even such a demon statue possessed an unusual charm, as if the one in front of him was a real demon. This is the statue of the ultimate demon master. It was built by the ultimate demon sect at a great cost back then. It contains a trace of the ultimate demon master's essence. Back then, the statue of the ultimate demon master had always been the sect treasure of the ultimate demon sect. However, the ultimate demon sect provoked public anger, and countless factions from the 7 great prefectures surrounded the ultimate demon sect. The last person, the sect master of the ultimate demon sect, secretly withdrew with the statue of the ultimate demon master. I believe that this statue of the ultimate demon master should be the remains of the ultimate demon sect. The resources left behind by the ultimate demon sect are likely all within the statue of the ultimate demon master. Sang Jie said excitedly, "Is at the entrance." Zhuo's eyes immediately focused on the forehead of the statue. There was an inconspicuous hole there. It should be the entrance to the statue. Let's go in first. Sang Dai excitedly took a step forward and directly entered between the eyebrows of the statue. Looking at the excited Sang Dai, Zhuo frowned slightly. However, he did not refuse and followed behind Sang Dai. The day I return will be the day of the Lord of Ultimate Demons. Mo Xing's voice was like thunder as it resounded throughout the entire dreamy cloud swampland. The numerous warriors who were searching around the dreamy cloud swampland paused one after another. Their gazes became sluggish as they looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with a fiery glow. The ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect have appeared. Amidst the misty clouds, the surrounding cultivators could vaguely make out the statue of Grand Demon Lord at the center of Dream Cloud Swampland, which was nearly 10,000 feet tall. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many sonic booms resounded. Immediately, countless practitioners surged towards the middle of the Dream Cloud Swampland when the statue of the ultimate demon master appeared. No one wished to miss out on the treasures within the ultimate demon sect ruins. It actually came out on its own. Or did someone activate the Supreme Demon sect ruins in advance? In a water region not far from the center of the dreamy cloud swampland, a group was continuously searching. Soon after, they heard the demonic voice. Immediately, they raised their heads and saw the 10,000 feet tall statue standing not far in front of them. Zhuo and Sang Jie were most familiar with this team. It was the team from the Great Song Mansion. At this moment, the leader of the team was the Great Song Mansion's mansion master Sang Jie. Behind Song Jie were Song Yang, Yao Zhixing, and a group of geniuses from the Great Song Mansion. In addition, Song Jie had also brought along most of the martial emperors from the Great Song Mansion. Mansion Master, the statue of the Lord of Ultimate Demons is not far from us. Let's set off as well. Otherwise, others will take the initiative. Song Yang suggested beside Song Jie. Yes, let's go together. In fact, with most of the map fragments, our Great Song Mansion has already taken most of the initiative. As long as we enter the ultimate demon sect ruins, we will be able to take advantage of the situation. As Song Jie spoke, he also led many practitioners from the Great Song Mansion towards the center. Not only the Great Song Mansion, but the practitioners from the other 6 mansions also noticed the statue of the Lord of Ultimate Demons that had suddenly appeared and swarmed towards it. In an instant, a large number of practitioners swarmed towards the center like locusts. Such a large number of practitioners did not belong to the forces of the 7 mansions. Instead, they belonged to the various large and small sects or clans within the 7 mansions. Although their forces were not as strong as the 7 mansions, their numbers were extremely large. Oh, oh, mournful beast roars resounded throughout the dream cloud swampland. There were the mournful cries of ferocious beasts being killed and the miserable cries of practitioners being devoured by ferocious beasts. The originally peaceful dream cloud swampland had become a little lively at this moment. Behind the hole was a dark tunnel. Zhuowen did not know whether it was an illusion or not, but he found that there were wisps of indescribable demon qi lingering in the tunnel. The demon eye hidden in his body was also a little restless at this moment. What a strong demon qi! The Lord of Ultimate Demons is probably an extremely powerful demon cultivator. Xiao Hei's voice slowly sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen nodded. However, what surprised him was that since the Lord of Ultimate Demons was the only one in the panicked world who had advanced to the advanced Emperor realm, he should have no opponents at all. Why did he suddenly and mysteriously disappear? Moreover, he had disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the world. All of this made Zhuowen quite puzzled. Song Jie, do you know why the Lord of the Grand Demons, who used to be so vicious, would suddenly vanish without a trace? Zhuowen suddenly asked. He was not a practitioner of the panicked world, so his knowledge of the Lord of Ultimate Demons was very shallow. He could only ask Song Jie. Song Jie, who was standing beside Zhuowen, obviously did not expect Zhuowen to suddenly ask this. He was first stunned, then he revealed a thoughtful expression and said, "In fact, there are many different opinions about the truth of the disappearance of the Lord of Ultimate Demons in the panicked world. The most widely spread one is that the Lord of Ultimate Demons fought with the Guardian of the panicked world and won in the end and obtained the qualification to enter the upper world." The Guardian of the panicked world? There is an upper world. Zhuowen's eyes lit up and he immediately muttered in a low voice, "You don't know about the Guardian of the panicked world and the upper world?" Song Jie was a little curious about Zhuowen's reaction and asked in a strange manner. Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders and shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Although Song Jie was doubtful in his heart, he still patiently explained, "I do not know much about the details. I only heard that there is an even higher world outside of the panicked world. Once your cultivation is able to break through the shackles of the advanced D level, you will possess the qualification to fight with the Guardian of the panicked world. If you win, you will be sent to the upper world, obtain more resources, and advance to a higher level." "What if I fail?" Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Song Jie's pretty eyes flickered as he continued, "If you fail, it will depend on your luck. If you are lucky, there might be some remnant soul left that can be reincarnated. If you are unlucky, your soul will scatter." Hearing Song Jie's words, Zhuowen revealed a thoughtful expression. He did not expect the panicked world to have a powerful guardian and a powerful upper world. Moreover, Zhuowen faintly guessed that the upper world was probably the third world of the Azure Dragon Palace. After all, the Lord of Grand Demon was an advanced D-level expert. Moreover, because he was a demonic cultivator, the Lord of Grand Demon was likely to be a demon emperor with terrifying battle strength. It should be relatively easy to break through the guardian of the panicked world. Let's continue forward. The Lord of Grand Demon is too far away from us. Let's search for treasures inside first. If we don't move forward, I'm afraid the people behind us will catch up, Song Jie urged. Zhuowen nodded and immediately followed the tunnel into the depths. At the same time, he maintained a high level of vigilance. After all, the Lord of Grand Demon's statue stored the inheritance of Grand Demon's sect and many resources. If there was no danger inside, even a 3-year-old child would not believe it. There seems to be an exit in front. Song Jie's eyes were sharp. She suddenly pointed ahead and said. Zhuowen also noticed the white light in front of them and nodded. However, he became even more vigilant. Who knew what was waiting for him at the exit? When the two of them finally walked out of the exit, the two of them discovered that there was actually an extremely large canyon in front of them. On the mountain wall in front of the canyon, there were actually 2 narrow passageways. From the looks of it, they should lead directly to the interior of the canyon. Outside the entrances of the 2 tunnels, there was a 1-meter-tall stone tablet. One tablet had the words Profound Ice Path written on it, and the other tablet had the words Scarlet Sun Path written on it. Profound Ice Path and Scarlet Sun Path. Zhuowen softly chanted the words on the 2 tablets. He could clearly feel a blazing aura and an icy aura at the entrances of the 2 tunnels. The 2 energies of ice and fire intertwined in the 2 tunnels, faintly turning into an extremely violent energy of ice and fire. Song Jie originally wanted to get closer to take a look, but she was forced back by the energy of ice and fire near the tunnels. Of these 2 tunnels, one is extremely cold and the other is extremely hot. Zhuowen, which tunnel do you want to take? Song Jie suddenly asked. Which tunnel do you want to take? Zhuowen asked back. Song Jie shrugged her shoulders and said, That depends on you. In this super demon ruins, I can only rely on you for protection. Therefore, the decision is in your hands. Zhuowen smiled. Soon after, he took a step forward and walked towards the profound ice path. Song Jie was stunned at first, but she could only follow closely behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen naturally had his own reasons for choosing the profound ice path. This was because in his ice saint symbol, there was the profound soul ice butterfly, a yuan beast that liked the cold. Being in the profound ice path might be beneficial to the profound soul ice butterfly. This was a world of ice and snow. The whistling wind and snow were like the sharpest wind blades, blowing in all directions. The moment they entered, Zhuowen could not help but feel the hairs on his body stand. The cold qi here was even more terrifying than he had expected. So cold! Song Jie, who was standing beside Zhuowen, tightly hugged her chest. Her delicate body shivered as ice crystals formed on her eyebrows and long hair. Fire of the Sun. Chapter 1196. Many Treasures Pavilion. What appeared in front of Zhuowen and Song Dai was indeed a world of ice and snow. Ice crystals, rocks, and smooth, mirror-like ground. Even the vegetation that grew on the ground was formed from ice and snow. Meanwhile, the sky was engulfed by a storm of ice and snow. The whistling sound of the wind tearing apart was extremely ear-piercing at this moment. What a terrifying cold qi! Just the cold qi that swept over from this world of ice and snow alone is comparable to Earth-grade cold qi. As he felt the bone-chilling cold around him, Zhuowen's eyes slightly darkened. At the same time, an extremely dazzling light erupted from the ice saint symbol on the back of his left hand. A sharp whistle sounded out, and soon after, the mysterious soul ice butterfly's large body appeared in front of Zhuowen. Woo woo woo. When the mysterious soul ice butterfly appeared, its pair of antennae intimately rubbed against Zhuowen. The furry feeling on the surface of the antennae caused Zhuowen's face to feel itchy. Little fellow, this mysterious ice path will be quite beneficial for you. Zhuowen patted the mysterious soul ice butterfly's head and said with a faint smile, as if it understood Zhuowen's words. The mysterious soul ice butterfly nodded its head. Its 5 colored eyes stared at the unceasingly raging cold chi in the sky, as a look of desire appeared in its eyes. Little fellow, escort us through this mysterious ice path first. Later, you will be able to absorb as much cold chi as you want. Zhuowen's words once again sounded out, causing the mysterious soul ice butterfly to cry out. Although it was a little reluctant, it did not dare to disobey Zhuowen's words. Swoosh! The mysterious soul ice butterfly spread its wings. Soon after, Zhuowen and Songdai stood on its back. After the two of them steadied themselves, the mysterious soul ice butterfly transformed into a flash of lightning and flew towards the opposite side of the mysterious ice path. This is the mysterious soul ice butterfly. No wonder you chose the mysterious ice path. It turns out that you have such a ride. Songdai was startled at first. Then he seemed to have understood something and nodded. Zhuowen was too lazy to explain to her. When the Songdai proposed to come with him to the ruins of the Supreme Devil Sect, he already felt that something was wrong. Now he found that the Songdai was becoming more and more suspicious. However, he couldn't tell what was suspicious about it. It was just a feeling in his heart. The cold wind blew against Zhuowen's face, bringing him a slight chill. However, Zhuowen didn't use any defensive measures. With his current strong physical body, he didn't need to use any means. The bone-chilling cold couldn't do any harm to him. Whoosh! Soon, the profound soul ice butterfly landed on the other side of the profound ice path. There was also a tunnel on the other side. Clearly, this tunnel led to the exit of the profound ice path. Little guy, go ahead. Enjoy the cold chi in the profound ice path to your heart's content. After reaching the other side, Zhuowen patted the mysterious soul ice butterfly's head. Soon after, the mysterious soul ice butterfly cried out and flew out. It soared and instantly reached the sky above the profound ice path. The berserk cold chi swept out and was directly swallowed by the mysterious soul ice butterfly. The mysterious soul ice butterfly's aura also continuously grew stronger in the process of swallowing the cold chi. The cold chi in this mystic ice path is quite strong. It's quite beneficial for the mystic soul ice butterfly's upgrade. You can let the mystic soul ice butterfly stay here first. When this little fellow has eaten and drunk its fill, it will naturally sense your call and return to your side. Little Black's voice slowly sounded in his mind. You are right. Let's let this little guy stay here for a while. Zhuowen nodded his head. Soon after, he brought Songdai and walked towards the exit tunnel. After walking out of the exit, the two of them arrived at an extremely simple and crude stone hall. This stone hall was only 50 to 60 feet in size and about 70 to 80 feet tall. There was a mysterious array in front of the stone hall. In addition, there was a several feet tall stone door on all 4 sides of the stone hall. At this moment, the stone doors were tightly shut, causing the stone hall to look like a prison. The atmosphere was quite solemn. There were various stone tables and stone stools randomly placed in the stone hall. There were about 10 of them. The instant the two of them walked into the stone hall, their footsteps paused. Zhuowen's eyes slightly focused as he surveyed the surroundings. His eyes landed on the mysterious array in the middle of the stone hall. Arriving in front of the array, Zhuowen looked down at the array pattern below his feet. His eyes flickered as he hesitantly said, "This array seems to be a teleportation array. However, it looks like it's damaged." A damaged teleportation array? Songdai also came over. At the same time, she giggled at Zhuowen. "Zhuowen, aren't you an arcana master? You should be quite familiar with the way of origin formations, right? Why don't you repair this array and take a look?" Perhaps this teleportation array can take us to the core of the extreme demon sect ruins. Zhuowen shrugged when he saw Songdai's appearance. He smiled bitterly. This array is extremely mysterious. Even though I'm a grade 6 Arcana Master, I can only understand a portion of it, let alone repair it. Songdai's eyes were filled with disappointment when she heard this. However, her interest quickly turned towards the 4 stone doors around the stone hall. Soon after, she arrived in front of a stone door on the east side and silently observed it. She said, "This stone hall is really strange. There's a damaged teleportation array in the middle, and there are actually 4 sealed doors around this stone hall. I really don't know what the person who designed the statue of the extreme demon lord was thinking." Zhuowen glanced indifferently at Songdai, who was pondering over the stone door. He no longer paid any attention to it. Instead, his gaze landed on the teleportation array. He transmitted his voice to Xiaohei. "Xiaohei, can you understand this teleportation array?" After waiting for around 5 breaths of time, Xiaohei's voice sounded in his mind. "This teleportation array is not a yuan formation. It should be an ancient array from the ancient times. Moreover, it is extremely complicated. Although this dragon lord has some understanding of arrays, I am far from being proficient. However, I am certain that this teleportation array will definitely be able to teleport us to the core of the extreme demon sect ruins." Zhuowen's head was filled with black lines when he heard Xiaohei's words. Wasn't this nonsense? However, other than this damaged teleportation array, there are 4 surrounding stone doors in the stone hall. Perhaps behind these stone doors is another path to the core of the extreme demon sect ruins. Xiaohei continued. Zhuowen's eyes revealed disappointment when he heard this. The teleportation array was placed at the center of the stone hall. It was definitely the most important thing. However, it was currently damaged and Zhuowen had no choice. It seemed that the only way to reach the depths of the extreme demon sect ruins was through the 4 stone doors around the stone hall. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of gears turning woke Zhuowen up from his thoughts. Soon after, Zhuowen was astonished to see that the eastern stone door had unknowingly opened by itself. Songdai, who was originally probing at the side, took a few steps back. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. "Haha, the stone door has opened. Zhuowen, look at how this lady has opened the stone door. Don't you think I'm awesome?" Songdai skipped over to Zhuowen's side. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hope, as if she was a child who was looking forward to a reward. She stared at Zhuowen rather proudly. Zhuowen arrived in front of the eastern door and said to Songdai in a deep voice, "How did you open it?" Songdai giggled as she arrived in front of Zhuowen. She stretched out a flawless white finger and said with a smile, "Why don't you guess?" Looking at Songdai's smug look, Zhuowen directly chose to ignore her. Instead, he walked over to the eastern door and carefully observed it. Suddenly, in the center of the left side of the stone door, there was a small groove. This groove should have been inlaid with a stone to act as a mechanism. Songdai should have accidentally pressed the stone into the groove, causing the eastern door to open. Seeing Zhuowen ignoring her, Songdai stomped her foot and waved her fist at Zhuowen's back. Her cheeks puffed up to express her dissatisfaction. Behind the eastern door was a flight of stairs that extended to the top. Moreover, this flight of stairs was in the shape of a spiral. In the range of 100 feet above the stairs, there was a thick layer of fog. At a glance, it was impossible to see what was above the 100 feet. "Do you want to go up and take a look?" Zhuowen turned around and asked Songdai behind him. Songdai pouted, turned her head, and said in a muffled voice, "No, if you want to go, you go." Looking at Songdai's expression, Zhuowen knew that this little girl should be angry with his behavior just now. However, he didn't care too much and said indifferently, "I'll go up first to explore. If it's not dangerous, I'll use the communication jade talisman to inform you. Then you can come up. How about it?" Songdai's beautiful eyes rolled as she nodded and said, Okay, you can explore for me. Zhuowen nodded and immediately took a step forward. Then he walked up step by step. After he walked up 100 feet and passed through the layer of fog, he saw through the gap in the fog and discovered that on the other side of the gap, there was actually a long white jade bridge about 100 feet long. This long white jade bridge was like a rootless duckweed, floating in the void on the other side of the fog. This bridge was extremely exquisite, with carved railings and jades. One end was connected to the exit of the fog, and the other end was connected to the floating four-cornered pavilion in the middle of the space. This pavilion was 150 m tall and was divided into 3 floors. It was completely carved out of beautiful jade that was sparkling and glowing. It stood towering in midair like a jade platform in an immortal realm, and there were 3 large words written on the top of the pavilion: Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. There's actually a floating pavilion here. Could it be that there are treasures in this pavilion? Zhuowen didn't immediately step onto the long white jade bridge. Instead, he carefully observed the pavilion. Only then did he discover that on the other side of the pavilion, there was actually a flight of stairs that led to an even higher level. It seemed that that was the path to the next checkpoint. Taking out the communication jade talisman, Zhuowen sent a message to Tsangdai and waited silently. However, after waiting for a quarter of an hour, Tsangdai still hadn't come up. This caused Zhuowen to frown slightly. Why hasn't she come up yet? Could it be that something happened? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Zhuowen walked down the stairs and quickly arrived at the east entrance. Immediately, he saw that Tsangdai was still in the stone hall, but she was actually standing in the middle of the array. Moreover, her jade-like hands were gently waving, as if she was focused on doing something to the array. Chapter 1197. Teleportation Array. Tsangdai, what are you doing? Seeing the scene in the stone hall, Zhuowen frowned. He realized that the current Tsangdai was rather strange, especially the black qi that was being emitted from Tsangdai's jade-like hands. It actually contained a strange demonic intent, and this demonic intent caused him to be extremely fearful. Tsangdai did not pay attention to Zhuowen, who was calling out to him from behind. Instead, he concentrated on fiddling with his hands. The black qi in his hands became denser and denser, faintly showing signs of turning purple. The demonic nature that was being emitted from them also became more and more strange. As he got closer, Zhuowen realized that Tsangdai was actually repairing the broken teleportation array in the middle of the stone hall. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it seemed that the teleportation array was about to be completely repaired. Boom! When Zhuowen was within 5 meters of the teleportation array, a burst of black qi rushed over and fiercely smashed into his chest. Fortunately, Zhuowen reacted in time and spat out the power of his right palm, smashing into the black qi. Bang! A dull, explosive sound rang out, and Zhuowen retreated a few steps. His eyes narrowed, revealing an extreme chill. The current Tsangdai was simply too strange. The instant Zhuowen retreated, the teleportation array in the middle of the stone hall actually burst out with a blazing black light. Under the illumination of this black light, the entire stone hall appeared to be pitch black. Within the pitch black light, there were numerous ghosts that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, constantly wreaking havoc. Haha, is the repair finally complete? At the same time, Tsangdai, who was waving her jade-like hands, finally stopped. Soon after, she slowly turned around, her eyes revealing a pitch-black light as she quietly stared at Zhuowen. Who are you? Looking at the demonic Tsangdai in front of him, Zhuowen's heart actually palpitated as he asked in a deep voice. Tsangdai quietly stared at Zhuowen and said with a sweet smile, I am Tsangdai. Don't tell me that you don't recognize me the moment you go up. You are not Tsangdai. Who are you? Zhuowen snorted coldly. He took a step forward and dashed towards the dish that was filled with demonic nature. He stretched out his right hand, and the power of Buddhism gushed out. He punched out, and the wind from his fist howled. The corners of Tsang Jie's mouth curled up into a smile as he stepped into the array that was still being repaired. Instantly, a black light burst out from the array and a demonic aura spread out. The entire stone hall was shrouded in demonic clouds. The demonic clouds that permeated the air caused the entire stone hall to freeze. Zhuo also felt a heavy pressure weighing down on his body. Boundless Buddha's light. Zhuo let out a low snort. His entire body was filled with Buddhist light, and the surrounding demonic clouds were instantly dispelled under the illumination of the Buddhist light. Whoosh! The moment the devil cloud was dispelled, Zhuo took a step forward, turning into a blur as he rushed towards the transmission array in front of him, intending to stop Tsang Dai from leaving. Zhuo, it's too late. You won't be able to stop me. As soon as Tsang Dai finished speaking, he disappeared from the teleportation array, leaving Zhuo with nothing to show for it. This transmission array has been repaired by Tsang Dai in some way. Can you try to activate it again? Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in Zhuo's mind. Zhuo nodded and stepped into the transmission array. He exerted force from his right hand, intending to activate the transmission array under his feet. Suddenly, the black light from before appeared again. It can be used. A trace of pleasant surprise appeared in Zhuo Wen's eyes when he saw this scene. However, he was soon disappointed to discover that the dark black light around the teleportation array only lasted for a moment before it completely disappeared and came to a halt. Zhuo's eyes were slightly startled. The transmission array on the other side should have been destroyed by Tsang Dai. Therefore, even if your transmission array is intact, it will be useless. You won't be able to teleport over, Xiao Hei said in a deep voice. This guy, Zhuo muttered to himself angrily. At the same time, he was even more puzzled about Tsang Dai in his heart. Who was this Tsang Dai? From the demonic light emitted from its body, it seemed like Tsang Dai was possessed by some kind of demon. Looking at the transmission array, it should be the core area of the extreme demon sect ruins. I'm afraid that the greatest benefits inside will be taken by Tsang Dai, Xiao Hei said with an ugly expression. Zhuo nodded and asked in a deep voice, Then what should we do now? Since the transmission array can't be used, you can only go down the road from the east gate. After all, it's impossible for there to be 4 stone gates around the stone hall for no reason, Xiao Hei analyzed. It seems that I can only go to the east gate. However, there should be some treasures in the treasure pavilion at the east gate. When the time comes, I will go in and take a look. Zhuo nodded. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly frowned and his eyes revealed a cold expression. What's wrong? Xiao Hei also noticed Zhuo's expression and suddenly asked. The profound soul ice butterfly suddenly sent me a distress signal. I'm afraid that it has encountered some kind of danger in the profound ice path, Zhuo said with a somewhat ugly expression. Xiao Hei was taken aback. Soon after, she said in a somewhat cold voice, encountered danger? I have to go take a look at the profound ice path first. As he spoke, Zhuo took a step forward and rushed towards the profound ice path. At this moment, in the profound ice path that was filled with ice and snowstorms, a resentful cry continuously sounded out. Immediately, above the ice and snowstorm, the profound soul ice butterfly continuously flapped its wings. Under the profound soul ice butterfly's control, the ice and snowstorm wreaked havoc in the entire profound ice path. Below the ice and snowstorm, a figure stood in the air. Yuan power continuously surged out from his body, faintly blocking all of the ice and snowstorm controlled by the profound soul ice butterfly, and even showing signs of suppressing it. I never imagined that we would encounter such a rare Yuan beast like the profound soul ice butterfly on the profound ice path. Such a Yuan beast has the potential to become a demon emperor. If properly nurtured, it will be of great benefit to our Great Zhou Institute in the future. On the other side of the battlefield stood a group led by a muscular middle-aged man in bronze armor. If Zhuo was here, he would definitely recognize this person as the Great Zhou Institute's headmaster, Zhou Bin. Standing behind Zhou Bin were naturally the numerous practitioners of the Great Zhou Institute. Oh, Zhou Chang has used the Qiongqi bronze sword. Looks like the outcome of this battle has already been decided. A smile hung from the corners of Zhou Bin's mouth as he softly said. At this moment, amidst the endless wind and snow, Zhou Chang's gaze was eerily cold. The bronze sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. Green sword aura surged out like the scorching sun, forming an incomparably enormous Qiongqi beast. Awoo! The Qiongqi beast's body was enormous, so large that it seemed to blot out the sun. Its torrential aura practically covered the profound soul ice butterfly. It opened its bloody mouth and suddenly inhaled. Immediately, the endless wind and snow in the surroundings were sucked into its mouth, causing the raging wind and snow in the surroundings to completely disappear. Swoosh! The instant the wind and snow disappeared, light gushed out from Zhou Chang's eyes. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the profound soul ice butterfly. A grim expression filled the corners of his mouth as he chuckled. Little bastard! Previously, I was unable to take you down because you had the profound ice path's ice storm for you to use. Now, let's see what else you can fight with me for. Obediently become my mount. As he spoke, the bronze sword in Zhou Chang's right hand slashed out. The profound soul ice butterfly shrieked as it spread its wings. Countless ice arrows shot out, forming a rain of arrows that enveloped Zhou Chang's entire body. Zhou Chang's gaze was eerily cold. He twirled the bronze sword, and the green sword aura turned into an oval sword shield, blocking the rain of arrows. At the same time, Zhou Chang took a step forward and arrived in front of the profound soul ice butterfly. The bronze sword slashed out horizontally, heavily slamming into the profound soul ice butterfly's body. Awoo! The profound soul ice butterfly let out a sorrowful cry. An extremely terrifying wound had appeared on its lower abdomen, causing it to suddenly fall from the sky. Bang! Zhou Chang slowly landed on the ground with a sinister smile on his face. He slowly walked towards the profound soul ice butterfly. When he arrived in front of the profound soul ice butterfly, he nonchalantly said, "Submit to me, and I will properly train you." The profound soul ice butterfly's eyes were filled with resentment. It turned its head, completely ignoring Zhou Chang. As for the latter's words, it naturally would not listen. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Zhou Chang's gaze turned cold. He lifted his foot and suddenly stomped down. He was going to properly teach this damned profound soul ice butterfly a lesson. However, the moment his right foot was about to land, a monstrous killing intent enveloped his entire body, causing his right foot to be unable to land for a long time. This killing intent was very terrifying, so terrifying that it caused his heart to palpitate. You can try to stomp down. A cold voice resounded in front of the profound ice path. The profound soul ice butterfly, which was originally squinting, suddenly raised its head. Its colorful eyes were filled with joy. It knew that its master had come to save it. When Zhou Chang heard this voice, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. This voice was simply too familiar to him. Or rather, it could be said that he simply could not forget it. Zhuowen! Slowly raising his head and staring at the slowly approaching figure, Zhou Chang softly murmured with an ugly expression. Zhuowen walked up to the profound soul ice butterfly and coldly stared at Zhou Chang. He said, "The profound soul ice butterfly is my mount. You dare to steal from me?" In response to Zhuowen's question, Zhou Chang narrowed his eyes and indifferently said, "This profound soul ice butterfly is clearly absorbing the icy qi on the profound ice path by itself. It doesn't look like it has an owner at all. Since when did it become yours? Then you're saying that you want to steal from me?" Zhuowen took a step forward and Buddhist power surged out. Immediately, a dazzling golden Buddha figure stepped out from his body. Zhuowen's eyes exploded with golden light as they stared straight at Zhou Chang, causing the latter to feel a chill in his heart. Back then, during the hero competition, he was completely defeated by this Buddha figure in front of everyone's eyes. Zhou Chang had personally experienced how terrifying Zhuowen's strength was back then. However, many of the great Song Mansion's cultivators were behind him. Therefore, Zhou Chang was not very worried about Zhuowen messing around. He coldly said, "It's clearly you who stole from me. I think you're twisting the truth." Twisting the truth? Zhuowen laughed. Zhuowen's Buddha figure took a step forward and fiercely punched out. The fist radiance seemed to be plated with gold as it exploded with boundless Buddhist light. Zhou Chang was caught off guard. He simply did not expect Zhuowen to directly attack. In a panic, he blocked the punch and was forced to retreat dozens of steps with a groan. Chapter 1198. Giant Beast Swoosh Swoosh Swoosh. The instant Zhou Chang was pushed back by Zhuowen, Zhou Bin led the great Zhou Institute to Zhou Chang's side. Zhou Bin's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly stared at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, what is the meaning of this?" Zhuowen's eyes were filled with wariness as he looked at Zhou Bin standing beside Zhou Chang. Zhou Bin's aura was even stronger than the great Song Mansion's Songjia. Zhuowen estimated that this person was at least a 5th-level emperor. Such an expert was not someone he could contend against at the moment. Zhuowen indifferently retorted, "Nothing much. This profound soul ice butterfly is my mount. This Zhou Chang doesn't know what's good for him and actually has designs on my mount. He's simply courting death. Is there anything wrong with me stopping him? Haha." This profound soul ice butterfly appeared on the profound ice path. "Why do you claim that it's yours the moment you arrive? Zhuowen, you can't be so shameless." Zhou Chang coldly snorted and mocked. Although he was extremely wary of Zhuowen's strength, he naturally did not place Zhuowen in his eyes with Zhou Bin's support. "Since Zhou Chang has already said so, it's obvious that you're trying to snatch it from him. You're really bold." Zhou Bin's eyes were eerily cold as he took a step forward. Terrifying emperor pressure gushed out as a wisp of killing intent completely locked onto Zhuowen, causing Zhuowen's body to stiffen. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched violently. Zhou Bin had completely locked onto him with killing intent without any hesitation. How could he not know the reason behind this? It was definitely because Zhuowen had helped the Great Song Mansion gain the limelight during the hero competition, causing the Great Zhou Institute to lose the qualifications to be the victor. Therefore, Zhou Bin was targeting him like this. "Haha, Zhou Bin, you're already so old, yet you're bullying the young. Don't you feel ashamed?" A long laugh sounded from behind the instant Zhou Bin's killing intent locked onto Zhuowen. Soon after, another group that was not any weaker than the Great Zhou Institute landed near Zhuowen. The leader of the group landed beside Zhuowen. With a wave of his sleeve, he immediately withdrew the emperor pressure released by Zhou Bin. Palace Master Songjia, looking at the imposing figure beside him, Zhuowen bowed and spoke respectfully. Songjia smiled and said to Zhuowen, "You don't have to do that. Zhuowen, you are also a member of the Great Song Mansion. If Zhou Bin wants to avenge his personal grudge, I, Songjia, will not let him succeed." Sure enough, Zhou Bin's face turned slightly ugly when he heard that. Although his strength was considered to be extremely strong among the 7 mansion masters, Songjia of the Great Song Mansion was not weak either. If Songjia really wanted to protect Zhuowen, there was nothing he could do. "Zhou, let's wait and see." Zhou Bin's eyes flickered. In the end, he gave up on the conflict with the Great Song Manor. Their goal in entering the Great Demon Sect ruins was to obtain the numerous treasures of the Great Demon Sect. If they started a war with the Great Song Manor because of Zhuowen, it would undoubtedly be an extremely unwise action. As he spoke, Zhou Bin led the group from the Great Zhou Institute and Great Song Manor to the other side of the mysterious ice path. "Let's go too." Songjia, shot a glance at the black soul ice butterfly squatting beside Zhuowen. He did not say anything and merely gave a shout before leading the group and following closely behind. Every second was a race against time. If one's actions were not fast enough, all the treasures would be snatched away. Zhuowen knew that Songjie should have also recognized the black soul ice butterfly. However, he did not say anything. Evidently, he did not have any improper thoughts about Zhuowen's black soul ice butterfly. This caused Zhuowen to have a much better impression of him. The two groups from the Great Song Manor and the Great Zhou Institute also arrived at the stone hall at the exit of the mysterious ice path. Zhou Bin and Songjie also noticed the teleportation array at the center of the stone hall. However, they lost interest when they discovered that the teleportation array could not be activated. There are 4 stone doors here. The eastern door has already been opened. Perhaps behind these 4 doors is the passageway that leads to the depths of the great demon sect ruins. Zhou Bin's gaze landed on the already opened eastern door as he spoke in an indifferent voice. "Won't we know once we go in?" Songjie smiled. Zhou Bin nodded. "Soon after," he said. "From the looks of it, the stairs can only accommodate 10 people at most. We will each send 4 people to follow the 2 of us into the eastern door. If there really is a passageway, we will use the communication jade token to inform them." Songjie naturally did not have any objections. Soon after, the 2 great manor heads began to select the people to enter. Songjie turned around and smiled. "Songyang, Songfei, Songyong, and Zhuowen, the 4 of you will follow me." Upon hearing this, Songyang, Zhuowen, and the other 3 naturally acknowledged. They all knew that there was an 80% chance that there would be a unique treasure on the stairs. Therefore, the first batch of people to enter would basically be able to obtain considerable benefits. However, within the Great Song Institute group, Yao Zhixing's heart turned cold. Songjie did not pick him but Zhuowen. It was very obvious that in Songjie's heart, Yao Zhixing's importance was far inferior to Zhuowen. This caused Yao Zhixing's resentment towards Zhuowen to grow even more. Zhou Bin was also one of the 4 people selected from the Great Zhou Institute group. Naturally, the 2 great geniuses, Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang, were among them. The gazes that the 2 of them used to look at Zhuowen were filled with hostility. Because of Zhuowen, the 2 of them had lost all face during the hero gathering. How could they possibly give Zhuowen any face? Zhuowen did not pay too much attention to the numerous hostile gazes around him. What he cared about was the identity of the person who had completely repaired the teleportation array and teleported it away. In particular, the demonic nature on Songdai's body was just too terrifying. Even though Zhuowen had the experience of cultivating the demonic path, he still felt a throbbing sensation from Songdai's body at that time. What he was most puzzled about was who exactly Songdai was. Back then, when Songdai had planned to search the extreme demon sect ruins with Zhe, he had already felt that something was amiss. Everything that had happened now coincidentally confirmed Zhuowen's initial premonition. "I feel that Songdai is somewhat related to the extreme demon sect. Moreover, their relationship should be quite deep. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to repair such a complicated teleportation array in the stone hall by himself." Xiao Hei's grave voice sounded out in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen to repeatedly nod his head. Soon after, Zhuowen softly sighed and transmitted a message. "Only by first entering the core area of the extreme demon sect will we perhaps be able to find out who Songdai is. Yes, you should be careful from now on. It would be best if you follow behind the Great Song Mansion and the Great Zhou Institute. After all, Songjie and Zhou Bin are not weak and can help you sweep away many obstacles ahead." After Xiao Hei finished speaking, his voice gradually quietened down. "Since we have already chosen our people, let's go up and take a look." Zhou Bin waved his sleeves and took the lead to step onto the stairs with Zhou Chang and the other 3. Not to be outdone, Songjie followed closely behind. The group of 10 quickly passed through the heavy mist above. Through the crack in front of the mist, they saw the long white jade bridge across the void and the treasure pavilion at the end of the long bridge. Treasure pavilion? Don't tell me there are treasures inside? Zhou stared at the pavilion and muttered in a low voice. Light flickered in his eyes. Let's go in and take a look. Sanjia was rather decisive in his actions. After speaking, he stepped onto the long white jade bridge. Zhou was naturally not to be outdone and followed behind Sanjia. The geniuses from the two manors followed behind the two manor heads and silently walked onto the long white jade bridge. Zhou, on the other hand, followed behind him silently. No one knew what he was thinking. The instant the 10 of them were about to reach the entrance of the treasure pavilion, the entire long white jade bridge suddenly trembled violently. Soon after, a deafening roar sounded from the endless abyss below the bridge. Swoosh! Soon after, a several hundred feet large black shadow dashed out from the bottom of the abyss. Be careful! Zhou and Sanjia shouted at the same time. Soon after, 2 terrifying emperor auras gushed out. The 2 of them rushed out and directly rushed towards the huge black shadow. Boom, boom, boom. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Even the treasure pavilion trembled because of this vibration. Standing on the long bridge, Sangyang, Zhuowen, and the rest revealed looks of astonishment. One after another, they leapt into the air and hovered in the air as they stared at the terrifying and intense battle not far away. Only then did Zhuowen see the true appearance of the black shadow that had suddenly rushed out from the abyss. The beast was more than 100 feet long and looked like a tadpole. It was pitch black and had horns on its back. Its tail was dozens of feet long like a fish's tail. There is such a terrifying giant beast in the abyss. This giant beast's power is not weaker than an ordinary mid-level emperor. Moreover, its physical body is extremely terrifying. Zhou Chang muttered with a slightly pale face. The other 7 did not look any better. The giant beast's power was indeed terrifying. If the 8 of them were to face this giant beast, they would probably be in deep trouble. Zhou heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, he hadn't rashly gone to the treasure pavilion alone. If he had to face this giant beast alone, his fate wouldn't have been good. Zhou and Sangjia's strength was considered quite powerful among mid-level emperors. Although the giant beast was ferocious and had a thick skin, it was still no match for Zhou and Sangjia's combined strength. With a mournful cry, the giant beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist under Zhou and Sangjia's attacks. Countless drops of blood turned into a rain of blood and sprinkled down. Swoosh, swoosh! Zhou and Sangjia returned to the long white jade bridge. They were slightly out of breath, and their chests were heaving up and down. Obviously, it was not easy for them to deal with this giant beast. What kind of meta beast is this? Why is it so difficult to deal with? Zhou frowned and asked. Sangjia shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't know. Fortunately, the 2 of us joined forces. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to deal with if we were to face it alone. Let's not talk about this. Let's enter the treasure pavilion and have a look. Perhaps there will be good things inside. Chapter 1199. Super Devil Fighting Arts. The area inside the multi-treasure pavilion was quite large. There were rows of round jade platforms that were about 10 feet high inside. These jade platforms were of different sizes. They were carved out of beautiful white, sparkling jade. They were densely distributed in the pavilion. There were lights flashing on the jade platforms. Above the jade platforms, there were semicircular light shields of different colors. Through these light shields, Zhuowen and the others could see some objects floating in the light shields. At the same time, on both sides of the pavilion's entrance, there were 2 stone statues, each of which was about 10 feet high. These stone statues depicted a demon statue with rolling black gas. These 2 demon statues seemed out of place in the treasure pavilion, which was full of jewelry. Because these two demon statues were not very conspicuous, Zhou Bin, Songjie, and the others subconsciously ignored them. Only Zhou took a second look at these demon statues, because he could feel that the demonic aura of these two demon statues was somewhat similar to that of Tsang Di, who had disappeared in the teleportation formation. You can only take one treasure from the treasure pavilion. Once you take it, you will be teleported out. A thunder-like voice was emitted from within the pavilion. After it was transmitted 3 times, it became silent. You can only take one treasure, and you will be teleported out. Zhou Bin and Songjie looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. Zhou Chang, Zhou Hui, Zhou Lan, and Zhou Yi, the 4 of you search carefully in this pavilion. It's best to pick the best treasure before you go out. Do you understand? Zhou Bin said to the 4 people behind him. The 4 of them nodded. Immediately, they turned into 4 shadows and rushed toward the 4 directions of the pavilion, intending to pick the best treasure to bring out. Since there was a rule that stated that they could only take one treasure, they naturally had to do so, and strive to get the best treasure to bring out. It was the same in the Great Song Mansion. They all spread out, hoping to find the best treasure to bring out. However, when they observed the treasures on the jade platforms, they found that the light shields could actually block the detection of mind sense. In other words, they did not know the true appearance of the treasures inside the light shields. They could not even detect the aura of the treasures. After realizing this, everyone stopped picking treasures. Zhou Bin and Songjie's faces were slightly ugly. What should we do? Zhou Bin asked Songjie. Sigh. The person who designed this store of treasures is really insidious. Although there are many treasures in the store of treasures, they are all hidden. We have no way to choose these treasures. Songjie said helplessly. Since that's the case, we can only try them one by one. Zhou Lan, pick a treasure and take a look. Zhou Bin instructed Zhou Lan, who was not far away. Zhou Lan nodded. She stepped out and casually arrived in front of a jade platform. She stretched out her right hand, and a terrifying origin energy crushed out, shattering the light barrier and retrieving the treasure inside. This treasure was a large blade that emitted flames. The moment this blade appeared, the surrounding temperature rose. It's only a low-grade Emperor rank spirit treasure? Zhou Bin frowned slightly when he saw the flaming saber in Zhou Lan's hand, and he spoke with slight displeasure. Whoosh! The instant Zhou Lan pulled out the blazing blade, a pillar of light enveloped her. In the next second, Zhou Lan was sent out. It seems that the voice was right. Once a treasure is taken, the store of treasures will send you out. Zhou narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. After Zhou Lan was sent out, Zhou Bin repeated the same trick and allowed the remaining 3 people to choose their own treasures. However, it was a pity that the treasures chosen by the 3 of them were basically monarch soul treasures. This caused Zhou Bin's expression to become somewhat ugly. At his level of cultivation, Emperor rank spirit treasures were really difficult to catch his eye. Only Emperor weapons could truly move him. Songjie's method was similar to Zhou Bin's, but Songjie's luck was much better than Zhou Bin's. Song Yang actually got a low-grade Emperor weapon, which caused Zhou Bin's gaze to turn slightly unfriendly. Zhou, do you want to choose first? At this moment, only Zhou Bin, Songjie, and Zhou were left in the store of treasures. Songjie looked at Zhou and asked. Zhou shook his head and said with a smile, I'm not in a hurry. I still want to take a look. Maybe I can see some amazing Emperor weapons. Songjie shook his head when he heard Zhou bold words. Apparently, he did not care too much about Zhou words. However, Zhou Bin sneered again and again. Since Zhou was not in a hurry to choose, Zhou Bin and Songjie naturally would not accompany Zhou. After scanning the interior of the pavilion, Songjie and Zhou Bin did not hesitate to choose their own treasures. However, they were very smart. They directly put their treasures into their spirit rings and did not show the array of treasures to each other. Whoosh! 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 2 pillars of light rang out. Then Songjie and Zhou were sent away by the transmission array. In an instant, only Zhuowen was left in the store of treasures. Xiao Hei, do you feel that the aura of the two demon statues beside the door is very similar to that of the Tsang dish? Zhuowen stood quietly and suddenly asked. Xiao Hei nodded and said, they are indeed similar. Go and take a look. Maybe you can find something different. Hearing this, Zhuowen took a step forward. The demon statue was not a treasure on the jade platform in the store of treasures. Even if Zhuowen put it away, it would not be sent away by the store of treasures. Previously, Songjie and Zhou were there, so Zhuowen did not act rashly. Coming in front of the demon statue, Zhuowen quietly looked at it. Soon, he found that the face of the demon statue was very blurry, as if its face was covered by a layer of fog. After observing for a long time, Zhuowen did not find anything. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen murmured in a low voice, "Let's see if the demon eye has any effect on it." As he spoke, a crack appeared between Zhuowen's brows, and an incomparably black, demonic eye appeared. Subsequently, a demonic light shot out from the demonic eye and imprinted itself between the brows of the two demonic figures. Boom! Soon after, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the originally blurry faces of the two golems had actually started to become clear. At the same time, their tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of demonic pupils. Zhuowen could see a vast amount of information in those pupils. The demon battle art is a demonic cultivation code created by the Lord of the Grand Demons. This code can completely control the power of the demonic path, so demonic cultivators will no longer suffer from the power of the demonic path. It can make demonic cultivators use the power of the demonic path and enslave them. Moreover, the demon battle art can pour Yuan Qi into the body and convert it into demon battle Qi. The demon battle Qi is even more terrifying than Yuan Qi. Demonic cultivators who obtain the demon battle Qi will be able to battle the heavens, earth, and gods. They will possess unparalleled power. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he slowly opened them. He never thought that he would actually obtain the grand demonic battle method that the grand demonic lord had created in the past within the two statues. Crack! After obtaining the extreme demonic battle art, the two demonic figures in front of Zhuowen crumbled. Then, two round beads surrounded by black energy appeared within the two demonic figures. The demonic qi within these two beads is so dense. Moreover, the demonic qi is even more powerful than ordinary demonic qi. Is this the so-called demon battle qi? Zhuowen could not help but exclaim when he sensed the powerful demonic qi within the two beads. It should be the demon battle qi. Kid, if you absorb the demon battle qi in here, I sense that your power of the demonic path will reach the 5th layer. At that time, you'll be able to create a demonic body with the Buddha demon eyes. At that time, your battle prowess will increase once again if the 3 clones of the Buddha, demon, and human merge into one. Xiao Hei suddenly said excitedly. Zhuowen nodded and said, I'll stay in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion for 3 days. It would be best if I'm able to rely on the Great Devil Qi to deduce the 5th level of the bedevilment path. If I'm unable, then I'll leave directly. Yes, you can. After all, you're currently in the Great Demon Sect ruins. If you cultivate for too long, I'm afraid that the good things inside would have already been taken away by others. Xiao Hei agreed. After saying that, Zhuowen did not waste any more time. He sat down cross-legged on the spot and held a bead in his right hand. He began to circulate the demonic path in his body. Immediately, surging demon qi enveloped Zhuowen's entire body, causing the current Zhuowen to appear extremely strange. 3 days passed slowly. During this period, other mansion masters also arrived at the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. Although they also noticed Zhuowen, who was surrounded by surging demon qi in the corner, they did not have the slightest intention of disturbing Zhuowen. After all, the other mansion masters also knew that Zhuowen was a member of the Great Song Mansion. If they secretly killed Zhuowen, the great Song Mansion Songjie would probably kill them. In addition, the demon qi surrounding Zhuowen gave everyone an extremely powerful feeling. Therefore, although Zhuowen was cultivating there, the recent warriors of the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion seemed to treat Zhuowen as a stone statue and had no intention of disturbing him at all. When the third day arrived, the demon qi around Zhuowen suddenly surged. Then, the surging black demon qi fell in front of Zhuowen and began to squirm continuously. Finally, it formed an incomparably black body. This figure was filled with a powerful demonic aura. His pitch-black hair was mixed with a dark red blood color, giving off a strange blood-black color. There were 3 bloody scars on his cold and indifferent face. His demonic eyes were a mixture of black and red, giving him a strange appearance. Boom! The demonic body slowly landed on the ground and suddenly opened its eyes. Suddenly, demon qi surged out and formed a terrifying demon cloud in the void behind it. At this moment, many warriors had entered the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion. When these warriors saw the figure in the corner of the pavilion, they all stopped in their tracks, and a look of fear flashed in their eyes. Chapter 1200. Demon Body Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged behind the demonic body, slowly stood up. His eyes flickered. In the past 3 days, with the help of the extreme demonic battle qi, Zhuowen had finally reached the 5th level of the bedevilment force. At the same time, he had also triggered the power of the demonic eye, which gave birth to this demonic body filled with extreme demonic battle qi. Whoosh! With a wave of his right hand, Zhuowen summoned the Buddha body. He slowly walked between the Buddha body and the demonic body. He looked at Zhuowen, who was covered in Buddha light, and then at Zhuowen, who was covered in demonic qi. The 3 of them smiled at the same time. The Buddha's eye and the demon's eye can be separated. When they are combined, will the Buddha's and the demon's bodies fuse together and create a different type of Buddha's and demon's bodies? Zhuowen took a few steps back and stared at the backs of the Buddha and demon bodies. Then, with a thought, the Buddha and demon bodies slowly approached each other under Zhuowen's control. The Buddha stretched out its left hand, which was filled with Buddhist power, while the demon body stretched out its right hand, which was filled with raging demon qi. The moment their left and right hands came into contact, the Buddhist power and demon power began to merge, and an extremely terrifying power was being nurtured. Rumble! A muffled, thunder-like sound rang out. The Buddhist and demon energies began to fuse together, forming a golden and black spiral sphere. Within this golden and black spiral sphere, a destructive energy overflowed. This new energy formed from the fusion of the Buddhist and demon energies was extremely terrifying. What kind of energy is this? Why does it have such a terrifying aura? Inside the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion, many warriors were attracted by Zhuowen's actions. When they saw the Buddha and demon bodies clasping their hands together, they felt a strong sense of shock in their hearts as the 2 opposing energies of Buddhism and demon Tao combined to form a new energy. Just a trace of the new energy's aura was enough to make them shudder in fear. If they were to face this energy, they could imagine that they would definitely be blasted to pieces. Brat, quickly retract this Buddhist demonic energy, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Xiao Hei's urgent voice suddenly rang out, causing Zhuowen's mind to tremble. Just as he was about to use his mind to control the Buddha and devil bodies to immediately leave, the Buddha and devil powers between the Buddha and devil bodies began to swell violently. Its size continued to increase, and its power became even more terrifying and intense. Not good, it's too late. Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. With a thought, the Buddha body and the demon body turned into the Buddha demon eye and drilled into Zhuowen's forehead. Soon after, Zhuowen took a step forward and immediately arrived in front of the jade platform closest to him. He punched out with his right fist, and the light shield on the jade platform shattered. Zhuowen did not even look at what kind of treasure he was holding. After taking it out, A teleportation force enveloped him, and he turned into a light pillar and left the treasure house. Zhuo Wen's speed was extremely fast. He completed this series of actions in the blink of an eye. Many of the cultivators in the bountiful treasure pavilion did not even have time to react before Zhuo Wen disappeared into the light pillar. When these warriors finally reacted, they discovered that the Buddha and devil powers created by Zhuo Wen had erupted. Thus, everyone began to panic. Just like Zhuo Wen, they immediately took a treasure and left. Unfortunately, they missed the best time to escape. The explosive power of the Buddha demon energy was too terrifying. It almost enveloped the entire multi-treasure pavilion. The warriors who were still in the multi-treasure pavilion were instantly enveloped by this violent energy. Soon after, miserable screams rang out one after another. Zhui Wen, who had already left, naturally didn't care about those cultivators who had suffered an unexpected calamity. Or rather, he simply didn't know that Zhuo Wen was currently in a rather spacious passageway. In this passageway, there were many hard metal arms and legs scattered about. They should be some kind of powerful puppet. It seems that many people have already passed through here. I have to catch up with them, quickly. Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered. He took a step forward, turned into a black lightning, and disappeared into the passageway. As for Zhuo Wen, he was actually quite satisfied with obtaining the super demonic battle art and super demonic battle chi, especially with the help of the super demonic battle chi to push bedevilment to the 5th level and create a demonic body. The demonic body's offensive power was even more terrifying than the Buddha body. If the demonic body could become a demon emperor, its power would be extremely terrifying. It might even be able to fight against a mid-level martial emperor. However, Zhuo Wen was disappointed that the combination of the Buddha and the demonic body had failed. It seemed that he would have to work harder in this aspect. After all, the combination of the Buddha and the demonic body was indeed very tempting. What a strong smell of blood! Shuttling through the passageway, Zhuo Wen quickly sensed that there was an extremely strong smell of blood in the air. The smell of blood lingered in Zhuo Wen's nose, causing him to frown slightly. Even though he cultivated the demon Tao of massacre, he still felt a chill in the terrifying smell of blood. How many people did one have to kill to produce such a terrifying smell of blood? Moreover, Zhuo Wen found that the deeper he went into the passageway, the thicker the smell of blood became. It almost made him feel nauseous, which made him feel strange. Finally, after shuttling through the passageway for nearly an hour, Zhuo Wen came to a large hall. This hall was extremely large, spanning dozens of miles. The entire hall was blood red, and the 4 walls of this hall were piled up with piles of bones. At this moment, at the very center of this hall of bones, there was a blood pool that was several miles wide. Countless corpses were piled up around the blood pool. The entire scene was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, which was extremely terrifying and strange. Moreover, the blood pool was even more strange. Countless blood vessel-like branches grew out of it, which pounced on the surrounding corpses and began to suck the blood from the corpses. The blood flowed along these vessel-like branches and constantly flowed into the blood pool, causing the blood pool to constantly churn. During this period, there were even blood-colored bubbles. Zhuo Wen frowned slightly. This hall of bones was really too strange. Moreover, the thick smell of blood made him feel nauseous. This feeling was definitely not a physical one, but a spiritual one. No, don't suck my blood, don't. Among the countless corpses, a figure bathed in blood screamed and hurriedly crawled away from the side of the blood pool, wanting to leave the blood pool. However, the countless blood vessel-like branches that grew out of the blood pool were like the toughest ropes in the world, binding the figure in a sorry state. "Save me! Save me!" The person quickly noticed Zhuo Wen, who had just arrived at the hall. His throat was dry, and he used his right hand to ask for help from Zhuo Wen. Without any hesitation, Zhuo Wen took a step forward and arrived in front of the man. The 7-kill saber in his hand swept out and slashed out. Immediately, the blood vessels and branches that were entangling the man were all shattered. Blood gushed out like a water column. After severing these blood vessels and branches, Zhuo extended his left hand and grabbed the person. Just as he was about to fly away, countless blood vessels and branches surged out from the blood pool, wrapping around Zhuowen's limbs and bones from all directions. Moreover, they completely sealed off his path of retreat. Sword fire ultimacy. Zhuowen coldly snorted as mental energy gushed out from his Naiwen palace. Subsequently, the ultimate and limitless sword array in his spirit ring transformed into streaks of cold light that shot out, transforming into a sea of fire that blotted the sky, completely blocking the countless vessel-like branches outside. At the same time, Zhuowen's footsteps shifted as he flew backwards, his gaze grave as he stared at the blood pool in front of him. When Zhuowen retreated to the entrance of the hall, the countless vessel-like branches in the blood pool no longer chased after him, as if there was some kind of restriction. Zhuowen put down the person in his hand. Only then did he notice that the person's appearance was somewhat familiar. He asked somewhat uncertainly, "You're Zhou Chang from the Great Zhou Institute?" The person fell to the ground and retched for a while before gradually recovering a trace of clarity. He stared at Zhuowen, his entire body trembling as he nodded and said, "Yes, I'm Zhou Chang, I'm Zhou Chang. Just what has happened here?" Zhuowen frowned slightly as the ominous feeling in his heart grew even more intense. Something big must have happened in the hall, because the people who had died here were basically all cultivators from the outside world. Quite a few of them were elite cultivators from the 7 great prefectures. Zhou Chang crossed his arms when he heard Zhuowen's question. His entire body trembled even faster as his teeth chattered. His eyes were filled with fear as he stammered, "The day I return will be the day the Lord of the Extreme Demon arrives. The Lord of the Extreme Demon has returned, bringing with him endless resentment." Oh, Zhuowen's brows were tightly knitted together when he heard Zhou Chang's mindless words. He was even more confused. Zhou Chang was a second-level emperor after all, yet he was so frightened. He really did not know what kind of existence could make a second-level emperor like this. However, from Zhou Chang's words, it was clear that the reason the hall had become like this was related to the Lord of the Extreme Demon. Could it be that the Lord of the Extreme Demon, who has disappeared for many years, has returned? However, given the Lord of the Extreme Demon's advanced emperor cultivation, he shouldn't have mobilized so many people, right? Zhuowen frowned slightly. He felt very doubtful. Everything that had happened was just too strange. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Then, an extremely terrifying attack descended from the sky above Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen felt a sense of danger as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Subsequently, Zhuowen stomped his foot and dodged to the side. Boom! A huge light sword landed at the place where Zhuowen was just a moment ago. Then, a huge crater appeared where he was standing. However, the light sword did not hit its target, so it turned around and flew toward Zhou Chang. Not good. Chapter 1201. 5 absolutes. The bloody mist exploded and blood water bloomed like flowers. Soon after, it was absorbed by the blood pool, causing the stench of blood in the hall to become even more disgusting. Zhuowen's face turned slightly ugly. He slowly took a few steps back and stared at the figure on the light sword. He was wearing a ghost mask, and the number 5 was drawn on the forehead of the mask. The 5th absolutes of the 10 absolute sect. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said coldly. 5 absolutes stared at Zhuowen indifferently and said coldly, "The 10th and 9th absolutes are dead. Did you kill them? Look at you. You should already know. Why do you still ask?" Zhuowen sneered. "Since you killed them, you should be buried together with the 10th and 9th absolutes." Having said that, 5 absolutes held the sword hilt with his right hand and suddenly pulled it out. He stepped on the void and turned into a shadow, instantly shooting out like a bolt of black lightning. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and tapped his forehead with his right hand. The Buddha demon eye appeared and instantly switched to the Buddha eye. His body was covered in golden light, and his Buddha palm suddenly blasted out, hitting the light sword. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions rang out. Zhuowen frowned and took a few steps back. On the other hand, 5 absolutes only took 7 to 8 steps back. In this exchange, Zhuowen, who had switched to the Buddha body, was actually at a disadvantage. Third Heaven Emperor realm? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and frowned. The 5th absolute of the 10 Extremes sect was actually at the 4th level of the Great Emperor realm. This was terrifying. Didn't that mean that the other absolutes before the 5th absolute were all at the 4th level of the Great Emperor realm? There might even be 5th or 6th level existences. What kind of existence is the 10 absolute sect? Why are there so many powerful martial artists? Zhuowen frowned and suddenly remembered that Songdai had told him that the 10 absolute sect was extremely mysterious. Even the 7 great prefectures did not dare to casually touch such a force. The 10 absolutes sect was faintly catching up with the great devil sect. Dai. The moment Wu Ju stabilized himself, he took another step forward and swung the light sword in his hand. It turned into a light bridge that spanned across the void and charged toward Zhuowen. Buddha's illumination. Zhuowen frowned slightly, and the light well behind his head burst into a blazing light. Then he threw out a punch, which burst out with endless Buddha's light. This punch seemed to be plated with gold, shuttling through the void and landing heavily on the terrifying light sword. Rumble. The golden light and the lightsaber seemed to have stagnated in the void before coming to a stop. Amidst the golden light, Zhuowen frowned slightly. This Diwuju's strength was not bad. He was stronger than Sage Jin, whom he had encountered last time. However, he was still inferior to Yun Zhongjuan. Moreover, this lightsaber was only a low-level emperor artifact. Therefore, Diwuju was unable to suppress Zhuowen. Wu Ju, who was holding the light sword, had an ugly expression on his face. Zhuowen's difficulty had exceeded his expectations. Swoosh! Just as the two of them were locked in a stalemate, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from behind Zhuowen. The sharp sound of friction against the air gave Zhuowen an ominous feeling. 9 flames, karmic fire! With a low roar, the 9 flames, karmic fire, burst out from his body. Flames of 9 different colors alternated and spread throughout the entire space. At the same time, they formed a thick fire shield behind Zhuowen. Rumble! The dull sound of the sharp weapon colliding with the fire shield rang out. Then, Zhuowen felt a violent force coming from behind him, which made his chest feel stuffy. Retreat! When the person who launched the sneak attack saw that his attack had missed, he immediately retreated. However, how could Zhuowen let him retreat so easily? With a thought, the 9 flames karmic fire turned into countless fire pythons that shot out from all directions and surrounded the person who launched the sneak attack. Bang! 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 At the same time, Zhuowen exerted his strength with his right fist and blocked Wu Ju's light sword. Then he retreated, and his gaze fell on the person who launched the sneak attack, who was surrounded by the 9 flames karmic fire. The person who launched the sneak attack was also wearing a ghost mask. However, the word 6 was drawn on his forehead. He should be the 6th absolute of the 10 absolute sect. The 6th absolute's cultivation was much weaker than the 5 absolutes. He was only at the 2nd level emperor realm. At this moment, he was surrounded by the 9 flames karmic fire and looked extremely miserable. After all, the 9 flames karmic fire was a heavenly fire. One could imagine how powerful it was. Sneak attack me? Then you will have to pay the price. Now I will add fuel to the fire. Zhuowen snorted coldly. Immediately, the mental strength in his Naiwen palace surged out. Then the ultimate infinite sword formation shot out rays of sword light. They were like the brightest stars in the night sky. However, the cold rays were quickly replaced by terrifying flames. The long swords were covered in terrifying flames and possessed the power to burn the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Wu Ju was completely surrounded by the sword fire ultimacy. The power of the sword fire ultimacy would increase as the power of the flames increased. At this moment, the sword fire ultimacy was combined with the 9 flames karmic fire, and its power had increased by several folds. Wu Ju was only at the 2nd level Emperor realm. Under the combined power of the sword fire ultimacy and the 9 flames karmic fire, he did not last long. He let out a miserable shriek and was completely burned into ashes by the flames. Wu Ju, who was forced to retreat, had just stabilized himself when he heard Wu Ju's miserable shriek. Then his eyes narrowed as he realized that Wu Ju had completely turned into ashes in front of him. "Bastard! How dare you kill Wu Ju?" Wu Ju roared. His eyes gradually became wild and violent. Then he kicked out. The light sword in his hand started to grow under the effect of his yuan power. It grew to a size of several hundred feet. Then he raised the light sword above his head and slammed it down. Suddenly, the huge light sword was like a meteor that cut through the void and came crashing down. Boundless Buddhism. Zhuowen put his palms together. Suddenly, the light wheel behind his head shot out and turned into a huge light wheel that was several hundred feet wide. Golden Sanskrit words appeared on the surface of the light wheel. At the same time, the Sanskrit chants of Buddhism sounded like hypnosis. Under the boundless Buddhist light, Zhuowen looked like an ancient Buddha, solemn and dignified. The light sword that was several hundred feet wide descended. However, when the light sword was about to reach the light wheel, it was purified by the boundless Buddhist light and dissipated. Swoosh! The moment the light swords were purified, Zhuowen leaped into the air above the light wheel. With a wave of his right hand, the light wheel was grasped in his hand. Then he took a step forward and appeared in front of the 5 absolutes as if he had teleported. He waved the light wheel, emitting a terrifying Buddhist light that enveloped the 5 absolutes. Damn it! Wu Ju's face was as pale as snow. His eyes were filled with fear. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He clenched his right hand and formed a huge light sword again. Boom! Wu Ju kicked out and slashed out with the light sword in his hand. Suddenly, the blazing light split into thousands of light rays and lit up the entire stone hall. The thousands of light rays turned into thousands of light swords and shot out. They were like countless light tadpoles. With Wu Ju as the center, the light swords floated around. Wu Ju's aura was extremely terrifying. Break! Countless light swords flickered. Then, like laser guns, they blasted the light wheel and forced it to retreat. At the same time, Wu Ju quickly retreated dozens of meters away. He stared at Zhuowen with fear in his eyes. Wu Ju's condition was not good. His face was extremely pale. It was obvious that the previous attack had cost him a lot. Zhuowen waved his right hand and took the light wheel into his hand. He frowned and stared at Wu Ju in front of him. He did not expect Wu Ju to have such a move that could forcefully block the Buddha Dao light wheel. The Buddha Dao light wheel was very powerful. It was the source of the Buddha body's immortality. It would be difficult for ordinary forces to even push it back, let alone destroy it. Were all the warriors in this hall killed by the 10 Extreme sect? Zhuowen was not in a hurry to continue attacking. After Wu Ju used that attack, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Therefore, Zhuowen was not worried that Wu Ju could escape. Instead, he confronted him from afar and asked about the situation here. Hee, what do you think? Wu Ju sneered. Zhuowen frowned and said coldly, I am the one asking you now. However, you don't look like you will answer me. In that case, I can only kill you. With that, Zhuowen put his palms together and flew out again. Buddha light shone brightly, and the light wheel in his hand resounded with the solemn Sanskrit chant again. Wu Ju's face changed drastically, just as Zhuowen had guessed. He was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. He was not a match for Zhuowen even when he was at his peak, let alone now. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, just as Zhuowen was about to reach Wu Ju, 3 figures suddenly rushed out from the surrounding rock walls. Then 3 extremely terrifying attacks came crashing down on Zhuowen like a towering mountain. Danger! A strong sense of danger rose in Zhuowen's mind. His figure, which was originally rushing toward Wu Ju, forcibly turned his head. Then he waved the light wheel in his right hand. Suddenly, Buddhist light shone. In front of the light wheel, countless golden lights were attached to it, forming an extremely thick light shield. Bang! 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 When the 3 attacks landed, 3 dull sounds were heard. Then, Zhuowen felt his hands go numb. He was shocked to find that cracks appeared on the surface of the golden shield in front of him. The cracks spread at a terrifying speed and covered the entire surface of the golden shield in an instant. Then, with a bang, it shattered into countless golden fragments. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood as he was blown away. He slammed into the wall of the stone hall, leaving behind a human-shaped hole. 2nd Jew, 3rd Jew, and 4th Jew? After coughing out a mouthful of blood, Zhuowen struggled to get up from the human-shaped hole. His gaze shifted and fell on the 3 figures that suddenly appeared. He muttered softly, Chapter 1202, The Truth, 1/4 level Emperor Realm and 2 5th level Emperor Realm experts? Zhuowen slowly stepped back and looked at the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th absolutes. The 4th absolutes was a 4th level Great Emperor, while the 2nd and 3rd absolutes were 5th level Great Emperors, especially the 2nd absolutes. His aura was much stronger than the 3rd absolutes. He wasn't far from the 6th level Great Emperor realm. Kid, run. Given your current strength, you can barely fight against a 4th level Emperor realm expert. A 5th level Emperor realm expert is not someone you can deal with. Even if you have reached 5th level Emperor Realm, it is still unlikely that you will be a match for a 5th level Emperor Realm expert. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly resounded in Zhuowen's mind. Without any hesitation, Zhuowen took a step forward. At the same time, 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on his back. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled towards the tunnel outside the hall. 2nd Master, 3rd Master, and 4th Master sneered at the same time. None of them chased after Zhuowen. Instead, they watched coldly as Zhuowen fled. Boom! Just as Zhuowen was about to reach the entrance of the hall, a violent energy surged towards him. Zhuowen was caught off guard and he was hit by the violent energy. He spat out a mouthful of blood and violently smashed into the ground in the middle of the hall. Zhuowen struggled to get up. His gaze was dark and cold as he stared at the entrance of the large hall. All he could see was a graceful figure slowly walking over from behind the entrance. Her clear and melodious footsteps slowly reverberated within the large hall. They were just like the sound of flowing water, clear and pleasant to the ears. When the graceful figure finally arrived at the entrance of the large hall, Zhuowen was finally able to see the true face of the figure. He saw the figure smiling sweetly at him. Her smile was as stunning and colorful as the blooming of 100 flowers. Zhuowen, we meet again. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the figure. He said in a deep voice, So it is you. Sangdai? The graceful figure that walked out of the entrance of the hall was Tsang Sa, who had just finished repairing the teleportation array in the stone hall. At this moment, the demonic aura around Sangdai's body became even more intense. Her hair, eyes, lips, and nails were all a strange, pitch-black color. In particular, strands of black demonic aura would occasionally linger around this woman's body, making her look extremely intimidating and terrifying. What was even stranger was that the aura on her body gave him an unfathomable feeling. This caused Zhuowen to be extremely wary. After all, he had been blasted away by this woman earlier. Although this woman looked harmless, the power that truly erupted from her body caused Zhuowen to be extremely wary. "Who are you?" Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he finally asked the question in his heart. Although he had felt that there was something wrong with Song Dai from the start, the aura on her body was extremely weak. Hence, Zhuowen did not pay much attention to it. However, he now realized that he was way too wrong. This Song Dai was really not simple. Regardless of whether it was repairing the teleportation array in the stone hall or the powerful attack that had blasted him out of the stone hall, Zhuowen realized that this Song Dai was definitely an extraordinary person. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, second absolute, third absolute, fourth absolute, and fifth absolute were like 4 bolts of lightning as they swept behind Song Dai. The 4 of them lowered their heads, and their eyes were filled with reverence. It was as if they were following Song Dai's lead. "Guess who I am?" A carefree smile appeared on Song Dai's exquisite face. The founder of the 10 Extremes sect, the first absolute. Looking at the performance of second absolute, third absolute, fourth absolute, and fifth absolute, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He quickly thought of the founder of the 10 Extremes sect. It was said that the first absolute strength was extremely terrifying. The 7 Mansion Masters who ruled the panicked Great World were extremely fearful of the first absolute and the 10 Extremes sect. Even though the 10 Extremes sect was wreaking havoc in the 7 Mansion regions, the 7 Mansion Masters still did not touch the 10 Extremes sect. This showed how mysterious the 10 Extremes sect was. However, what Zhuowen did not expect was that Song Dai, the daughter of Mansion Master Song Jie of the Great Song Mansion, was actually the founder of the 10 Extremes sect. It is said that Song Jie, the daughter of Mansion Master Song Jie, is only 17 or 18 years old. However, the 10 Extremes sect has existed for almost 100 years. The founder of the 10 Extremes sect should be over 100 years old, right? Zhuowen said with a frown. Haha, Zhuowen, you are too naive. Do you believe that I am Song Dai of the Great Song Mansion? Originally, I thought that you, an outsider from the panicked world, would be a little smarter, but now it seems that I have overestimated you. Song Dai suddenly laughed. His laughter was full of sarcasm. What do you mean? Zhuowen asked with a slight frown. His heart was extremely restless. This Song Dish actually knew that he, Zhuowen, did not belong to this panicked big world. How did this Song Dish find out? Song Dai did not answer. Instead, he looked at the 4 people behind him and said indifferently, "Second invincible, third invincible, fourth invincible, and fifth invincible. The 4 of you take off your masks and let Zhuowen take a good look." "Yes." Second severance, third severance, and the other 2 nodded in agreement. Then they removed the ghost masks from their faces. When their faces appeared before Zhuowen's eyes, Zhuowen was stunned. It was as though he had been struck by lightning. The reason for that was because the 4 of them were no strangers to Zhuowen. In fact, they could even be said to be rather familiar with him. The Great Zhou Mansion Master Zhou Bin, the Great Qin Mansion Master Qin Xian, the Great Song Mansion Master Song Jie, and the Great Chu Mansion Master Chu Yu. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. His eyes were filled with shock. He had never thought that the 10 Absolute sect would actually have 4 of the 7 Mansion Masters, especially the second severance, third severance, and fourth severance. They were actually the top 3 Mansion Masters of the 7 Mansion Masters. Don't make wild guesses. The 7 Mansion Masters are all members of the 10 Absolute sect. As for me, I am the first severance. The so-called Songja's daughter, Songdish, is just my disguise. Even the hero assembly was planned by our 10 Absolute sect. It can even be said that the core higher-ups of the 7 Mansion Masters are basically under the control of our 10 Absolute sect. The entire Panic Big World is already under the control of our 10 Absolute sect, Songdish said with a faint smile. After a long time, Zhuowen slowly calmed down the shock in his heart. Shortly after, he pointed at the blood pool in the middle of the hall with his right hand and said, Then the so-called map of the great demon sect ruins was deliberately released by your 10 Absolute sect. The hero assembly was to attract many warriors from the panicked big world to the great demon sect ruins. The purpose was to kill these warriors who broke into the great demon sect ruins. Then, what is the purpose of killing so many people? Hee. Of course, it's to sacrifice. I am the remnant soul of the great demon lord. I want to recreate the glory of the past. It is also to take revenge for the people who destroyed my great demon sect. Speaking of this, Sangdish's eyes revealed a murderous glint as if he thought of something bad. Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly. It seemed that the disappearance of the great demon lord was inconsistent with the transmission. He didn't know what happened back then. Moreover, Sangdish admitted that he was the remnant soul of the great demon lord. He didn't know if it was true or not. At this moment, Zhuowen suddenly found that he had walked into a puzzle. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen continued to ask, "Also, how did you know that I am an outsider?" Haha, the aura on your body is too different from the people of the panicked great world. Although ordinary warriors can't sense that you are different, I can sense that you are not from this world. The moment you killed the 10th extremity, I had already planned this. Sangdish suddenly laughed. Hearing this, Zhuowen felt a chill in his heart. He didn't expect that he would fall into Sangdish's trap from the very beginning. Sangdish was just too terrifying. Whether it was his strength or his schemes, he made Zhuowen feel powerless. He was like a mouse that smelled the fragrance of cheese. The moment he was attracted by the cheese, he jumped in without hesitation and put himself in such a difficult situation. I won't say any more nonsense. With your strength, I think you should know what to do, right? Sangdish slowly walked toward Zhuowen as his indifferent voice sounded. Zhuowen frowned more and more, but he slowly retreated. The aura on Sangdish's body was extremely sharp and terrifying. From the collision just now, Zhuowen had no confidence in facing such an opponent. "What do you want me to do?" Zhuowen asked cautiously. Sangdish sneered and said, "What else can you do? Naturally, you will become the nourishment of the blood pool. With your strength and talent, if you enter the blood pool, the power you will sacrifice will be much stronger than that of ordinary warriors." "You want to sacrifice me?" Zhuowen asked with a gloomy look. "Haha, the blood of an outsider usually has a different kind of power. Perhaps it can restore most of my strength in one fell swoop." Sangdish said indifferently. Boom, boom, boom. As he walked, the violent aura on Sangdish's body exploded. A terrifying hurricane swept out from his body. The pressure revealed was like a mountain, crushing on Zhuowen's body. This caused Zhuowen's face to change greatly. His knees bent slightly as if he would kneel down at any time. 10,000 feet Buddha body. Zhuowen roared in anger. Buddhist light burst out from his body and shot up into the sky. He was tens of thousands of feet tall, as if he could penetrate the heavens and the earth. Zhuowen's body grew even taller, becoming tens of thousands of feet tall. The entire hall was pierced through by Zhuowen's huge body. The mighty Buddhist light shot in all directions, turning the entire hall into a golden color. Boom! Boom! Countless rocks fell from the top of the hall and smashed onto ground. Second Absolute, Third Absolute, Fourth Absolute, and Fifth Absolute staggered as they looked at Zhuowen, who had transformed into a 10,000 feet Buddha body. Their faces were filled with astonishment. "You have some skills. However, so what if your body has become 10,000 feet tall?" "Just crush me," Sangjie snorted. With a tap of her foot, her graceful figure dashed out like a dancing butterfly. Billowing black demon chi soared into the sky and condensed into a huge demon shadow in the void. The demon shadow was covered in black armor, with ferocious black horns protruding from the surface of the armor. Boom! The demon shadow roared and threw out a punch. The mountain-like demon hand blasted out, and Zhuowen, with his 10,000 feet Buddha body, also threw out a punch. Boom! 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 Chapter 1203. Run for your life. Is this all you've got? Break for me, then. Song Jie's pretty eyes were filled with malice. Her indifferent voice was just like rolling thunder as it reverberated across the entire hall. Soon after, Song Jie waved her jade-like hand before surging yuan power poured out. The 100,000 feet large devil figure roared. The roar that contained the devil figure spread across the entire hall, causing the entire hall to shake violently. Boom! The 100,000 feet large devil figure threw a punch once again. Rolling demonic aura swept out and formed many black hurricanes around the hall. Soon after, a huge demonic fist came flying one after another. Boom! Zhuowen let out a muffled groan as he continuously retreated. His face was clearly a little pale. However, before he could recover, the 100,000 feet large devil figure threw a punch once again, causing Zhuowen to retreat once again. Bang, bang, bang. The 100,000 feet large devil figure threw punch after punch. The terrifying fist force was just like a mountain as it came crashing down. This caused the atmosphere in the hall to become 1,000 times heavier. Zhuowen, who had transformed into a 100,000 feet large Buddha body, knelt on the ground with one knee under this heavy pressure. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Kneel down. Song Jie stood on the devil figure's shoulder and looked down at Zhuowen, who was kneeling on the ground. Her cold voice sounded once again as her delicate, jade-like hand slowly extended and pressed down on the empty space. Immediately, the surrounding atmosphere became even more solemn. Zhuowen, who was originally kneeling on one knee, was now kneeling on both knees. 9 flames, karmic fire, nirvana rebirth. Zhuowen roared furiously as 9 colored flames surged out from within his body. Using the power of the heavenly fire, they circled around his Buddha body, causing his nirvana rebirth to become even more powerful. Soon after, the light wheel behind Zhuowen's head was dyed with 9 colored flames, causing Zhuowen's aura to soar several times. Boom! Zhuowen beckoned with his right hand, and the 9-colored light wheel was held in his hand, after which he suddenly swung it. Immediately, terrifying 9-colored flames spread and dyed the entire hall with 9 different colors. The 100,000 feet large devil figure was actually forced back dozens of steps by this attack. His demonic eyes were filled with astonishment. You have some strength, but the difference between you and me is too great. I think it's better for you to suppress me. Song Jie's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Soon after, she clenched her jade-like hand. Immediately, a pitch-black long spear that was tens of thousands of feet long was formed in the empty space. This enormous long spear was held in the palm of the demonic figure's hand, after which the demonic figure raised the spear above his head and suddenly smashed it down. Boom! Boom! Even the light wheel, which had been reborn from the 9 flames karmic fire's nirvana rebirth, was suppressed by the black spear, obediently become my sacrifice. It is your honor to be able to help me regain my former demonic might. Now that I am giving you this honor, you should gladly accept it. Song Jie's jade-like feet tapped lightly on the ground and landed on the tip of the pitch-black spear. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at Zhuowen as his indifferent voice reverberated. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with coldness. He sneered and said, "It's my honor to become your sacrifice. Only your brain can think of such a thing." Humph. No matter how unwilling you are, what's the use? How long can you last now? You will be defeated by me sooner or later. It's better for you to give up resistance as soon as possible. This way, I will give you a quick death. Song Jie said indifferently. Let me think about it. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. It was rare for him to admit defeat. Hearing this, the corners of Song Jie's mouth revealed a devilish smile and said, "Okay. I will give you 10 breaths to think about it. When the time comes, you can take the initiative to give up resistance. I won't do anything to you." Zhuowen nodded and frowned slightly as if he was really thinking about something. Song Jie was not in a hurry. He quietly stood on the pitch-black spear and looked down at Zhuowen, silently waiting for Zhuowen's reply. 10 breaths time is up. Have you thought about it? After 10 breaths, Song Jie smiled and asked. Yes, I have. Zhuowen nodded seriously. Tell me your answer. Song Jie said indifferently. My answer is... Zhuowen muttered in a low voice and punched out. The 9 flames, karmic fire, surged out and surrounded the golden fist. It heavily slammed against the black spear. The violent collision caused Song Jie, who was standing on the black spear, to lose his balance and stagger. Damn it! You are courting death. Song Jie angrily roared as his jade-like hands slammed onto the long black spear. Soon after, the demonic shadow behind him let out a furious roar as demonic aura surged. With a clench of its huge right hand, the long black spear was flung towards Zhuowen. There was no sadness or joy in Zhuowen's eyes. The 9-colored light wheel in his hand suddenly shot out, colliding with the long black spear. Soon after, he let out a muffled groan as he retreated. The instant he retreated, a tiny figure shot out from the huge Buddha body. If one were to take a closer look, wasn't that Zhuowen's actual body who was wearing a black robe? Swoosh! Zhuowen's real body was extremely fast and almost soared to the limit. He directly rushed towards the entrance of the hall in an attempt to escape. As expected, it's an external avatar. I have already prepared for this. 2nd absolute, 3rd absolute, 4th absolute. The 3 of you stop Zhuowen's real body. Song Jie was not too concerned about Zhuowen's real body that rushed out from the Buddha body. After all, Zhuowen had already revealed his Buddha body avatar at the hero competition. Therefore, Song Jie had already expected that Zhuowen would have 2 avatars. Therefore, he was not too worried. The 2nd absolute, the 3rd absolute, and the 4th absolute looked at each other. Then, they rushed out and surrounded Zhuowen. 6 pairs of cold eyes stared at Zhuowen. Zhuowen, I think you should give up. Although your battle strength is very strong, compared to the 3 of us who are mid-level martial emperors, there is still a big gap. 3rd absolute, Song Jie, stared at Zhuowen indifferently and said, Prefecture Master Song Jie, what I want to ask is, are the 7 prefecture masters of the Pang Great World controlled by the 10 Absolute sect, or are they originally from the 10 Absolute sect? Zhuowen asked in a low voice. Song Jie and Zhou Bin looked at each other and immediately said, We can't say that we are controlled, but we have reached some kind of agreement with the 10 Absolute sect. Because the Lord of the Grand Demon sect said that if we can completely help him recover his peak strength, he will impart the experience of advancing to the high-level martial emperor realm to us, and even help us advance to the high-level martial emperor realm. Therefore, the 7 prefecture masters are willing to join the 10 Absolute sect and serve the 1st Absolute. Hearing this, Zhuowen finally understood why the 7 prefecture masters were willing to collude with the 10 Absolute sect, and even did not hesitate to trick the majority of the cultivators in the 7 prefectures into the ruins of the Grand Demon sect. It was all for the secret of advancing to the high-level martial emperor realm. In the Pang Great World, only the Lord of the Grand Demon sect has reached the high-level martial emperor realm, and we also know that we have no hope of breaking through. If there is no opportunity or guidance from a predecessor, I think we will not be able to advance to the high-level martial emperor realm even when our lives are almost up, Zhou Bin added. Zhuowen sneered. Are you sure that the Lord of the Grand Demon sect will be willing to impart the experience of advancing to the high-level martial emperor realm to you after you help him recover to the high-level martial emperor realm? Hearing this, Zhou Bin, Song Jie, and Qin Xian's expressions changed greatly. Although they had considered this before, due to their extreme desire to advance to the high-level martial emperor realm, they subconsciously ignored the possibility of the Lord of the Grand Demon sect breaking his promise. The three of you can rest assured. How can I, the lord of the Grand Demon Sect, go back on my word? Didn't I swear to my heart demon back then? If I go back on my word, I will suffer the torment of my heart demon forever. Don't you trust me? Not far away, Psangdai, who was suppressing Zhuowen, let out a cold snort, causing Zhou Bin and the other two to come to their senses. Zhuowen, it seems that you want to sow discord between me and them. Unfortunately, your move is not very good. Psangdai sneered coldly. Let's do it. The longer we wait, the more unforeseen things will happen. Songjia shouted in a low voice. Immediately, the three of them stopped talking nonsense with Zhuowen and unleashed their terrifying emperor's might, crushing toward Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with seriousness. Demonic body, it looks like I can only rely on you. Take the slaughtering abstinence violation blade and carve out a bloody path for me. Zhuowen sighed softly. Soon after, a demonic eye appeared on his forehead. Surging demon qi erupted from his body. Demonic clouds soared into the sky, causing the entire hall to tremble. Then, a black figure stepped out from Zhuowen's body. This figure's appearance was exactly the same as Zhuowen's. However, his hair was black and red. This strange hair grew out and hung down to his feet. His demonic eyes were even stranger. They flickered with black and red colors. At the same time, Zhuowen flicked his finger and directly handed the slaughtering abstinence violation blade to Zhuowen. Life-breaking. Demonic body Zhuowen was expressionless as he gently gripped the slaughtering abstinence violation blade with his right hand. Demonic energy surged into the slaughtering abstinence violation blade, and demonic energy surged out of Zhuowen's body like a rain of blood. Zhuowen's long hair and sleeves fluttered, making him look like a peerless demon emperor. Rumble. As soon as the life-breaking was unleashed, an extremely terrifying crack appeared in the void. Then, a blood-red blade shadow, nearly 1,000 feet long, fell from the crack. However, on the surface of this blood-red blade shadow, there was a trace of black demon qi, which looked somewhat similar to Zhuowen's long hair. The life-breaking used by Zhuowen was much more terrifying than Zhuowen's. Even Songjia and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Go. The moment the life-breaking appeared, Zhuowen's body stepped out and rushed out from the gap between the three. 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared, and he directly turned into a blue lightning and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 1204. Blood Pool Whoosh. A lightning-like figure shuttled through the dark black tunnel. The tunnels outside of the large hall extended in all directions, appearing just like a maze. This figure entered a concave cave after passing through a couple of rather remote corners. A delicate and handsome face was revealed under the dim light. It was Zhuowen's actual body who had escaped from the large hall. What a loss! Both of my doppelgangers were left in the main hall. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. From what he could sense, the Buddhist avatar was currently being suppressed by Psangdai. It was only a matter of time before the Buddhist avatar was defeated. As for the demonic Tao avatar, although he had the slaughtering abstinence violation saber, and because he was a demonic cultivator, his combat strength was far greater than an ordinary martial artist's. Coupled with the slaughtering abstinence violation saber, the demonic Tao avatar's might was extremely terrifying. However, the Songjia trio were all intermediate Emperor Realm experts. No matter how terrifying the demon doppelganger's battle strength was, it was unlikely that he could suppress the trio. In fact, Zhuowen could sense that the demon doppelganger was being suppressed by the trio. At this moment, within the large hall, Psangjia's brows were slightly furrowed. She did not expect that Zhuowen would actually have a demonic avatar, allowing Zhuowen's actual body to escape. This is Supreme Demon Battle Qi? Soon, Song Jie's attention was focused on the demon doppelganger Zhuowen, who was holding the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber. Her beautiful eyes were startled at first, but soon revealed a strong sense of greed. Humph! Let's get rid of you as soon as possible. After taking a deep look at the demon doppelganger Zhuowen, Song Jie waved her jade-like hand. Suddenly, a strange black gas swept out from her palm and turned into a black rope that was thousands of feet long. When the black rope appeared, it was like a black python that wrapped around the Buddhist doppelganger. The moment the black rope wrapped around the Buddhist doppelganger Zhuowen, the latter frowned slightly. Just as he was about to break free, he found that the black rope emitted an extremely strange power that tightly bound him, making it impossible for him to break free. Although your doppelganger's body is extremely strong, your strength is still below the Emperor realm. You can't compare with me at all. You can't break free from the black rope I provided for you, Song Jie said indifferently. The Buddhist doppelganger Zhuowen struggled for a moment and stopped. He could feel that the black rope that was binding him was very strong. It was true that he could not break free from it. The huge Zhuowen Song Jie trio. Zhuowen, the demon doppelganger. The huge demon doppelganger was wrapped in rolling demon clouds. Cloud, demon doppelganger. Zhuowen Studio Zhuowen was. Song Jie. Zhuowen Studio. Zhuowen. Zhuowen Buddhist. Studio. 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 Zhou Studio. 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 Zhuowen Studio. Is Studio. 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 Demon. Demon. Studio demonic. Demon demanding. When the pitch-black spear collided with the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade, an extremely ear-piercing screech erupted. Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the power that erupted from the pitch-black spear had caused his blade-wielding right hand to turn numb. Chaotic mortal world. Zhuowen let out a low roar, and the blood-red smoke gushed out from the slaughter, oath-breaking saber. A depraved mortal world essence gushed out from the blood-red smoke and spread around. In the depraved mortal world essence, Song Jie and the other two, who were rushing forward to encircle Ding Hao, suddenly stopped, and their minds fell into the real mortal world environment. On the other hand, Song Jie's beautiful eyes were in a daze. Apparently, she had also been affected by the chaotic worldly dust. However, she quickly regained her clarity of mind. She stretched out her right hand, and with a roar, the 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow descended from the sky, viciously suppressing Zhuowen. Life destruction. Billowing demon battle, qi gushed out from Zhuowen's body and entered the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber in his hand. Subsequently, the surface of the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber emitted a terrifying blood-red light. The blood-red light surged out for 10,000 feet, forming a 10,000 feet long saber shadow. Boom! The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow's giant hand was directly smashed into powder by the 10,000 feet long saber shadow. Suppress! Song Jie's beautiful eyes narrowed. The demonic shadow let out a monstrous roar, and the pitch-black spear in his right hand suddenly swept out. The extremely black spear tip spun violently like an electric drill, abruptly colliding with the 10,000 feet long saber shadow. Subsequently, a sharp screech erupted. Boom! 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 What made Zhuowen's pupils shrink was that the terrifying 10,000 feet long saber shadow was instantly penetrated by the pitch-black spear. Subsequently, the demonic shadow swung his right hand, and suddenly a monstrous, demonic power poured into the saber shadow, shattering it into countless blood-red powder. Bang! The moment the saber shadow shattered, the demonic shadow took a step forward. His shattered left palm was restored to its original state under the effect of the surging demonic aura. His left hand descended from the sky and enveloped Zhuowen of the demonic path. Slash! Zhuowen waved his right hand, and demon battle qi gushed out. The slaughtering, oath-breaking saber slashed out once again. However, The moment the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber slashed out, it was blocked by the demonic shadow's pitch-black spear. Subsequently, the demonic shadow's left palm smoothly caught Zhuowen. Zhuowen's brows slightly knitted as he coldly stared at Song Jie on the demonic shadow. From the beginning to the end, he did not reveal any fear and maintained a cold expression. Demons were originally heaven-defying cultivators. They were cold and indifferent to everything. Even in the face of death, they would not reveal any fear. Instead, they would remain indifferent. Zhuowen's body was derived from the demonic eye, and he possessed all the characteristics of a demon. Even if he was captured alive by Song Jie, there would not be any emotion in his eyes. The moment he caught Zhuowen of the demonic Tao, Song Jie waved his sleeve. Instantly, a sound barrier enveloped the two of them. Song Jie stared at Zhuowen of the demonic Tao and asked, "Where did you get your extreme demonic battle chi?" Looking at your appearance, there is also a trace of the demon battle art circulation path in your body. If you hand over these two things to me, I can consider letting you live. Demon battle chi and demon battle art? Zhuowen of the demonic Tao narrowed his eyes as he stared at the somewhat anxious Song Dai. His eyes were filled with a strange light. Wasn't this Song Dai the incarnation of the Lord of Extreme Demons? And the Extreme Demon Chi and Extreme Demon Battle Art were created by the Lord of Extreme Demons. Why did it seem like Song Dai didn't know these two things at all, and even wanted to obtain his Extreme Demon Battle Art and Extreme Demon Battle Chi? Perhaps sensing the strange expression in Zhuowen's eyes, Song Jie's expression stiffened. He immediately coughed and said, "Although I am the incarnation of the Demon Lord's remnant soul, I am still missing a lot of my memories. Although I created the demon battle art, I have already forgotten this part of my memories. Also, this demon battle chi has great benefits for my recovery. If you hand it over now, I will remember your merit and spare your life." Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent as he coldly smiled and said, "The demon battle chi has already been refined by me. As for the demon battle art, it is in my body. You are dreaming if you want to obtain it." Song Jie's face darkened when he heard this. He coldly said, "Zhuowen, I know you can definitely hear me. Your two clones are in my hands. You better hand over the demon battle art, and I can consider returning your Buddhist clone to you." "Oh, you're only returning my Buddhist clone? What about my demonic clone?" Zhuowen's chilling voice sounded. Song Jie coldly snorted and said, "Demonic clone? Your demonic avatar has extreme demonic battle chi. Naturally, I need to refine it. The extreme demonic battle chi is what I need. If you hand over the demon battle art now, you can get your Buddhist clone back. Otherwise, you will lose both clones. This is the choice I am giving you." Upon hearing these words, the expression of Zhuowen, who was hiding in the groove of the tunnel, became extremely dark and cold. His eyes were also filled with a gloomy expression. This Song Dai was truly ruthless. If he did not hand over the great demon battle art, this Song Dai planned to destroy both of his avatars. "Brat, don't hand over the demon battle art. If this Dragon Lord's guess is correct, once the demon battle art is handed over to Song Jie, the latter's strength will definitely increase greatly. This is extremely disadvantageous for you. Moreover, your Buddhist and demonic clones are formed from the demon eye of the Buddha. This is a treasure refined by the fighting Buddha demon sage. How can a mere emperor realm cultivator destroy it? At most, the two clones will be trapped by Song Jie." Xiao He came out of Zhuowen's sea of consciousness and stood on his shoulder as she reasoned. Zhuowen nodded. Xiao He was right. Song Jie was so eager to obtain the demon battle art in his hands. This in itself was somewhat strange. His thoughts were the same as Xiao He's. He definitely couldn't hand over the demon battle art. "Have you considered it? Losing one or two doppelgangers is all up to you." Song Dai continued to speak to Zhuowen of the demonic Tao. Zhuowen glanced at Song Jie indifferently and said coldly, "Scram." Don't even think about obtaining the demon battle art. Song Jie's expression froze slightly. Immediately, her beautiful eyes revealed a violent rage. She stared at Zhuowen and said in a low voice, "Good, good, good. Since you said so, don't blame me for being ruthless." As she spoke, Song Fei waved her sleeve again, and the sound barrier was removed. She extended her right hand and grabbed Zhuowen from the demonic Tao. "The three of you, keep a close eye on that Zhuowen of the Buddhist Tao. Right now, I need to properly deal with this Zhuowen of the demonic Tao." After Tsang Dai finished speaking, he lifted Zhuowen and stepped out. In an instant, they arrived above the blood pool. Tsang Jie and the other two looked at each other. They did not understand why Tsang Dai blocked the conversation between Zhuowen and Zhuowen. However, since Tsang Dai had ordered them to do so, they naturally could not disobey. They all came to Zhuowen's side and focused their sharp eyes on Zhuowen. Above the blood pool, Tsang Dai silently stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "You asked for it. Now, I'll put your devil avatar into the sacrificial blood pool to refine it and extract the supreme devil battle chi. Then, I'll deal with your Buddhist avatar. Of course, I won't let your main body go." Chapter 1205. Two pupils at the bottom of the pool boom. Demonic Dao Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. His body was still in midair as he twisted his waist. Grand demonic battle chi surged out in an attempt to escape from the range of the blood pool. Unfortunately, Tsang Dai's power firmly restrained his entire body, making it impossible for him to twist his body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous blood, vessel-like branches burst out from the blood pool. They were like countless tentacles as they entangled demonic Dao Zhuowen, making it difficult for him to break free. Bang! The sound of something falling into the water rang out. Soon after, demonic Dao Zhuowen was directly pulled into the blood pool by the countless blood vessel-like branches. In an instant, demonic Dao Zhuowen felt that his eyes were filled with the color of blood. Other than the boundless blood, there was no other color in his eyes. Chi, chi, chi. Waves of blood-colored whirlpools churned up from the blood pool like boiling water. It looked extremely terrifying. Tsang Dai silently hovered above the blood pool. A cruel expression appeared in his eyes as he watched demonic Dao Zhuowen's figure being submerged in the blood pool. "I must obtain the grand demonic battle chi. Also, you will not be able to take away the grand demonic battle art on your body." Tsang Dai muttered in a low voice as his pitch-black eyes were filled with a blazing color. Demonic Dao avatar has been thrown into the sacrificial blood pool by Tsang Dai. Zhuowen's original body spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke with a slightly pale face. "The power of this sacrificial blood pool is not bad. It is actually able to affect your demonic Dao avatar. However, I'm afraid that it will not be able to refine your demonic Dao avatar." Xiao Hei, who was on Zhuowen's shoulder, said in a somewhat grave voice. Zhuowen nodded. After all, the demonic Dao avatar was formed by the demonic eye. If it was so easily refined by the sacrificial blood pool, wouldn't it bring shame to the reputation of the fighting Buddha demon sage? At this moment, demonic Dao Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes in the blood pool. A strange black and red light burst out from his eyes. The surrounding blood-colored whirlpools were rapidly rotating and squeezing demonic Dao Zhuowen. However, they were unable to cause much harm to him as demonic Dao Zhuowen circulated the grand demonic battle chi in his body to completely block the corrosion of the surrounding blood-colored whirlpools. There are too many blood-colored whirlpools in this sacrificial blood pool. The grand demonic battle chi cannot support me for too long. I have to think of a way to get out of this blood pool. Zhuowen slightly frowned as he looked around at the endless blood-colored whirlpool. His eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. Most of his strength had been confined by Tsang Dai. Coupled with the numerous blood vessels and branches that burst out from the blood pool, Zhuowen's strength had been reduced to less than 10%. not to mention escaping from this blood pool. He even felt that it was difficult for him to move. Time slowly passed. Finally, the grand demonic battle chi that surrounded Zhuowen had been shattered. The billowing blood-colored whirlpools were like numerous blood-colored rays that eroded demonic Dao Zhuowen's demonic body in an attempt to completely crush it. However, demonic Dao's demonic body was formed by the demonic eye of the Buddha demon eye. Although the sacrificial blood pool was powerful, it was still difficult to destroy demonic Dao's demonic body. Although demonic Dao's demonic body was so tough that the blood pool could not destroy it, the extreme pain caused by the blood-colored whirlpools stirring his body was clearly transmitted to Zhuowen's nerves. So painful! Zhuowen's original body suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became even paler. Although demonic Dao's demonic body could not be destroyed by the blood pool, the pain caused by the injury was transmitted to Zhuowen's nerves. The pain was extremely intense, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. Even though Zhuowen's willpower was extremely firm, he still groaned from the intense pain. His hands that were pressed against the wall left extremely deep marks on the wall. It could be seen how intense the pain Zhuowen was enduring at this moment. "It seems that the two avatars have a great impact on you," Xiaohei said with a frown as she looked at Zhuowen, who was groaning in pain. In the blood pool, demonic Dao, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Although he also felt the intense pain, he was a demonic Dao cultivator. The only thing that remained unchanged in his eyes was his indifference. He did not reveal any pain. At most, he would frown slightly. When demonic Dao Zhuowen was drifting in the blood pool, a pair of purple-black pupils appeared at the bottom of the blood pool. The pupils looked through the endless blood water and fell on demonic Dao Zhuowen's body. A hint of astonishment appeared in the pupils' eyes. The aura of grand demonic battle chi? This kid also cultivates a grand demonic battle art? Could this be fate? A low and hoarse voice slowly resounded from the pair of purple-black pupils and lingered at the bottom of the blood pool. Demonic Dao Zhuowen, who was drifting with the flow, also heard the voice at the bottom of the blood pool. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Whoosh! The sound of water splashing was heard. Then, Zhuowen suddenly discovered that a pair of purple-black pupils had appeared in front of him. The pair of purple-black pupils were in the shape of two rings. If one looked at them, it would be extremely easy to feel dizzy. "Who are you?" Demonic Dao Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at the pair of purple-black pupils with vigilance. He did not notice the appearance of the pair of pupils before. The pair of pupils did not pay attention to Zhuowen's question. Instead, they stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "Where did you get your grand demonic battle chi and grand demonic battle art?" Hearing this, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of shock. Why would the pair of pupils suddenly ask such a question? And who was the owner of the pair of pupils? The way they appeared was too strange. Your physical body is really tough. You actually did not suffer any damage in the sacrificial blood pool. However, this is not the place to talk. Come with me. The pair of purple-black pupils glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. Soon after, a purple-black energy wrapped around Zhuowen. Zhuowen wanted to resist, but found that the purple-black energy was too large and did not allow him to resist at all. Whoosh! Soon, Zhuowen was carried away by the mighty force and rushed to the bottom of the blood pool. At the bottom of the blood pool, there was a half-mile wide vacuum zone. The reason why it was called a vacuum zone was mainly because this half-mile area was covered by a semicircular light barrier. The surrounding blood water was basically blocked by this semicircular light barrier. It was impossible for it to enter this half-meter radius. Whoosh! The pair of purple-black pupils quickly brought Zhuowen into the light shield. The moment his feet landed on the ground, Zhuowen found that the shackles on his body had disappeared. Then his attention fell on the pair of purple-black pupils in front of him. However, the pair of purple-black pupils did not look at Zhuowen. Instead, they turned into a purple-black stream of light and landed in the center of the area. There, a stooped figure quietly sat cross-legged. Armor Soul. Zhuo Wen's eyes first landed on the purple-black eyes that were suspended above the human figure. Only then did he turn his attention to the hunchbacked figure below the eyes. How could he not tell that the purple-black eyes that had brought him here were the armor spirit of this hunchbacked figure? However, although the stooped figure in front of him emitted a powerful aura, there were traces of death aura lingering around his body, as if this figure could lose his life at any time. The semicircular light shield above the vacuum area was also supported by this stooped figure, preventing the surrounding blood water from entering. The stooped figure slowly turned around, revealing an aged face that was covered in wrinkles. Moreover, there were strands of dark aura faintly seeping out from this aged face. It looked exceptionally strange and terrifying. Poison. Looking at the strands of black qi on the stooped old man's face, Zhuo Wen's pupils shrank and he whispered in surprise, Sit. The hunchbacked old man waved his sleeve. Immediately, a stone table and 2 stone stools appeared in front of him. He leisurely sat on one of the stone stools. His right hand pointed at the stone stools opposite him as he spoke to Zhuo Wen. Although his heart was filled with doubt, Zhuo Wen still followed the stooped old man's instructions and sat opposite him. His eyes were rather cautious as he stared at the stooped old man and asked softly, Senior is... When Zhuo Wen said this, he realized that he didn't know how to address the stooped old man in front of him. You can call me Old Mo. How should I address you, little friend? Old Mo coughed lightly and smiled at Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen did not hide his name and calmly said. The stooped old man in front of him seemed to be trapped in the pool of blood as well. However, he did not know who this person was. Could it be that he was related to the storage disk? Zhuo Wen? Not a bad name. Old Mo praised and then went silent for a while, as if he was thinking about something. After pausing for a moment, he continued, Did you obtain the demon battle chi and demon battle art from the 2 statues in the treasure pavilion? Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's pupils shrank as he stared at old Mo. Zhuo Wen's heart was filled with doubts. He did not expect that this old man would know the location of the demon battle chi and demon battle art. Could it be that these 2 items were placed in the treasure pavilion by this old man? Then who was this old man? There's no need to be too surprised. Just as you thought, the demon battle chi and the demon battle art were placed in the 2 demonic statues at the entrance of the bountiful treasures pavilion. Elder Hiroshi admitted it openly. Then who are you? Why would it exist in this sacrificial blood pool? Zhuo Wen frowned slightly and asked Old Mo. Old Mo smiled as a chilling light flowed out of his eyes. Because someone wants to use this sacrificial blood pool to completely refine me and take my power for their own. This sacrificial blood pool has existed here for nearly 100 years. It has existed for nearly 100 years? Could it be that Elder has also been trapped at the bottom of this blood pool for nearly 100 years? Zhuo Wen's eyes were startled as he asked in surprise. Yes, the original purpose of this sacrificial blood pool was to refine this old man. However, you suddenly barged into this blood pool. In addition, you have the aura of the supreme demonic chi on your body, so this old man pulled you here. Elder Mo nodded. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen frowned slightly. Soon after, he asked, Elder, the one who built this sacrificial blood pool is the demon Lord's remnant soul. Do you have any way to escape from this blood pool? Chapter 1206. The True Grand Devil Master. Oh, is this Song Dai not formed from the Grand Devil Master's soul fragment? Zhuo Wen's eyes hardened when he heard Old Mo's soft curse. Surprise was revealed in his heart as he quietly wondered. Old Mo also noticed that he had lost his composure after cursing. His eyes flickered as he sighed softly Zhuowen, from the looks of it, you don't seem to know anything about the Grand Devil Master. I really don't know much about the Lord of the Grand Demon. However, I heard that the Lord of the Grand Demon was the only genius in the panicked world who had advanced to the advanced Emperor realm. After the Lord of the Grand Demon founded the Grand Demon sect, he mysteriously disappeared not long after. Everyone thought that the Lord of the Grand Demon might have gone to a higher plane. Who would have thought that we would encounter the remnant soul of the Grand Demon Lord in the Grand Demon sect ruins? Zhuowen muttered. The Grand Devil Master's soul fragment that you're talking about should be Mo Jia. It is this fellow who created this sacrificial blood pool. It is also this fellow who wants to refine me and turn me into his own strength. Old Mo's eyes revealed a ferocious expression when he spoke until this point. His eyes were filled with hatred. Zhuowen's eyes hardened when he heard this. He quickly asked, "In that case, who is this Mo Jia?" Mo Jia is the last sect master of the ultimate demon sect. He possesses the cultivation of the 6th level D stage. At the same time, he is also a despicable person. Old Mo's eyes were filled with fury when he spoke until this point. He was so angry that he was trembling. Why is this Mo Jia scheming to deal with Elder? Zhuowen asked in a puzzled manner. Old Mo slowly calmed his somewhat uncontrollable fury. He glanced at Zhuowen and sighed. "Zhuowen, let me tell you a story about the Grand Devil Master. Are you willing to listen to me?" Zhuowen was taken aback. He subconsciously nodded and said, "Senior, please speak your mind." Old Mo nodded slightly. Immediately his eyes became a little unfocused as he softly said, "The Grand Demon Master has an ominous body. He caused the death of his parents the moment he was born, causing him to become an orphan. Due to this ominous omen from the moment he was born, his fellow villagers did not wish to cause any trouble and abandoned him in the wilderness. However, the Grand Demon Master is an extraordinary person. He possesses a trace of intelligence the moment he makes a move. He lives in the wilderness with the body of an infant, living like a wolf or a tiger. When he was 3 years old, he could snatch food from the mouths of tigers and wolves. When he was 5 years old, he became the king of wild beasts in the wilderness. When he was 6 years old, he returned to the village and killed over 100 villagers. When he was 10 years old, the sect master of the extreme demon sect encountered the Grand Demon Master. The sect master of the extreme demon sect saw that his talent was extraordinary, and he possessed all the characteristics of a demonic cultivator. He knew that the Grand Demon Master was definitely a genius of demonic cultivation. As a result, the sect master of the extreme demon sect became fond of his talent and accepted him as a subordinate, becoming his disciple. The Grand Demon Master did not disappoint the sect master of the extreme demon sect. With the systematic teaching of cultivation, the Grand Demon Master's cultivation basically progressed by leaps and bounds. Back then, the extreme demon sect was only an insignificant demonic sect among the 7 prefectures. However, the Grand Demon Master rose up far too quickly. His breakthroughs were terrifyingly fast as well. A genius like that finally attracted the attention of the 7 prefectures. As a result, the 7 prefectures requested the extreme demon sect to hand the Grand Demon Master over to them. They could see the potential in the Grand Demon Master, so they wanted to take the genius for themselves. However, the Lord of the Grand Fiends had his own pride, and all his abilities were taught to him by the sect master of the Grand Fiend sect. As a result, the Lord of the Grand Fiends rejected the requests of the 7 great sections. However, his rejection angered the 7 great sects, and as a result, the Grand Fiend sect was destroyed in a single night. The only one who managed to escape was the Lord of the Grand Fiends. Since then, the Lord of the Grand Fiends vanished from the entire world, and everyone gradually forgot about him. 10 years later, the Grand Demon Master reappeared. His cultivation had reached mid-emperor. As a result, The Grand Demon Master came looking for the 7 prefectures one by one. Back then, apart from the Great Zhou Institute, the 6 other prefectures were basically massacred by the Grand Demon Master. Back then, blood flowed like rivers. Even though the Great Zhou Institute's master was not weak back then, he still did not dare to contend against the Grand Demon Master. Instead, he chose to retreat. As a result, the Grand Demon Master founded a new extreme demon sect in the panicked world. This time, the extreme demon sect that the Grand Demon Master founded was even more powerful than all the other sects and organizations. It was filled with experts and geniuses. It was extremely powerful, basically surpassing the 7 prefectures. It became the only sect and organization that ruled the panicked world. Elder Mo paused when he reached there, while Zhuowen sank into his thoughts. It seemed like the Grand Demon Master was no ordinary person. He was born with a body of ill omen. Both his parents had died, so he survived in the wilderness as an infant. When he was 6 years old, he killed the entire village that had abandoned him. The Grand Demon Master was a rather cold-blooded and heartless person. However, he possessed a pure demonic heart, which was why his speed of demonic cultivation was so abnormal. Senior, what happened afterwards? How did the Grand Demon Master go missing afterwards? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Elder Mo nodded and continued. After the Grand Demon Master established the new extreme demon sect, his demonic might filled the sky. No organization in the panicked world could compare to him. Afterwards, the Grand Demon Master no longer cared about the matters of the extreme demon sect. Instead, he focused on cultivation, preparing to break through the shackles of the high-class emperor realm that no one had ever broken through before. The figure of an emperor descended from the sky, as if to welcome a new emperor. Countless bolts of lightning spread, turning the sky of the extreme demon sect into a prison of lightning. The might of the heavens was vast and mighty, and all the cultivators in the panicked world knelt on the ground as if they were paying respects to an emperor. At that moment, the Grand Demon Master stepped out of his seclusion. He was in high spirits, and his eyes shone like stars. He had broken through his shackles, reaching the high-class emperor realm that no one had ever reached before. After breaking through to the high-class emperor realm, the first thing the Grand Demon Master did was head to the Great Zhou Institute and kill the Great Zhou Institute's headmaster. He wanted to take revenge for the 7 prefectures working together to destroy the extreme demon sect. Afterwards, the Grand Demon Master stayed in the extreme demon sect for a few more years. Because there were no longer any opponents he could fight, the Grand Demon Master grew more and more bored of the panicked world. As a result, he decided to challenge the protector of the panicked world and reach the legendary upper realm. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He asked, then the Grand Demon Master fought with the protector of the panicked world. Yes, the Grand Demon Master did indeed find the protector of the panicked world and fought with him. The might of the battle was so great that the sky seemed to collapse and the earth seemed to crack open. All the cultivators in the 7 prefectures saw the battle between the Grand Demon Master and the Protector. The battle was devastating. Who knows how many cultivators were killed by the shockwaves of their battle? However, the Protector of the panicked world was actually even more powerful than the Grand Demon Master. In the end, the Grand Demon Master was defeated and heavily injured by the Protector. He fled in panic. Only then did the Grand Demon Master learn that the panicked world actually had such a terrifying existence. The pride in his heart crumbled in that battle. After his defeat, the Grand Demon Master returned to the Grand Demon Sect. He ordered the many experts of the Grand Demon Sect to create a statue that was several thousand feet tall. The statue was based on the Grand Demon Master. Since then, the Grand Demon Master shut himself in the statue to recuperate. In the battle with the Protector, the Grand Demon Master Source was injured. It will take a long time for him to recover. Following the Grand Demon Master's seclusion, the Grand Demon Sect fell into a masterless state. As a result, the entire 7 prefectures began to speculate about the whereabouts of the Grand Demon Master. Various versions of the rumors spread through the streets and alleys. However, the Grand Demon sect was powerful back then, so it did not cause too much of a reaction. However, the Grand Demon sect became more and more dispirited, and its influence was far from what it used to be. As a result, countless forces in the 7 prefectures began to stir. In the end, many forces were unwilling to be notified by the Grand Demon sect. They rose up and uprooted the entire Grand Demon sect. Back then, the last sect master of the Grand Demon sect was called Jia. He had some foresight, so he moved the statue of the Grand Demon Master and hid most of the resources of the Grand Demon sect in the statue, hiding it in the depths of the dangerous Dream Cloud swampland. Jia was the last sect master of the Grand Demon sect. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. However, Zhuowen only responded with a question and did not say anything else. He knew that what old Emo was about to say was the main point. Zhuowen also had some guesses about old Mo's identity. After Jia hid the statue of the Grand Demon Master in the Dream Cloud swampland, he went in to find the Grand Demon Master. He wanted to seek the help of the Grand Demon Master, but after he entered the statue, he discovered that the injuries of the Grand Demon Master were far more severe than he had imagined. Even though he told the Grand Demon Master everything, the latter remained indifferent. With no other choice, Jia could only hide in the statue. After all, the outside world is filled with many forces that want to capture the remnants of the Grand Demon sect. He would definitely not be able to escape death if he went out, so he might as well stay here. The Grand Demon Master naturally did not mind Jia being in the statue. As long as he did not disturb his recovery, he would not pay any attention to Jia. However, I never thought that Jia would find a secret technique called blood sacrifice among the many resources in the statue. This secret technique used the blood of countless living beings as a medium, and with a strange power, it would refine all the energy of the living beings that fell into the pool of blood. The energy that was refined would naturally be absorbed by the caster, allowing him to obtain even more power. What I never thought was that Jia would actually place the target of the blood sacrifice on the body of the Grand Demon Master. At this point, old Emo stopped talking, but a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. "You are the Grand Demon Master?" Chapter 1207. Demon Emperor, that's right. This old man is the Lord of Ultimate Demons. Back then, when I was recovering from my injuries in the statue, I was completely unguarded against Jia. However, that ingrate actually poisoned me in order to steal my strength and advance to the high-level Martial Emperor realm. He even launched a sneak attack on me. Otherwise, even if this old man was heavily injured, I would have been able to tear him to pieces. Elder Hiroshi's eyes were filled with ferocity as he spoke. Clearly, he was still brooding over Jia's ambush. "Zhuowen, how about cooperating with me? If you cooperate with me, I can help you defeat Jia and let you escape from the sacrificial blood pool," Elder Hiroshi suddenly said to Zhuowen with a hint of hope in his eyes. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Elder Hiroshi. However, he secretly communicated with Xiao Hei. "Xiao Hei, do you think Elder Hiroshi's words are reliable? Also, could Elder Hiroshi really be the Lord of Grand Demons who disappeared a long time ago? This old man's words should be half true. Kid, don't believe all of it. However, it might be true that this old man is the Lord of Grand Demons. However, this kind of old man who has lived for so long is very shrewd. You have to be careful." Xiao Hei's indifferent voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. This caused Zhuowen's heart to shiver slightly. Xiao Hei was right. The Lord of Grand Demons was a demonic cultivator. His temperament was as tough as steel, and he would do anything by fair means or foul. Zhuowen still had to be cautious when dealing with such an old monster. May I know how Senior will cooperate with me? And how will you help me defeat Emojia? Zhuowen suddenly asked. However, Elder Hiroshi smiled and said, I am the Lord of the Supreme Devil. I am most proficient in the power of devils. You are a devil cultivator and a peak Empyrean at that. I can help you break through to the Devil Emperor realm in a short period of time. Once your cultivation breaks through to the Devil Emperor realm, your strength will increase by hundreds or thousands. At that time, you will be of great help to me. Help me break through to Demon Emperor. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as his pupils shrank to the extreme. He hadn't expected the Lord of Grand Demons to give him such a great gift. According to his current situation, his demonic clone wouldn't be able to break through to Demon Emperor in a short time. Moreover, devil cultivators were a kind of cultivators who went against the heavens. If one wanted to become a Devil Emperor, it would definitely be much more difficult than ordinary cultivators advancing to the Emperor realm. Of course, correspondingly, their combat strength would also far surpass ordinary Emperor realm cultivators. But the Lord of Grand Demons could help him break through to Demon Emperor in a short time. How could Zhuowen not be moved? Of course, he didn't doubt the words of the Lord of Grand Demons. This was a terrifying existence that had broken through to high-level Demon Emperor as a demonic cultivator. The Lord of Grand Demons was definitely an extremely terrifying high-level Demon Emperor. Such an existence understood demons better than Zhuowen. He also understood how to help Zhuowen break through to Demon Emperor. If you believe me, I can help you break through to Demon Emperor in a short time. Of course, the choice is in your hands. If you don't believe me, I won't force you, the Lord of Grand Demons said indifferently. Zhuowen frowned. The temptation of breaking through to Demon Emperor was too great for him. Although he felt that the Lord of Grand Demons' words were somewhat inappropriate, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, this was only Zhuowen's demonic clone, not his main body, so he wasn't very afraid that the Lord of Grand Demons would trick him. After all, the situation of being stuck in the sacrificial blood pool was bad enough, so this method was worth a try. However, Zhuowen couldn't blindly believe the Lord of Grand Demons. He still had a certain level of vigilance in his heart to prevent being tricked. I believe you. I hope you can really help me break through to Demon Emperor, Zhuowen said calmly. Haha, don't worry, I'm the Lord of Supreme Demons, and you've cultivated my supreme demon battle art. If I can't help you break through to the Demon Emperor realm, then it only proves that my title as the Lord of Supreme Demons is undeserved. The light in the Lord of Grand Demons' eyes flickered with joy when he saw Zhuowen agree. Now, sit cross-legged on the ground and try to circulate the extreme demonic battle art in your body. I will borrow the extreme demonic battle chi in your body and circulate the extreme demonic battle art to help you smoothly break through your shackles, the Lord of Extreme Demonic said again. Zhuowen nodded and sat on the ground. At the same time, he began to remember the specific method of the grand demon battle art he had obtained from the demon statue. Immediately, dark grand demon battle chi began to permeate around Zhuowen like a viscous, inky mist. Now, I will place my hand on your back and use my power to guide you to cultivate the extreme demon battle art. This extreme demon battle art has a total of 18 levels. Every time you cultivate a level, its power will increase by a lot. If you successfully cultivate to the 3rd level, you will smoothly break through the Demon Emperor realm and become a 1st-level Demon Emperor. With that, the Lord of Grand Demons gently placed his thin right hand on Zhuowen's back. Black energy burrowed into Zhuowen's body. The energy was like a guide, guiding the grand demon battle chi in Zhuowen's meridians. It surged through Zhuowen's meridians several times faster than his cultivation speed. Boom! 3 days later, a voice that was like muffled thunder resounded out from within Zhuowen's body. After that, a wisp of a delighted smile appeared on the corners of Zhuowen's mouth as he muttered in a low voice. Cultivating the demon battle art to the 1st level in 3 days. This speed is really fast. Continue. With this speed, you'll probably reach the third layer of the Grand Demon Battle art in a month. At that time, you can attempt to break through to the Demon Emperor realm, the Lord of Grand Demons said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded, but he did not slack off at all. He continued to cultivate the Grand Demon Battle art. With the Lord of Grand Demons' assistance, Zhuowen's cultivation speed could be described as tremendous. A month quietly passed by. Songjia was seated in the air above the blood pool. His pitch-black, demonic eyes indifferently looked down at the enormous blood pool below, as his beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. Songjia, Zhoubin, and Qin Xian stood silently beside Zhuowen, keeping a close eye on him so that Zhuowen had no chance of escaping. A month had already passed. He could sense that Zhuowen had not been completely refined. After all, if Zhuowen had been refined, the Grand Demon Battle Qi would have entered his body as energy. However, there was no sign of Grand Demon Battle Qi in the past month. Clearly, Zhuowen had not been completely refined. You really are tough. You haven't been completely refined even after staying in the sacrificial pool for a month. However, let's see how long you can last. I'll wait a little longer. As Songjia spoke, she slowly closed her eyes. However, just as she was about to close her eyes, the blood pool below suddenly surged. A pillar of blood shot up into the sky in an anti-clockwise manner. Like a blood python, it shot towards Songjia. Boom! 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 The moment the first pillar of blood rose into the sky, countless pillars of blood continuously burst out from the pool of blood. They were like countless blood pythons that wrapped around Songjia. Humph! Songjia snorted coldly. His jade-like hand pressed down on the void. Billowing demonic aura gushed out and turned into a black cage covered with spikes, blocking the countless pillars of blood outside. The moment Songjia destroyed the countless pillars of blood, a terrifying emperor aura spread throughout the hall. It was as if the entire hall had sunk into a swamp at this moment. It was extremely heavy and stagnant. Bang! 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 Subsequently, Songjia was shocked to find that the dome above the hall had completely collapsed at this moment, revealing the cloud-filled sky outside. Through the layers of clouds, Songjia saw 9 incomparably huge stars descending from the void. The 9 stars were covered with billowing demonic aura. Monstrous demonic aura spread out like invisible ripples. The Emperor's star has descended? Did someone make a breakthrough? Songjia was startled when he saw the 9 demonic stars descending from the gap in the roof of the hall. Soon after, he thought of Zhuowen's figure. He still remembered that Zhuowen was a peak heavenly sovereign. Now that the Emperor's star had descended, there was only one possibility. It was that Zhuowen had made a breakthrough. Damn it, that guy actually made a breakthrough at this time. Songjia's eyes were filled with exasperation. He took a step forward and dodged the 9 demonic stars. When an Emperor Realm cultivator made a breakthrough, the laws of heaven and earth would descend. As soon as the 9 demonic stars descended, they would be protected by the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, even if Songjia wanted to stop Zhuowen from making a breakthrough, it would be difficult. At this moment, the blood pool was churning wildly. A horizontal blood path was split open in the middle. A tall and straight figure slowly stood up in the middle of this blood path. He lifted his head slightly, revealing a pair of alternating black and red demonic eyes. His alternating black and red long hair fluttered under the wild and violent wind. His long hair fluttered and danced in the wind. This person was Zhuowen of the demonic Tao. At this moment, his eyes were filled with indifference. With a wave of his right hand, the 9 demonic stars in the sky slammed into the pool of blood. Immediately, the entire hall trembled violently. The 9 demonic stars revolved around Zhuowen. Demonic cultivators are heaven-defying cultivators. In the process of breaking through to the Demon Emperor realm, they will be attacked by terrifying heavenly demons. Zhuowen, be careful! The Grand Demon Lord warned Zhuowen from nearby. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, his cold eyes stared at the 9 demonic stars that revolved around him. On the surface of the 9 demonic stars, there were countless terrifying demonic shadows that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. These demonic shadows laughed violently. The sound was sharp and ear-piercing, causing Zhuowen to frown slightly. Fight! Zhuowen was not afraid. He circulated the Grand Demon Battle art. Surging Grand Demon Battle Chi appeared on the surface of his body, forming a pitch-black armor. A Grand Demon Spear, condensed from Grand Demon Battle Chi, appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Chapter 1208. Falling demon, powder countless, demonic figures, danced wildly. Zhuowen's feet moved continuously within the demonic figures. The great demonic spear in his hand was swung repeatedly. Surging great demonic battle chi lingered around Zhuowen like a domain. Bang bang! The great demonic battle chi was extremely terrifying, especially after Zhuowen had broken through to the Demon Emperor realm. His fighting strength had reached an extremely frightening level. With a wave of the great demonic spear, a terrifying black spear shadow was formed around him. The demonic figures that were struck by the spear's shadow screeched and scattered. In the sky above the edge of the blood pool, Sangdai quietly watched Zhuowen, who was engaged in an intense battle with countless demonic figures. His eyes had become extremely gloomy. If he intervened, he would be able to stop Zhuowen from continuing his breakthrough. However, a figure standing on the bloody path at the bottom of the blood pool caused Sangdai's footsteps to freeze. This old fellow is really tenacious. He is actually still alive? Sangdai hatefully muttered. His eyes were extremely cautious as he stared at the hunchbacked old man with a purplish black face. He was aware that this old fellow was likely behind Zhuowen's breakthrough to the Demon Emperor realm. The ultimate demon master placed his hands behind his back. His pitch-black demonic eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, they landed on Sangdai as an extremely cold glint was emitted from his eyes. Emojia, don't think that I cannot recognize you just because your spirit is attached to the little girl. The ultimate demon master stared at Sangdai and spoke in an indifferent voice. Emojia chuckled and said, "This is all thanks to you. If you hadn't destroyed my body, would I have come up with such a plan to possess this girl's body? You reap what you sow. You actually dared to attempt a sneak attack on me. If I had not discovered it early, it is likely that you would have succeeded." The ultimate demon master's eyes were sinisterly cold as he spoke. The corners of Emojia's mouth were filled with mockery as he said, "How does the falling demon powder taste? This poison is specially made to deal with demonic cultivators like you. After being poisoned by the falling demon powder, the demonic power in your body will continue to scatter with the flow of time. When the last trace of demonic power in your body disappears, your life will also lose its final life force due to the corrosion of this poison. So many years have passed. How much mana do you still have left?" The Grand Demon Master trembled when he heard these words. His eyes were bloodshot as he said in a deep voice, "Emojia, you despicable bastard. I will definitely kill you." Whoosh! As he said that, demonic chi surged out of the Grand Fiend Lord. This demonic chi was the same as Zhuowen's. It was also Grand Fiend Battle Chi. However, the Grand Fiend Lord's Grand Fiend Battle Chi was far denser and more terrifying than Zhuowen's. Just the aura that leaked out was like a mountain had enveloped the entire hall. It was extremely heavy and stagnant. The Grand Devil Lord clenched his right hand, and his Grand Devil Battle Chi condensed into a 10-foot-long halberd. It shot forward, leaving a pitch-black trail in the air as it instantly arrived in front of Emojia. Emojia's expression changed slightly. Her jade-like hand gently tapped the empty space before 100,000 feet tall devil's shadow appeared behind her. The devil's shadow swung its right hand before an incomparably huge pitch-black long spear, came crashing down like a mountain and heavily smashed against the large halberd that was shooting towards her. Dong! The dull sound of metal clashing resounded. Soon after, surging demonic chi spread across the entire hall like dark clouds. Soon after, a deafening explosion was heard. The 100,000 feet tall devil shadow actually took a few steps back from the collision. Every step it took back was like an earthquake, causing the entire hall to shake. However, the large halberd was also sent flying by the devil shadow and was caught by the Grand Devil Lord in the air. Second absolute, third absolute, fourth absolute, fifth absolute. How long are the four of you going to watch the show? Hurry up and stop Zhuowen from continuing his breakthrough. Once he survives the devil's shadow calamity, even the four of you who are intermediate emperors will have difficulty dealing with him. After stabilizing the devil's shadow, Mo Jie shouted at the four people who were in a daze. Zhou Bin, Songjie, and the other two looked at each other when they heard this. In the end, they did not dare to disobey Mo Jie's order. They shot forward one after another, transforming into 4 black lightning bolts that instantly rushed towards the demonic Zhuowen, who was surrounded by countless devil shadows. Zhuowen, I think it's better for you to surrender. Zhou Bin was the first to arrive. He took a step forward, holding a large bronze axe in his hand. He raised it above his head and violently swung it down. It contained a great force that rumbled as it smashed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly. The grand devil spear in his right hand swept out, and the countless devil shadows that surrounded him were completely swept away. Soon after, the grand devil spear did not change as it was suddenly lifted. It was accompanied by a decisive aura as it rushed upwards. The sharp tip of the spear instantly pressed against the blade of the large bronze axe. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. Soon after, Zhuowen frowned slightly and took a dozen steps back. Zhou Bin also took a few steps back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the moment when Zhou Bin was forced to retreat, Songjie, Qin Xian, and Chu Yu rushed in front of him in a flash. 3 fierce attacks came in an instant and completely sealed Zhuowen's whole body. Chaotic mortal world. Zhuowen suddenly retreated. At the same time, he flicked his right hand and took out the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade. He slashed out fiercely. A mortal world fantasy spread out, causing Songjie, Qin Xian, and Chu Yu's attacks to stagnate. Their eyes were blurred. Destruction of life. Slash. The moment the 3 of them fell into the state of chaotic mortal world, Zhuowen took a step forward and slashed out with the slaughtering abstinence violation blade once again. Suddenly, the terrifying blade shadow fell from the void again. At this moment, the blade shadow formed by the slaughtering abstinence violation blade was many times more terrifying than before. After all, Zhuowen was using the body of a devil emperor. Coupled with the power of the slaughtering abstinence violation blade, the power of the slaughtering abstinence violation blade was much more terrifying than before. Rumble. When Songjie, Qin Xian, and Chu Yu slowly recovered from the mortal world essence, they were shocked to find that the blood-red saber shadow formed by the kill break had already crushed down. At that moment, the 3 of them were inexplicably horrified. They hurriedly launched an offensive, trying to block the terrifying saber shadow. Rumble. The 3 attacks fell on the blade shadow. Immediately, the blood-red blade shadow stopped in midair as if time had stopped. Then, an extremely terrifying explosion erupted. The blood-red light almost filled the entire hall. Songjie and the other 2 groaned and retreated continuously. Among the 3 of them, Songjie and Qin Xian were better off. One of them was a 5th-level emperor, while the other was a 4th-level emperor. Although Zhuowen's battle strength was extraordinarily terrifying after reaching the Devil Emperor realm, and the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade's power was even more powerful, the 2 of them were only intermediate-level emperors. They could still withstand the explosive energy formed by the destruction of life. However, Chu Yu, who was beside the 2 of them, was only a 3rd-level martial emperor. Due to how terrifying the explosion was, Chu Yu's injuries were extremely serious. He clutched his chest with his right hand as his chest heaved violently. With a light cough, he actually coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Evidently, he had injured his source energy. At the moment when the three of them retreated, a figure swept over like an arrow. Then, before Songjie and Qin Exen could react, the figure had already arrived in front of the seriously injured Chuyu. Die! A blade light swept out. Only then did Chuyu realize that something was wrong. When he saw the blade light in front of him, it was already too late. He only had time to put his weapon in front of him. Clang! A blood blade fell on Chuyu's weapon like a butterfly. The blood blade twisted and sent Chuyu's weapon flying. Then, the blood-red blade light continued to sweep toward Chuyu. Puchi! Blood spurted out. Chuyu did not even have time to groan before he was cut into two by the blood-red blade light. Blood mist spurted out. After killing Chuyu, Zhuo Wen hurriedly flew backwards. Soon after, a thick bronze axe landed at the spot where he had been standing. It was Zhou Bin who had rushed over from behind. Zhou Bin had originally planned to save Chuyu. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Thus, at this moment, his expression was somewhat ugly. His eyes were coldly staring at Zhou Wen. His chilliness was as cold as the dead of winter. Songjie, Qin Exen, don't hold back. Attack together and kill this brat. Zhou Bin yelled and stepped out. The bronze axe in his hand whistled like a hurricane, rushing toward Zhou Wen. Songjie and Qin Exen also nodded and rushed out. The three of them surrounded Zhou Wen in a triangular formation. Fight! Zhou Wen was not afraid. His body was surrounded by countless demonic shadows. He endured the pain of thousands of demonic shadows corroding his bones. His eyes were still filled with demonic indifference. He swung the slaughter, oath-breaking blade in his right hand and the supreme devil spear in his left hand. He was not afraid of the three mid-level Emperor Realm experts in front of him at all. Bang! 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 In an instant, Zhou Bin and the other two clashed with Zhou Wen. Then there was the sound of weapons clashing. Although Zhou Wen's strength had increased many times after he had become a Devil Emperor, he was still surrounded by three mid-level Emperor Realm experts. Therefore, Zhou Wen was almost completely suppressed. Fortunately, the supreme devil battle chi around him was extraordinary. Even if the three mid-level Emperor Realm experts' attacks landed on him through his weak points, most of them were neutralized by the supreme devil battle chi. Only a small part of the attacks landed on his body, causing his blood and chi to boil. At the same time, on the other side of the hall, Mo Jie and the Lord of Supreme Devil were also engaged in a fierce battle. The terrifying shockwaves of their battle were like raging waves in the sea, filling more than half of the hall. Every time they collided, the hall would shake violently. Even the surroundings of the hall began to crack due to the shockwaves of their battle. Just as the battle between the two sides reached its climax, a figure suddenly rushed out of the passage outside the hall and entered the hall. The figure quickly arrived at the imprisoned Zhou Wen of the demonic Tao. He patted Zhou Wen of the Buddhist Tao with his right hand. Immediately, Zhou Wen of the Buddhist Tao turned into a ray of golden light and turned into a golden Buddha's eye. The Buddha's eye drilled into the center of the figure's forehead. Chapter 1209. Black Demon Formation. What a cunning fellow. Mo Jie, who was engaged in a great battle with the ultimate Devil Master, also noticed Zhou Wen's actual body, which had secretly slipped into the large hall. His eyes widened as he involuntarily cried out furiously. However, the ultimate Devil Master was in front of him. Although the fury in his heart soared, he was unable to move forward. Grand Demon Lord glanced at Zhou Wen's main body, who was making small movements. He didn't seem surprised at all. In fact, Zhou Wen had already told him about Zhou Wen's doppelganger in the blood pool. Bang! A wretched figure suddenly flew out and heavily smashed into a stone wall on the side of the hall, causing a human-shaped hole to appear in the stone wall. Zhuowen, who had just put away his Buddhist doppelganger, had a drastic change in expression. The person who had smashed into the stone wall was none other than his demonic doppelganger. The combined might of 3 intermediate D-stage experts was terrifying. It was not something that the current Zhuowen could deal with, even though Zhuowen's demonic doppelganger had already advanced to the Devil Emperor level. Zhuowen's actual body? Zhou Bin, Songjie, and Qin Xan looked at Zhuowen's actual body in the hall after defeating Zhuowen's demonic doppelganger. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched when he sensed their unfriendly gazes. The 3 of them exchanged glances and were about to attack Zhuowen's actual body below when Zhuowen suddenly spoke. Aren't all of you helping Sangdai to find an opportunity to advance to the advanced D stage? I can give all of you this opportunity. The 3 of them who were about to charge at Zhuowen stiffened when they heard this. Zhou Bin stared intently at Zhuowen as he frowned and said, "That's right. However, a little heavenly venerate like you can give us the opportunity to advance to the advanced D stage? You must be joking, right?" Songjie and Qin Xian exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with suspicion. Clearly, they did not believe Zhuowen's words. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhuowen's demonic avatar rushed out of the human-shaped hole in the stone wall and landed beside Zhuowen's main body. Its demonic eyes coldly stared at Zhou Bin and the others. "Don't tell me that you believed Saw's words?" Zhuowen sneered. Zhou Bin snorted coldly and said, "Songjie is possessed by the remnant soul of Lord Supreme Devil. Supreme Devil is the only expert in Pang Great World who has advanced to high-level monarch realm. If we don't believe him, do we believe you? Don't you think your words are ridiculous? The real Supreme Devil Lord isn't Sangdai, but that stooped old man. Don't you recognize Supreme Devil Battle Chi? Also, it's not the remnant soul of Supreme Devil Lord that's possessed Songjie, but the remnant soul of the last sect master of Supreme Devil Sect, Mo. You've all been deceived by Mo. Zhuowen said flatly. Zhou Bin and the others narrowed their eyes at the same time. Their eyes fell on the battle between Mo. and Supreme Devil Lord. When they saw the Supreme Devil Battle Chi on Supreme Devil Lord, their eyes became slightly unsightly. In fact, they had already noticed the Supreme Devil Battle Chi on Supreme Devil Lord when the battle between Supreme Devil Lord and Mo. began. However, they didn't care too much about it. Now that Zhuowen reminded them, they also noticed something was wrong. They naturally knew about the grand demonic battle method that the grand demonic lord had created. However, Mo. who they believed to be the grand demonic lord, did not possess any presence of grand demonic chi. Instead, the hunchbacked old man from the pool of blood possessed extremely pure grand demonic chi. Zhou Bin and the others could not help but doubt Mo.'s words. Could it be that Songjie isn't Supreme Devil Lord at all, but just the last sect master of Supreme Devil Sect? Mo. as Zhuowen said, that stooped old man is the real Supreme Devil Lord, but this old man doesn't seem to be very strong. Songjie frowned and said doubtfully. Zhuowen said indifferently, could it be that you didn't hear what the Grand Demon Lord said before? He was poisoned by the Demon Fall powder. Most of his demonic power has been dissolved by the Demon Fall powder. He doesn't have much demonic power left. All of this was done by Mo. You're working for Mo. but Mo. treats you like fools. I'm afraid that once he really suppresses Supreme Devil Lord, not only will the 3 of you not receive any rewards, but you might even be silenced by Mo. Zhou Bin and the others became uncertain when they heard that. For a moment, they actually began to hesitate. What are the 3 of you still doing? Hurry up and capture Zhuowen, then come help me deal with this old man. Mo. who was fighting Supreme Devil Lord, also noticed Zhou Bin and the others who had suddenly stopped and couldn't help but roar angrily. Zhou Bin and the other 2 frowned when they saw Mo.'s vile attitude. Mo. really treated the 3 of them as servants, ordering them around. This caused the 3 of them to feel extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. If Mo. was really Supreme Devil Lord. The three of them wouldn't disobey the promise that Mo Jia had made back then. However, after hearing Zhou words, they began to doubt Mo Jia. Are you really Supreme Devil Lord? Zhou Bin suddenly asked Mo Jia in a deep voice. Mo Jia, who was fighting Supreme Devil Lord, had a slightly stunned expression. Just as he was about to speak, Supreme Devil Lord suddenly threw a punch at him, causing Mo Jia to snort and take dozens of steps back. Bullshit. If Capricorn is really the Lord of Extreme Devil, then what am I? Yi Zichen asked. This old man is the Supreme Devil Lord. Are the three of you blind? Mo Jia doesn't have Supreme Devil Battle Chi. He doesn't even know a Supreme Devil Battle Art. How can this guy be Supreme Devil Lord? Can the three of you use your brains? Supreme Devil Lord began to curse after forcing Mo Jia back. Clearly, he was filled with resentment towards Mo Jia for impersonating him. Mo Jia's expression changed slightly as he coldly said, I am the Supreme Devil Lord. You are a fake. You still want to argue? If you are Supreme Devil Lord, then show me your Supreme Devil Battle Art and Supreme Devil Battle Chi. Everyone knows how to do it, Supreme Devil Lord coldly said. As soon as these words came out, Mo Jia's face sank. The Supreme Devil Art was the core cultivation method of the Supreme Devil sect, and only the Lord of the Supreme Devil had the qualifications to practice it. Although he was the sect master of the Supreme Devil sect, he had never practiced such a supreme cultivation method of the Devil Tao. Sure enough, when Mo Jia was speechless, Zhou Bin and the other two's expressions also sank. How could they not know that Mo Jia was not Supreme Devil Lord? Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained silent when asked about Supreme Devil Battle Art. In other words, you have been playing us like monkeys? Zhou Bin said in a deep voice. There was a trace of anger in his voice. They were palace masters, because they wanted an opportunity to break through to the high-level martial emperor realm. They joined the 10 Extreme sect under Mo Jia's promise and worked themselves to the bone for him. All of this was for the opportunity to break through to the high-level martial emperor realm. But now Mo Jia was saying that it was all a lie. Zhou Bin and the other two's anger could be imagined. You are Mo Jia, not Supreme Devil Lord. Very good. You have deceived us for so long and made us use of you for so long. Very good. Zhou Bin took a step forward, and a terrifying emperor's pressure spread out. Like a ray of blue light, he instantly swept towards Mo Jia. Song Jia and Qin Xan exchanged a glance and followed closely behind Zhou Bin. Oh, the three of you are courting death. Mo Jia's expression was extremely ugly. He did not expect that such a melodramatic thing would eventually happen. Zhou Bin and the other two had actually turned against him at this moment. This had caught him somewhat unprepared. Boom, boom, boom. Mo Jia pressed his right hand down. Immediately, the huge demonic shadow behind him roared and swung the huge pitch-black spear in his hand. Pitch-black demonic chi billowed out. Zhou Bin was the first to face Mo Jia. With a roar, Zhou Bin smashed down his bronze axe with the power to split the sky. Song Jia and Qin Xan, who were behind him, did not show any weakness. Each of them used their strongest moves. Mo Jia had deceived them too much. If they did not get rid of Mo Jia, they would not be reconciled. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Mo Jia and the other two's battle clashed. Although Mo Jia's aura was also at the 5th level martial emperor realm, his battle strength was stronger than ordinary 5th level martial emperors. He was not at a disadvantage in the battle against Zhou Bin and the other twos. Instead, he had the upper hand. The Grand Demon Lord hovered silently to one side. He did not join the battle. Instead, he sneered as he watched Mo Jia and the other two's battle. Senior, why don't you go up and help? I believe that with your strength and Zhou Bin and the other two's help, you'll be able to take down Mo Jia very quickly, right? Zhuowen suddenly asked the nearby Grand Demon Lord. The Grand Demon Lord shook his head slightly. It's not as simple as you think. Moreover, I've been poisoned by a damned poison like the demon fall powder. My demonic energy will decrease with every use. There's no need to waste it now. I'll take action once the three of them have exhausted most of Mo Jie's strength. Demon fall powder? Is there no antidote for the demon fall powder? Zhuowen asked in return. The Grand Demon Lord smiled gently. The demon fall powder is a poison without an antidote, unless the Grand Devil Master glanced at Zhuo in a meaningful manner when he spoke until this point, but he did not continue. The expression of the Grand Devil Master caused Zhuo to feel puzzled. He did not know what the Grand Devil Master's gaze meant. You three bastards, I want all of you to die. Mo Jie roared furiously. Mo Jie shouted angrily. His voice was full of anger. Although he had the upper hand in the battle with Zhou Bin and the other two, but after all it was 1 against 3, so he would inevitably reveal some flaws. Therefore, some of the attacks of Zhou Bin and the other two still fell on Mo Jie's body. Mo Jie grimaced in pain and roared unceasingly. Mo Jie formed a complicated seal with his hands. Subsequently, a mysterious power began to revolve around him, forming a strange black formation around him. Chapter 12:10. In the Emperor's mirror, black demon array. Mo Jie spat out a cold voice. Soon after, the array around his body became increasingly solid. Finally, it soared into the sky and imprinted itself on the huge demonic figure behind him. Oh! The demonic figure roared towards the sky. Soon after, its originally somewhat illusory body actually became quite real at this moment. The might on its body was also much more powerful and frightening than before. Boom, boom, boom. Soon after, the demonic figure took a step forward. Its huge demonic hand stretched out and blasted toward Zhou Bin and the other two in an attempt to completely suppress them. Zhou Bin and the other two's faces changed slightly. However, they were not to be outdone. Although they vaguely felt that the demonic figure was a little strange, they were not too concerned. Although Mo Jie was stronger than the three of them, there was a limit to his strength. The three of them were not afraid of Mo Jie. However, they were wrong this time. The Black Demon Array was Mo Jie's strongest move. Its power had vaguely reached the power of a sixth heaven emperor. It would be difficult for Zhou Bin and the other two to block this attack. Boom! The moment the demonic figure's fist came, Zhou Bin and the other two's faces changed. This was because they realized that the demonic figure's attack was actually many times stronger than before. Dang, dang, dang. Under this powerful attack, Zhou Bin and the other two groaned. Soon after, they were pushed back dozens of steps. Only then did they stare at the demonic figure in front of them in horror. All of you die. Mo Jie's face was a little pale. Clearly, using the Black Demon Array had a great impact on him. At this moment, he roared furiously. The demonic figure that was becoming more and more solid took a step forward. A pair of huge fists whistled through the air and blasted toward Zhou Bin and the other two. Giant Sky Axe! Zhou Bin suddenly swung the bronze axe in his hand. A strong green glow appeared on the surface of the axe and instantly turned into a huge axe that was a few 100 feet long. It carried an indomitable aura and blasted towards the demonic figure's fists. At the moment when Zhou Bin used his strongest move, Songjie and Qi Nexan did not want to be outdone. They each used their strongest attacks. 3 terrifying attacks, like 3 bolts of lightning, burst out. Break! Mo Jie snorted coldly. Mo Ying's fists seemed to contain a strange magical power. The moment they touched the huge axe, the axe was crushed. At the same time, the attacks of Songjie and Qi Nexan were also broken by Mo Ying's fists. Ah! A miserable shriek sounded out. After the Devil's Shadow's fist shattered 3 attacks, it did not lose any momentum and instantly landed on the body of Zhou Bin, who was charging at the front. Immediately, Zhou Bin let out a miserable shriek and directly exploded into a cluster of blood mist under the force of the fist. Not good. Run. Cangjie and Qin Xan paled when they saw Zhou Bin die tragically in front of them. They stepped on the void and turned around to flee. Zhou Bin was the strongest among the three of them. If Zhou Bin died tragically under the attack of the Devil's Shadow, there was no need to mention them. You still want to escape? It's too late. Emojie's cold laughter filled the entire hall. Soon after, the devil figure formed two large demonic spears with both hands under her command. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The two demonic spears were thrown out by the Devil's Shadow. The whistling sound of the wind resounded throughout the hall. It was extremely ear-piercing. Puff, puff. Cangjie and Qin Xan did not have any power to resist the power of the two demonic spears. They were directly pierced through and exploded into a cluster of blood mist. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. The power of the Devil's Shadow was extremely terrifying. It was most likely at the 6th level Emperor realm. Zhou Bin and Cangjie were at the 5th level Emperor realm, but they were unable to resist the attack of the Devil's Shadow. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fear. He quietly retreated behind the Lord of the Ultimate Demon. Perhaps only the Lord of the Ultimate Demon had the strength to deal with the huge Devil's Shadow. Senior, can you deal with the current Emojie? Zhuowen asked solemnly. The Lord of the Ultimate Demon narrowed his eyes and sighed softly. I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. The Devil's Shadow behind Emojie has already reached the 6th level Emperor realm after using the Black Demon Formation. Although I was once a high-level Emperor, due to the demon fall powder and being trapped at the bottom of the blood pool for so many years, my demonic power has been reduced to less than a 10th. I'm at most comparable to a 5th level Emperor realm expert. It'll be a little difficult for me to deal with the current Devil's Shadow. Zhuowen frowned slightly when he heard the Lord of the Ultimate Demon's words. The only person he could rely on was the Lord of the Ultimate Demon. If even the Lord of the Ultimate Demon could not deal with the Devil's Shadow, there was no need to mention him. However, Emojie has placed almost all his power on the Devil's Shadow. His own power is probably very weak. Therefore, if we can kill Emojie, the Devil's Shadow will collapse on its own, the Lord of the Ultimate Demon suddenly said. Senior, what do you mean? Zhuowen could vaguely guess what the Lord of the Ultimate Demon was thinking. I'll keep the Devil's Shadow busy while you wait for an opportunity to kill Emojie in a single stroke. Only then will we have a chance at victory, the Lord of the Ultimate Demon said sternly. Zhuowen nodded seriously when he heard that. It was indeed as the Lord of the Ultimate Demon had said. This was the only method they could try right now. What are the two of you blabbering on about? Why don't you die already? Emojie's cold gaze immediately landed on Zhuowen and the Lord of the Ultimate Demon. If it weren't for the two of them, Zhou Bin and the others would not have turned against him, let alone force him to use the Black Demon Formation. As a result, Emojie's hatred for Zhuowen and the Lord of the Ultimate Demon was monstrous. The Black Demon Formation was his greatest trump card. Once he used it, the side effects would be extremely severe. He would never use a secret technique like the Black Demon Formation unless he had no other choice. But now that Zhuowen had used it, how could he not be furious? Emojie, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you've used the Black Demon Formation. The Lord of the Ultimate Demon warned Zhuowen again before suddenly taking a step forward. His great demonic battle chi surged out from him as he shot towards Emojie in a single moment. He moved extremely quickly, like a black bolt of lightning. Lord of the Ultimate Demon, you've been poisoned by the demon fall powder for so many years. Basically, all of your demonic energy should be gone by now. I can tell from the battle earlier that you're only a 5th layer Emperor. There's still some distance between you and 6th layer Emperor. You're dreaming if you want to stand up to me right now. Emojie licked his dry lips as he watched the Lord of the ultimate demon charge over. A cruel light flashed through his eyes. As long as he refined all of the Lord of the ultimate demon's great demonic battle chi, he might be able to break through his shackles and successfully reach High Emperor. Of course, he would not let Zhou go either. After all, Zhou's demonic clone possessed great demonic battle chi as well. He had to obtain all of that. Boom! The Lord of the ultimate demon arrived in front of the Devil's Shadow in an instant. Two enormous, great, demonic spears had already formed in his hands. Wild demonic aura swept out like a monstrous tsunami. The Devil's Shadow roared as he also formed a terrifyingly large demonic spear in his hands. Subsequently, he clapped his hands together and shot towards the Lord of the ultimate demon. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions continuously spread across the entire hall. Soon after, a muffled groan was heard. The Lord of the ultimate demon had actually fallen into a disadvantage in this exchange. He took a couple of steps back with a muffled groan while the Devil's Shadow remained unmoving like a boulder. Thud! The Devil's Shadow took advantage of his victory to pursue. He took a step forward, and his two spears shot towards the Lord of the ultimate demon like a pair of extremely demonic pythons. The Lord of the ultimate demon's expression was a little ugly. Moreover, the purplish-black chi on his face had become even denser, causing his face to turn blurry. It was impossible to see his facial features clearly. Clearly, the demon fall powder had a profound effect on the Lord of the ultimate demon. Old bastard, you should die quickly and fulfill my wish. I will allow the ultimate demon sect to once again stand tall in this panicked great world and become the strongest overlord above the 7 prefectures. Moreover, I will be able to fulfill your final wish and challenge the protectors again to enter the upper world that you have never seen before. Mo Jie's ferocious voice resounded. The Devil's Shadow had already arrived in front of the Lord of the ultimate demon. His 2 huge spears rushed over with an unstoppable momentum. Monstrous, demonic clouds spread and almost enveloped the entire hall. At this moment, the hall became completely dark. Looks like I will also have to go all out. Hopefully, Zhou will not disappoint me. The Lord of the ultimate demon coughed a couple of times. His face became increasingly dispirited, as though he had aged over a decade. His eyes, which were filled with the vicissitudes of life, pierced through the gap in the demonic clouds and landed on Zhou, who was quietly watching the battle. Subsequently, the demonic clouds suddenly surged upwards and directly drowned the Lord of the ultimate demon's hunched body. Looking at Yao Ji in the Emperor Mirror, Cui Wei in the Demon Army Hall. An ancient sigh slowly reverberated within the demonic clouds the moment the Lord of the ultimate demon's body was completely drowned by the demonic clouds, after which the demonic clouds churned violently. The monstrous Devil's Shadow and the 2 spears that had rushed out seemed to have stopped time as they paused on the demonic clouds in front of the Lord of the ultimate demon. What is going on? Mo Jie's pupils shrunk. He could sense a frightening power from the demonic clouds. This power gave him the feeling of facing a towering mountain. Bang! The demonic clouds churned with increasing intensity, appearing like a monstrous tsunami. Finally, the Devil's Shadow under Mo Jie's feet roared and took a couple of steps back due to a mysterious force. His demonic eyes looked at the demonic clouds in front of him with some fear. When the demonic clouds gradually dispersed, a gigantic demonic body calmly appeared in front of Mo Jie. That demonic body was tens of thousands of zhang tall and was covered with ferocious-looking armor. His face was covered with a black mask. Only a pair of pitch-black eyes could be seen. They were extremely deep, as if they were bottomless abysses. How terrifying! Chapter 1211. Mo Jie is dead. Clearly, the Grand Fiend Lord had used some sort of secret technique. His current aura was many times stronger than before. Zhou, I can only maintain this state for 20 breaths. I will create an opportunity for you during this time. You must find the right opportunity to approach Mo Jie's actual body. At the very least, you need to severely injure him. Otherwise, we will no longer have a chance. A voice was transmitted into Zhuowen's ears. It was the Grand Demon Lord's voice. Zhuowen was startled. He quickly replied, "Elder, don't worry. I will definitely live up to your efforts." The Grand Fiend Lord did not reply. Instead, he took a step forward and shot towards the demonic shadow. He did not have much time left. He only had 20 seconds, so he did not waste too much time on a message. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the Grand Devil Master's 100,000 feet large demonic body and Mo Jie's demonic figure violently collided. The two of them began to engage in a physical battle like prehistoric beasts. The aftershock from the collision of their bodies was like countless bombs exploding, causing an extremely frightening explosion to reverberate throughout the hall. Zhuowen's expression turned cold as he watched the terrifying collision between the two. His heart trembled. Both the Grand Demon Lord and Mo Jie were currently at the 6th level of the Emperor Realm. Every move they made possessed earth-shattering power. Even Zhuowen, who had advanced to the Demon Emperor Realm, would find it difficult to endure the shockwaves. Although his heart trembled, Zhuowen continued to watch the battle very seriously. He knew that the Grand Demon Lord would create an opportunity for him very soon. Sky-piercing demonic fist. The Grand Demon Lord roared furiously. He threw a punch and countless demonic clouds churned. Endless black fist shadows surged around the demonic clouds like a tsunami, instantly sweeping towards the devil figure. Mo Jie's expression changed slightly. He formed a seal with his right hand and slapped the devil figure's shoulder. Immediately, the devil figure's demonic aura increased by several times. He raised both his hands, and pitch-black demonic flames surged out, forming an extremely thick wall of fire in front of him. The demonic fist has the power to soar to the heavens. Your demonic flame can't block it. The Grand Devil Master roared. Fist force surged out and heavily smashed into the demonic flame wall. Soon after, the entire hall shook violently. A crack began to appear on the ground due to the shaking. Moreover, this crack continued to expand. Finally, it formed an extremely frightening abyss. The walls of the hall also began to crack. Countless rocks poured down like rain. Break! Grand Demonic Lord's aura was like a rainbow as he exhaled lightly. The demonic flames in front of him crumbled as his fist landed on the demonic shadow. Thud, thud, thud! The specter wailed and actually retreated. Capricorn, who stood on the specter's shoulder, suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Her face paled as she stared at the Grand Demon Lord in shock. She had never thought that the Grand Demon Lord would be able to unleash such a terrifying attack. Right now, Zhuowen, who had been paying attention to the battle, stepped out and 3 pairs of lightning wings appeared on his back. He turned into a blue lightning and flew towards Capricorn, who was on the shoulder of the demon's shadow. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. When Capricorn noticed the sound behind him, he felt his heart tremble. His feet moved and his body was immediately displaced. Meanwhile, Zhuowen, who had turned into a bolt of lightning, heavily slammed his hand where Capricorn had been. "Bastard! How dare you launch a sneak attack on me?" Mo Jie was initially startled when he saw Zhuowen in front of him. Soon after, a furious expression appeared in his eyes. Zhuowen was just like an ant in his eyes. Yet, Zhuowen actually dared to launch a sneak attack on him from behind. Moreover, Zhuowen had nearly succeeded. Die. Capricorn took a step forward. His right hand turned into a palm as he hurled it at Zhuowen. Pitch-black, demonic qi lingered on his right hand like black tentacles. Zhuowen frowned and immediately used the grief treasure seal of the 7 emotions treasured seals. At the same time, he used the anger and love treasured seals on himself to increase his combat strength. Capricorn frowned when he felt the inexplicable sorrow on his body. He felt that his strength was weakening under the effect of the grief treasure seal. Boom! At the same time, Zhuowen threw a punch and heavily hit Capricorn's right palm. A violent force burst out between the two of them. Then, Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he realized that there was a terrifying force coming from Capricorn's right fist. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although Capricorn's strength was far inferior to the demon shadows, he still had the strength of a fourth heaven emperor. With Zhuowen's peak heavenly master strength, it was difficult for him to deal with Capricorn. Buddha demon eye kill. However, at the instant Zhuowen was blasted flying, a crack split open between his brows, and then the Buddha's devil eye shot out explosively. It split into two, and it transformed into a Buddha's body that was illuminated by Buddhist radiance and a devil's body that was covered in surging devilish clouds. Chaotic mundane. Life-breaking. As soon as the demon emperor's avatar appeared, he waved the slaughter abstinence blade in his hand and used chaotic mundane. A mundane concept gushed out and lingered, causing Capricorn's body to freeze. At the same time, he used life-breaking. A huge and terrifying blood-red blade shadow fell from the void and fell directly on Capricorn's head. When Capricorn regained consciousness, the terrifying blade shadow was already very close to him. Capricorn roared, planning to control the demon shadow to block the attack for him. Don't even think about borrowing the demon shadow's power. At this moment, Tai Mo Lord had already arrived in front of the demon shadow. A storm of attacks fell on the demon shadow, making it impossible for the demon shadow to save Capricorn. Damn it! Capricorn cursed. Helplessly, he could only face the terrifying blood-red blade shadow head-on. He raised his right hand and demonic qi gushed out, turning into a 3-meter-long halberd. He raised his right hand and met the huge blade shadow in the sky. Rumble! The halberd and blade shadow collided. Capricorn's expression changed slightly, and he began to retreat. After retreating more than 10 steps, he barely managed to stop himself. A trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Boundless Buddhism. While Capricorn was busy dealing with the blood-red blade shadow, Zhuowen of the Buddha, Tao, rushed in from the side. The light wheel behind his head began to expand continuously until it was hundreds of feet in size. At the same time, the 9 flames of karma gushed out from Zhuowen of the Buddha Tao, lingering around the light wheel, causing the light wheel to emit 9 colors and a mighty power. Bastard! Capricorn cursed. His expression was extremely ugly, because he had used the black demonic formation and Tai Mo Lord's terrifying punch. He was already heavily injured. Now that 2 of Zhuowen's clones were attacking him at the same time, Capricorn's injuries worsened. With no other choice, Capricorn grasped at the air with his empty left hand. Demonic qi gushed out, forming a thick black barrier in front of him. Boom! The 9-colored halo slammed into the black barrier, causing it to tremble violently as if it could collapse at any moment. Within the black barrier, Capricorn vomited another mouthful of blood. His face paled even further. Swoosh! At the same time, demonic Dao Zhuowen and Buddhist Dao Zhuowen rushed out at the same time, arriving in front of Mo Jie in the blink of an eye. Demonic Dao Zhuowen slashed out with the slaughter abstinence violation blade in his hand, whereas Buddhist Dao Zhuowen's right hand formed an orchid finger and pointed out. Boundless Buddhism energy rushed out. Crack! The black barrier and halberd collapsed at the same time. Capricorn vomited another mouthful of blood as he was blown away. He slammed heavily into the stone wall to the side, basically embedding himself in it. Ow! The devil's shadow let out a sorrowful cry before collapsing an inch at a time. The ferocious black armor on the surface of the Grand Devil Master's body slowly peeled off. His 100,000 feet large devil body slowly shrank and finally turned back into a hunchbacked old man. However, the current Grand Devil Master was even older than before. The black chi on his face had become even denser. It was almost impossible to make out his facial features and appearance. Cough, cough. Tai Emo Lord coughed violently a few times. His hair had basically turned white, making him seem like a person in his twilight years. He seemed extremely ancient. Zhuowen landed in front of Tai Emo Lord. As he looked at Tai Emo Lord, who was currently extremely weak, a sliver of pity appeared in his eyes. Speaking of which, most of the credit for defeating Capricorn was due to Tai Emo Lord. If Tai Emo Lord had not stopped the demonic shadow, Zhuowen would not have been able to approach Capricorn's main body and defeat him. Don't worry about me for now. Go see if Capricorn is dead or not. If he's still alive, eliminate him completely. Tai Emo Lord waved his hand and said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded when he heard that. With a thought, Buddhist Zhuowen turned into a golden mountain and arrived in the human-shaped pit where Capricorn was. Capricorn was currently in an extremely miserable state. His eyes had basically lost all light. He was close to death. Don't kill me! Capricorn could not help but cry out when he noticed Zhuowen. Zhuowen completely ignored Capricorn. With a wave of his right hand, the flames of the 9 flames surged out and enveloped Capricorn. With a miserable cry, Capricorn was directly reduced to ashes by the flames. After killing Capricorn, Buddhist Zhuowen returned with demonic Zhuowen to Zhuowen's side under the command of his main body. They both stared at Tai Emo Lord, who was growing older. There's no need to look at me like that. I've already been poisoned by the demon fall powder, coupled with the fact that I've used a secret technique to forcefully increase my strength earlier. My demonic energy is basically all gone. I won't be able to live for much longer, Tai Emo Lord said with a self-deprecating smile. Looking at Grand Devil Lord, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. Grand Devil Lord was definitely a rare genius. If he had not been betrayed by Capricorn and ambushed, with his talent he would have been able to recover from his injuries and improve his cultivation. Then he might have been able to defeat the guardian of panicked macro world and smoothly reach the more exciting upper realm. Unfortunately, the heavens were toying with him, and he had ended up like this. Cough, cough. I'm about to die anyway, so I'll just treat it as doing a good deed before I die. Zhuowen, your demonic Tao avatar is a genius demonic Tao cultivator, and this old man's understanding of the demonic Tao is even deeper than yours. Although with your talent, surpassing this old man in the future might not be a problem, your current understanding of the demonic Tao cannot compare to this old man's, Grand Devil Lord calmly said. Chapter 12:12. The True Face. I am already about to die, but I do not want my inheritance to end here. You have already practiced my grand demonic battle art, and you possess grand demonic battle chi. My inheritance is perfect for you. The Grand Demonic Lord coughed a few times and said in an extremely weak voice. Zhuowen's eyes flickered when he heard that, especially when he saw the hopeful look in the Grand Demonic Lord's eyes. Zhuowen nodded and bowed. I do not dare forget Senior's kindness. The Grand Demon Lord nodded in a gratified manner. He smiled. Come before me and sit down. I'll pass on all my cultivation experiences to you first. These experiences will be much more precious to your future path of demonic cultivation. Without a doubt, it will make your path much smoother. Zhuowen nodded and arrived before the Grand Demonic Lord. He sat down and stared at the Grand Demonic Lord, who had become much older. He sighed inside. The Grand Demonic Lord was definitely a legendary existence in the panicked great world, yet he had been reduced to such a state. It really made one sigh. The Grand Demonic Lord also saw the sigh on Zhuowen's face. He shook his head and smiled in a carefree manner. Everyone will die one day. Just who in this world can live forever and obtain eternity? Zhuowen nodded. The Grand Demonic Lord was right. Just who in this world could live forever? Even warriors of the Imperial Power Realm and even the Pilgrimage Realm would die of old age. They just had a longer lifespan than ordinary warriors and were more powerful. However, it was still impossible to achieve eternity. Open your mind. I will pass on all my experiences to you, the Grand Demonic Lord said in a deep voice. Zhuowen's eyes flickered when he heard that. He hesitated for a moment. Although the Grand Demonic Lord did not seem to have any ill intentions, Zhuowen still felt that it was inappropriate for him to open his mind in front of another cultivator. However, there was nothing wrong with what the Grand Demonic Lord had said. If the Grand Demonic Lord wanted to pass on his experiences and information, he needed to open his mind and allow his power to enter his sea of consciousness. Zhuowen, I do not have much time left. The Grand Demonic Lord coughed a few more times. His voice became even weaker and stuttered. Zhuowen nodded. In the end, he chose to believe the Grand Demonic Lord. He closed his eyes and opened his mind. A gleam of light erupted from the Grand Demonic Lord's eyes. Subsequently, he extended 2 fingers of his right hand and landed on Zhuowen's forehead. Energy surged into Zhuowen's forehead. Zhuowen felt a chill between his eyebrows. Then a huge amount of information surged into his sea of consciousness. This information was basically the Grand Demon Lord's experiences over the years of demonic cultivation. Only when he read through the information did Zhuowen truly relax. Clearly, the Grand Demon Lord had not lied to him. He truly did plan on passing on all his years of experience as a demonic cultivator to him. The Grand Demonic Lord had passed on an extremely large amount of information. Zhuowen estimated that he would need half an incense stick of time to pass on everything. Therefore, he was in no hurry. He quietly waited and digested the information in his sea of consciousness. After half an incense stick of time, Zhuowen had basically completely opened his mind. At the same time, he continued to comprehend the information and experiences the Grand Demonic Lord had passed on to him. However, he did not realize that a sharp, cold light had erupted from the Grand Demonic Lord's eyes at some unknown point in time. He formed a seal with his empty left hand, and the black chi on his face gathered at the fingertips of his left hand. Boom! Afterward, the Grand Demonic Lord's left hand shot out as if he had teleported. He pressed it against Zhuowen's chest, and the dense black chi instantly burrowed into Zhuowen's body like a black python. Zhuowen felt his chest tighten, his eyes snapped open, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at the Grand Demon Lord in front of him. Only then did he discover that the Grand Demon Lord's empty left hand had pressed against his chest at some unknown time. Wave after wave of pitch-black energy surged into his body like a rainbow. "What are you doing?" Zhuowen had already discovered that something was amiss. He roared out furiously, and the energy within him erupted in an overwhelming manner in an attempt to blast the Grand Demonic Lord away. However, the moment Zhuowen's energy surged out, it was forcefully suppressed by the black energy that had invaded his body. He was unable to use it at all. It's useless. The poisonous gas of the demon fall powder is extremely tolerant. It can even disperse energy, the Grand Demonic Lord sneered. His voice was as ear-piercing as an owl's. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He finally realized that the black chi the Grand Demonic Lord had injected into his body was the poisonous gas of the demon fall powder. "Why are you doing this?" Zhuowen's eyes became colder and colder. However, the Grand Demonic Lord smiled. He said indifferently, "Zhuowen, you're still so naive. I've cultivated for several hundred years. How can I be willing to die like this? I want to break through to an even higher level of cultivation and reach the legendary upper world. Dying like this would be far too much of a pity. So you've set your sights on me?" Zhuowen growled. With that, Zhuowen roared out furiously. Immediately, the Buddhist and demonic Zhuowen behind him shot out towards the Grand Demonic Lord at the same time. Due to the demon fall powder, he was unable to use any strength at all. He could only rely on his Buddhist and demonic clones. "Have you forgotten that I have 2 clones?" Zhuowen said coldly. He actually did not fear the Grand Demonic Lord because he possessed two clones. After all, the Grand Demonic Lord was already on the verge of death. However, the Grand Demonic Lord revealed a strange smile. He said, "How could I forget?" As he spoke, the Grand Fiend Lord raised his head slightly. He stared at the two clones calmly. When the two clones were about to approach the Grand Fiend Lord, the demonic clone suddenly froze. Afterwards, he suddenly threw a demonic punch. However, he did not throw it at the Grand Fiend Lord. Instead, he threw it at the Buddhist clone beside him. Boom! Caught off guard, the Buddhist clone was directly struck by the demonic Lord's clone. He was sent flying and heavily smashed into the stone wall to the side. The powerful impact caused the entire hall to shake violently. What's going on? Zhuowen's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. Just now, his demonic avatar had actually broken free from his control and suddenly attacked his Buddhist avatar. Do you still not understand? When I helped your demonic lord break through in the pool of blood, I was already preparing for this, said the Grand Demonic Lord. The Grand Demonic Lord enjoyed seeing the shock on Zhuowen's face. He could not help but chuckle aloud. Zhuowen's face was extremely ugly. As it turned out, the Grand Demonic Lord had already been scheming against him at the bottom of the pool of blood. It was laughable that he had believed the Grand Demonic Lord was sincerely helping him. However, what surprised him was how the Grand Demonic Lord had managed to control his demonic lord's clone. Your demonic lord's body is very perfect. It's basically made for me. If I use the demonic lord's clone, I believe I can create even more glorious strength. The Grand Demonic Lord glanced at the expressionless demonic lord beside him and smiled faintly. Everything you said to me before was a lie. Zhuowen said coldly. The Grand Demonic Lord teased. If I didn't say that, would you have fallen for it? Would you have wholeheartedly helped me deal with the Capricorn? Zhuowen's face had become terrifyingly sunken. The Grand Demonic Lord was truly a great schemer. He had failed to discover anything earlier, which had led to him taking a huge tumble. Now, your original body will be the vessel for the demon fall powder in my body. The Grand Demonic Lord's lips curled into a cruel arc. Soon after, the black aura in his left hand became even denser. It basically surged into Zhuowen's body, like a spiral, causing Zhuowen to vomit blood again. A sliver of black aura slowly appeared on his face, and his facial features became slightly blurry under the black aura. The black aura on the Grand Demonic Lord's face gradually dimmed, and his facial features became clearer. Clearly, the demon fall powder was not an incurable poison. At the very least, the Grand Demonic Lord could transfer it to someone else to break free from the demon fall powder. Bastard! Zhuowen's eyes burned with fury, but there was nothing he could do. Basically, all his energy had been suppressed by the Grand Demonic Lord through a strange method, using the demon fall powder that had surged into his body. As a result, he was unable to use any of his strength at all. Swoosh! The Buddhist avatar rushed out from the stone wall and pounced forward once more. Unfortunately, it was intercepted by the demonic avatar. The great battle between the Buddhist and demonic avatars erupted with intense energy. However, Zhuowen's demonic avatar had already advanced to the demon emperor realm, while the Buddhist avatar was only at the peak of the Empyrean realm. Thus, the Buddhist avatar was suppressed by the demonic avatar as soon as it came into contact with the demonic avatar. However, the Buddhist clone's body had yet to reach the level of indestructibility, so it really was rather difficult for the demonic clone to kill the Buddhist clone. Kid, calm down. In your current situation, there might be other ways to deal with it. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out, causing Zhuowen to gradually calm down. He frowned and said, Xiao Hei, my original body has been sealed, and the demonic clone has been controlled by the Grand Demonic Lord. Is there another way? Of course there is a way. Wait until this old guy finishes transferring the poison from the Devilfall powder. He should be planning to seize your demonic doppelganger. At that time, it will be your only chance to counterattack. But now you need to wait patiently, Blackie said lightly. Zhuowen frowned when he heard that. In the end, he believed Xiao Hei's suggestion. The fury in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by indifference. The Grand Demonic Lord also noticed the change in Zhuowen's expression. Although he was slightly surprised, he did not pay too much attention to it. He believed that Zhuowen had accepted his fate, which was why the fury in his eyes had vanished. When the last strand of Demon Fall powder entered Zhuowen's body, the black mist on Zhuowen's face had become so dense that his facial features were no longer visible. The Grand Demonic Lord slowly stood up and shook his sleeve. Black demonic energy surged out, turning into a black rope that bound Zhuowen. Chapter 1213. Resources. Your demonic Dao clone possesses demonic battle chi and has reached the 3rd level of the demonic battle art with my help. This demonic body is perfect for me. The Grand Demonic Lord looked at his demonic Dao clone with burning desire in his eyes. When he saw Zhuowen's demonic Dao clone in the sacrificial pool, he had already secretly planned to possess it. However, due to Mo Jie's existence outside the pool, the Grand Demonic Lord did not immediately take action. Instead, he quietly helped Zhuowen break through so that he could help him deal with Mo Jie. After defeating Mo Jie, the Grand Demonic Lord had finally revealed his fangs. At the same time, he used the hidden trump card he had hidden in Zhuowen's body. The Buddhist clone had been completely suppressed by the demonic Dao clone. Under the Grand Demonic Lord's orders, the demonic Dao clone used demonic power to imprison the Buddhist clone on the spot. The Grand Demonic Lord extended his right hand and pressed his thumb against the demonic Zhuowen's forehead. The latter did not resist at all. He stared at the Grand Demonic Lord in a daze. "Souls come and go," the Grand Demonic Lord murmured. Soon after, a wisp of black light surged out from his forehead. The black light burned even brighter. In the end, it turned into a black line that shot towards the demonic Dao clone's forehead. The demonic Dao clone did not resist. Like a puppet, he stared blankly at the Grand Demonic Lord. Swoosh! Around 5 seconds later, the black line on the Grand Demonic Lord's forehead completely entered the demonic Zhuowen's body. The Grand Demonic Lord's withered body slowly closed his eyes. He fell to the ground like a pile of mud without making a sound. Clearly, the Grand Demonic Lord had transferred his spirit to the demonic Zhuowen's body. Now is the time. A deep voice rang out. Soon after, a wisp of black light shot out from the forehead of Zhuowen's main body. It turned into the figure of Xiao Hei. It was Xiao Hei. At the same time, Zhuowen, who was imprisoned by the magic power, flicked his finger and summoned the demon-sealing green coffin. Although he couldn't move now, Blackie could. With a wave of Blackie's tiny claws, he grabbed the demon-sealing green coffin and gently patted it on the coffin lid. Suddenly, the demon-sealing green coffin began to grow wildly, expanding to dozens of feet. Then, the coffin lid opened by half, and a suction force directly sucked the demonic avatar in. It just so happened that the Grand Demonic Lord's spirit had entered the demonic Dao clone. Before he could adapt to his new demonic Dao body, he was devoured by the demonic sealing green coffin. Although he wanted to resist the suction force, he was powerless. After a short stalemate, he was devoured by the demonic sealing green coffin. The green coffin closed, and the hall returned to peace. The Grand Demonic Lord had miscalculated this time. He had miscalculated that there was still an existence like Xiao Hei in Zhuowen's body. If he had known, he probably would not have tried to possess Zhuowen right in front of Xiao Hei, nor would he have given Xiao Hei such an opportunity. Boom! 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 As soon as the demonic sealing green coffin closed, it began to shake violently. Soon after, the Grand Demonic Lord's wild roars rang out. He had managed to possess the demonic Tao clone after so much difficulty, but now he was being suppressed by the demonic sealing green coffin. How could he not be furious? Unfortunately, the demonic sealing green coffin was a treasure that specialized in restraining demonic creatures. Demonic cultivators possessed demonic energy as well. Under the restrictions of the demonic sealing green coffin, most of the demonic energy was unable to unleash much of its power. Although he cursed furiously within the coffin, he was unable to leave. The Grand Demonic Lord is not simple. Fortunately, the demonic body he possessed was only at the first layer of the Demon Emperor. If it was a high-level Demon Emperor, the demonic sealing green coffin might not have been able to suppress him. Xiaohei murmured softly with narrowed eyes. Xiaohei, it's time for you to remove the restrictions on me, right? Zhuowen said in a deep voice nearby. Xiaohei shrugged and arrived on Zhuowen's shoulder. With a wave of her little claw, she removed the restrictions on Zhuowen. She looked at Zhuowen, whose face had turned black, and said, "You need a scapegoat to remove the poison from your body." With the restrictions removed, Zhuowen regained his freedom. He slowly stood up and nodded. Yes. However, the demonic falling powder has a great effect on demonic cultivators. It doesn't have much effect on ordinary people, so there's no need to rush. With that, Zhuowen looked at the demonic sealing green coffin and said, "How should we deal with the Grand Demonic Lord?" The blood demon is in the demonic sealing green coffin. Let the blood demon teach the Grand Demonic Lord a lesson first, and let him know how to behave. After a period of time, when the old fellow is exhausted, we can release him. At that time, we can completely erase the old fellow's soul, Xiaohei chuckled. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. The blood demon still existed in the demon sealing green coffin. This blood demon was an ancient sacred level living being. Its bloodline was extremely powerful. Although its origin was damaged and its strength was greatly reduced, its strength was not something that the demonic Tao doppelganger, whose cultivation was only at the first heaven demon emperor realm, could compare to. Sure enough, after the Grand Demonic Lord vented for a long time in the green coffin, a miserable shriek was emitted. Zhuowen and Xiaohei knew that the Grand Demonic Lord had likely encountered the blood demon inside. After Zhuowen sat cross-legged and recuperated for a while, he kept his Buddha avatar. Soon after, he began to size up the surroundings of the large hall. He knew that the great demon sect in the past was very glorious in the panicked great world. It must have left behind many good things. Kid, the sacrificial blood pool contains extremely dense blood power. It will be quite beneficial to the blood demon. Throw the demonic sealing green coffin in and let it absorb the blood power inside, Xiaohei suddenly said. Zhuowen nodded when he heard this. He beckoned with his right hand and threw the demonic sealing green coffin into the blood pool. Immediately, an extremely terrifying blood-red vortex swept out from the center of the blood pool. He could clearly see the blood power in the pool surge into the demonic sealing green coffin in the form of a line of blood. Zhuowen, thank you very much. A heavy voice rang out in Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen knew that it was the blood demon's voice. He chuckled softly and said, "Help me teach the Grand Demonic Lord a good lesson. Also, my promise from before still stands. Once I become so powerful that you cannot threaten me, I will set you free. However, the prerequisite is that you cannot do anything to harm me before I set you free. You will even have to listen to my orders. If something like what happened to the Qingxian Empire happens again, you can forget about ever breaking free from the demonic sealing green coffin." The blood demon fell silent when he heard that. Soon, the blood demon's voice rang out again. "All right. I was foolish last time. I apologize to you. If you keep your promise, I will not harm you in the future." "That's good. Help me take good care of the Grand Demonic Lord." Zhuowen nodded with a smile. TSK, TSK. Don't worry. I will take good care of him." With that, the Grand Demonic Lord's hysterical screams rang out from the demonic sealing green coffin again. However, Zhuowen was completely indifferent to it. Instead, he began to search the hall. He would not let go of the resources of the grand demonic sect. They were indispensable resources to the Zhuo family. After searching for half a day, Zhuowen failed to discover anything. This made Zhuowen frown slightly. "Kid, go over there and take a look." Xiao He suddenly pointed at a dilapidated seat at the edge of the hall. The seat was made from piles of bones, but it was currently damaged. It seemed rather ancient. Zhuowen had indeed subconsciously ignored the seat of bones when he searched the hall earlier. Now that Xiao He had mentioned it, it seemed that the seat of bones was not as simple as it seemed. Zhuowen's eyes were quickly drawn to a skull below the seat when he arrived before it. The main reason why he was drawn to it was because the skull was extremely complete. It did not show any signs of damage. The entire seat of bones was damaged, and only the skull was complete. It was a huge loophole in itself. Zhuowen bent down and tried to pick up the skull with his right hand. Soon after, he discovered that the skull seemed to have taken root in the ground. It could not move at all. What a strange skull. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and did not pick it up. Instead, he carefully examined it for a while. His right hand gently rotated, and the skull, which was originally like an iron hoop, was smoothly rotated. Soon after, the sound of a mechanism activating rang out. "Is it a switch?" A glint shot out from Zhuowen's eyes. Soon after, he clearly saw the white bone seat slowly sink as the entire large hall began to shake intensely. Soon after, Zhuowen clearly saw the stone wall in front of the large hall begin to slowly collapse, revealing a dark space behind it. There's actually another world. Inside, could it be the resources of the great devil sect ruins? Looking at the scene behind the stone wall, Zhuowen could not help but be stunned on the spot. This was because he discovered that the space was filled with many spiritual stones. In addition to spiritual stones, Zhuowen also saw many weapons, spiritual herbs, jade slips, secret manuals, and many other resources. Stepping into the space, Zhuowen looked at the items in shock. Most of the spiritual treasures were Emperor spiritual treasures. There were more than a dozen Emperor spiritual treasures. One of them was even a mid-level Emperor spiritual treasure. Most of the spiritual herbs were 6th and 7th grade spiritual herbs. Occasionally, there were 8th grade spiritual herbs mixed in. However, the number of such spiritual herbs was extremely small. Found the great devil sect ruins, obtained the truth of the great devil sect's decline, and also found out the whereabouts of the great devil lord. The mission of the second heaven has been completed. An indifferent voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen's body to tremble. He knew that the owner of the voice was the Songlong Taoist. He did not expect that the mission would be completed by him just like that. "I have to return after completing the mission. If I can't take these things with me, wouldn't it be a waste?" Zhuowen looked at the many resources in front of him, his heart filled with reluctance. If he took these resources out, it would be beneficial to the Zhuo family and the others. However, the space in his spirit ring was limited. He could not take so many things with him. Chapter 12:14. Free entry. I can actually enter and exit this world freely. Doesn't that mean that I can also bring the others in the Azure Dragon Hall in? Zhuowen's eyes flickered. The flow of time in this world was 365 times faster than the outside world. A year. Here was a day in the outside world. What the Zhuo family lacked the most now was time. As long as the Zhuo family was given enough time, the Zhuo family would be able to completely grow stronger. Yes, but the others are not qualified to challenge the Guardian. Only if you defeat the Guardian and pass the mission of the third heaven and earth will the others be qualified to enter the third heaven and earth. The cold voice once again sounded in Zhuowen's mind, causing Zhuowen to nod slightly. There's no rush now. Let's deal with the Lord of Supreme Demon first. Since he could bring people in, Zhuowen was not in a hurry to collect the resources in this space. He planned to give all the resources in the Supreme Demon Sect ruins to the Zhuo family and Lu Hantian. He hoped that they could grow stronger as soon as possible so that they would have more confidence in facing the Blue Dragon Hall in the future. With that, Zhuowen came to the blood pool and sat down silently. The blood power in the blood pool was extremely surging. It would probably take some time for the blood demon to completely absorb it, so Zhuowen needed to wait. Now that my demon body has broken through to the Demon Emperor realm, I wonder when my main body will successfully advance to the Demon Emperor realm? Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhuowen frowned slightly. Although his human body cultivation had reached the peak of the Empyrean realm for some time, he still hadn't felt the opportunity to break through. However, he also knew that the more talented a genius was, the more difficult it was to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. If his demon body didn't rely on the help of the Lord of Supreme Demon, it wouldn't be so easy for him to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. Boy, I'm afraid it's more difficult for your main body to break through than for your demon body and Buddha body, Xiaohei said in a deep voice as she appeared on his shoulder. Why? Zhuowen asked curiously. After a moment of silence, Xiaohei said, It's mainly because of me. Once you break through to the Emperor realm, I will recover most of my soul origin under the power of the Emperor Star. At that time, I will bestow you with an extremely powerful dragon skill. However, because my origin energy is far too vigorous, ordinary Emperor Stars are unable to recover my origin energy. If you can't accumulate enough star energy for my origin energy to recover, you won't be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Zhuowen also fell silent. Then he stood up and scolded Xiaohei. You dog, Xiaohei, are you trying to trick me? No wonder I couldn't break through even though I felt like I had accumulated enough. It's all because of you. Xiaohei coughed dryly and quibbled. Boy, you should be content. Once your main body breaks through to the Emperor realm, with my help, your battle prowess will definitely be more terrifying than your demon body and Buddha body. Then what if I can't break through? Zhuowen's gaze was rather unfriendly. Ahem. If you can't break through, you can only blame your lack of talent. It has nothing to do with me. Xiaohei shamelessly pushed the blame onto Zhuowen. Seeing Xiaohei's shameless behavior, Zhuowen's face darkened. However, he was not truly angry. Instead, he thought to himself that it would be quite difficult for his main body to break through to the Emperor realm because of Xiaohei. You can try the Emperor's tomb. Many Emperor realm experts have died there. If your main body wants to break through to the Emperor realm right now, you can only rely on accumulating and absorbing enough star energy. When that time comes, you'll be able to break through to the Emperor realm, Xiaohei said in a heavy voice. Zhuowen nodded. Xiaohei was right. Since a barrier had appeared out of nowhere in his main body's cultivation because of Xiaohei, if he wanted to break through this barrier, then he could only accumulate sufficient strength. I have to try the Emperor's tomb, but let's deal with the Zhuo family first. Also, there's less than a year left before the cold poison in Mu Qinshue's body disappears. I need to hurry to the Jiaxin Academy before the 3 years are up, Zhuowen frowned. Xiaohei nodded and continued. Let's deal with the Lord of the Grand Demons first. After a while, the Lord of the Grand Demons should be exhausted by the blood demon in the demon ceiling green coffin. When that happens, I'll take the opportunity to enter his body and grab his soul. Zhuowen had no objections to that. Xiaohei's attainments and spirits were extremely high. Even if the Lord of the Grand Demons had been a high-level demon emperor when he was alive, his soul was probably not a match for Xiaohei. Let's wait first. Zhuowen quietly sat down as he spoke. He waited for the demon ceiling green coffin to finish absorbing the power of blood. A month slowly passed. The pool of blood in the hall had already dried up a little. A 10-foot large blood coffin stood quietly at the bottom of the pool. This blood coffin was the demon ceiling green coffin. Due to the blood demon, the demon ceiling green coffin surface had already been covered by a blood red color, making it look extremely strange. Bang! the blood coffin suddenly trembled. Immediately, it shot out and smashed into the ground a short distance away from Zhuowen. The terrifying force caused the entire hall to tremble. Creak! A hole slowly opened in the blood coffin. Immediately, an extremely miserable figure landed on the ground from the blood coffin. This figure was the demonic body that the Lord of the Grand Demons had possessed. However, the Lord of the Grand Demons' current condition was clearly not very good. His face was extremely pale, and his body twitched violently as if he was having a seizure. Swoosh! The moment the demonic body was released, Xiaohe rushed out and directly entered the spot between the demonic body's brows. Around 10 breaths' time, Xiaohe once again rushed out from between the demonic body's brows. However, her little claws were holding a small black person. This small person's face was exactly the same as the Lord of the Grand Demons. Clearly, this was the spirit of the Grand Demons. After the spirit of the Grand Demons was extracted, Zhuowen immediately regained control over the demonic body. A thought passed through his mind, and the demonic body slowly stood up. It silently stood behind Zhuowen. What method did the Lord of the Grand Demons use to so easily seize control of my demonic body? Zhuowen muttered to himself. His gaze landed on the spirit of the Grand Demons. Although he seemed to be talking to himself, he was actually asking the Lord of the Grand Demons. The spirit of the Grand Demons trembled. He had never thought that he would end up like this. In particular, Xiaohe's spirit was so powerful that he felt like it was as vast as an ocean. His spirit was like an ant before Xiaohe, unable to withstand a single blow. If I tell you, will you let my soul live? Grand Demon Lord asked with a hopeful look in his eyes. Zhuowen sneered. He extended a finger with his right hand, and a sliver of the 9 flames, karmic fire, surged out. It landed on the Grand Demon's body, immediately burning the Grand Demon's right arm to ashes. Soon after, the spirit of the Grand Demons let out a miserable shriek. Do you still have the right to negotiate with me right now? If you don't want to die right away, then hurry up and tell me, Zhuowen said indifferently. The Grand Demons endured the pain of his spirit being burned. As a result, he gritted his teeth and growled, "The reason why I placed the 2 statues in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion back then was actually as a precaution. I tampered with the Grand Demonic Battle Chi in there. If someone absorbs the Grand Demonic Battle Chi, I'll gain control over that person's body. That's why I was able to take over your body so easily." Old Fox, you sure have a lot of plans. Zhuowen was startled. He originally thought that the 2 statues in the Bountiful Treasures Pavilion were treasures, but he never thought that they would be time bombs. He had almost ended up helping the Grand Demons. The Grand Demons hurriedly smiled fawningly. Zhuowen, I'm actually very useful to you. I created the Grand Demonic Battle Method that you cultivate, so I can help you reach a high level of it quickly. That way, you'll be able to break through much faster. Zhuowen shook his head with a bitter smile. Once bitten, you'll always be afraid of ropes. It's not very likely that I'll trust you. With that, Zhuowen shot a meaningful glance at Xiaohe. Xiaohe chuckled. The soul of a high-class emperor is quite a good tonic. The Grand Demon's face finally changed drastically when he heard that. He could imagine what Xiaohe was going to do next, so he hurriedly begged for mercy. Unfortunately, Xiaohe did not give him any chance to beg for mercy. She suddenly opened her mouth and swallowed the Grand Demon's soul. At the same time, she smacked her lips and muttered that it didn't taste very good. I'll make a trip out of the second world first. I'll bring grandfather, Brother Hantian, and the others in first. With a thought, Zhuowen slowly vanished from the hall after dealing with the Grand Demons. When he opened his eyes, he appeared in the square of the Azure Dragon Hall once more. Zhua Xiangding, Lu Hantian, and many others were currently gathered around the square. Everyone stared at Zhuowen in a daze. They remembered that Zhuowen had only vanished recently, so why had he returned now? Zhuowen was not surprised. The flow of time in the second world was vastly different from the outside world. He had only stayed in there for a little over a month, so only a little over 2 hours had passed outside. Zhuowen, why have you come out so quickly? Zhuo Xiangding walked up and asked in confusion. Lu Hantian, Elder Shiyuan, Zhuo Xiangding, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian gathered around Zhuowen as well. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Clearly, they shared the same thoughts as Zhuo Xiangding. Zhuowen was surprised. Afterwards, he explained the flow of time in the second world to them. Only then did everyone understand. At the same time, when Zhuowen told them that he could bring people in and out of the second world freely, they all erupted into an uproar. What a cultivator needed the most for cultivation was time. As long as you had enough time, coupled with certain opportunities, it was only a matter of time before you broke through the shackles. No matter which force it was, if they wanted to have a deep foundation, they would need a lot of time to accumulate. Chapter 12:15. Raya Kazwoen looked at the people around him. Including the members of the Zhuo family and the core members of the Celestial Empire that Lu Hantian had brought, there were only 200 to 300 people in total. Such a number was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot for a large force. It might not even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Thinking of this, Zhuowen slowly floated in the air and looked down at the crowd. His loud voice rang out. Everyone is now in the same boat. With this Azure Dragon Palace, you will obtain endless benefits. However, you will have to pay a certain price and contribute accordingly. Zhuo Xiangding led the members of the Zhuo family and looked up at Zhuowen quietly. Their eyes were full of respect. Zhuowen was the pride of the Zhuo family. They naturally followed Zhuowen's lead. Whatever Zhuowen said they would do. However, Zhuowen's words were not for the Zhuo family, but for the people of the Celestial Empire. Zhuowen, the Azure Dragon Palace is indeed amazing. If you have any requests, just say it. I, Lu Hantian, will be the first to listen to you. Lu Hantian stepped forward and nodded at Zhuowen. This old man is already so old. I can't make the decision myself. Listening to Zhuo Xiaoyu is also a good choice. Elder Shiyuan smiled and came to Lu Hantian's side. The 5 servants led by Ziyang, as well as Lve Tao, Qing Lian, Luo Xing, Miao Lu, and the others all stood out. They stared at the figure in the sky with determined gazes. Although they did not say anything, their attitudes had already made their intentions clear. Since Lu Hantian and the other higher-ups had expressed their opinions, the others had no objections. They all looked at Zhuowen and waited for Zhuowen to continue. I want to establish a force called Ryuka. Are you willing to join this force called Ryuka? Zhuowen said slowly. Although his voice was calm, there was a hint of excitement in his tone. It was obvious that Zhuowen's mood was not as calm as he looked on the surface. Ryuka! As soon as these words came out, many people in the Celestial Empire were stunned. They quickly thought of the super force Ryuka that dominated the entire eastern continent 10,000 years ago. Back then, Zhuowen was chased by Emperor Qing. It seemed that Zhuowen was a Ryuka's descendant. Zhuowen, and even the entire Zhuo family, was a clan descendant of the Ryuka. I'm willing. Zhuo Xiangding took the lead and shouted. His eyes were filled with excitement. They were Ryuka's descendants and had changed their appearances for countless years. Now, they could finally restore their own surname. Of course, now was not the time to truly stand tall in the eastern continent and bring the Ryuka to greater heights. However, Zhuowen had made a good start. Lu Hantian's eyes were as calm as water. He was the first to know that Zhuowen was a Ryuka's descendant. Therefore, when Zhuowen proposed to establish a Ryuka force today, he was not surprised at all. I, Lu Hantian, am willing to join. Lu Hantian laughed. As soon as Lu Hantian spoke, Elder Shiyuan, Miao Lu, Lu Yitao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and the others all spoke in agreement. The eyes of the people from the Celestial Dynasty flickered, and they all agreed to join the Long family. When Zhuowen said that the Azure Dragon Hall was a divine spirit treasure, They knew that following Zhuowen would have a limitless future. A saint-level spiritual treasure was enough to cultivate an extremely terrifying force. In the mysterious 9 Serenities realm in the eastern continent, those powerful forces all had their own saint-level spiritual treasures. Therefore, the forces in the 9 Serenities realm were generally much stronger than those in the outside world, and the 9 Serenities realm was known as a paradise for experts. Floating in the air, looking at the responses of the people below, he smiled and nodded. His heart was filled with pride as he said loudly, "Ryuka will rise in the Azure Dragon Hall. In the future, its name will spread throughout the eastern continent and even the heavenly armor continent. Now, I will bring you to the second heaven." As he spoke, Zhuowen waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the entire square was filled with a mighty force of space, enveloping everyone. Then, everyone disappeared from the square. When everyone came back to their senses, they found that they had arrived at a large hall. However, what made everyone frown was that the hall was filled with corpses. In the center of the hall, there was a dried-up pool of blood. It was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Some of the women in the crowd trembled in fear when they saw this scene. Their beautiful faces were incomparably pale. This scene was too bloody. Anyone who saw it would feel a little uncomfortable. Looking at the doubts in everyone's eyes, Zhuowen briefly explained some of the things that happened when they entered the panicked world. Only then did everyone feel relieved. At the same time, they were quite afraid of the Lord of Extreme Demon that Zhuowen mentioned. Fortunately, Zhuowen had already dealt with him. That space contains all the resources of the Extreme Demon sect. It can be used to develop our Ryuka. In the future, our Ryuka will take root in this panicked world. When our Ryuka has a certain foundation, we will be able to reappear in the eastern continent. The Blue Dragon Hall will not be able to do anything to us. Zhuowen pointed at the space in front of them and said in a clear voice. Following the direction that Zhuowen pointed at, everyone saw that there were many resources piled up in that space. There were spirit stones, spirit herbs, spirit treasures, cultivation methods, secret books, and so on. However, most of the cultivation methods secret books in the Extreme Demon sect were related to devil cultivation. Other types of cultivation methods secret books were relatively rare. Big Brother Hantian, Grandfather, and Elder Shiwan. In the future, the 3 of you will be the leaders of the Ryuka. These Ryuka people will all be under your control. Also, you should distribute these resources. It would be best if you do it fairly. Zhuowen suddenly said to Lu Hantian, Zhuoxiangding, and Elder Xin, "The panicked world is very large. We can first establish a base of Ryuka in the panicked world and absorb new blood in this world to strengthen the power and influence of the Ryuka." The 3 of them nodded. Zhuowen's idea was not bad. This panicked world was an isolated world created by the Songlong Taoist with a supreme saint power. It was undoubtedly the safest place to develop the Ryuka. At least, they did not need to be remembered by the Blue Dragon Hall and have an accident. After a little arrangement of everyone's matters, Lu Hantian, Zhuoxiangding, and Elder Shiwan entered the space and began to distribute the resources inside. If there were any surplus, they planned to keep it first and use it later. At the same time, they were also preparing to set up some reward systems. Good things must be given to warriors who have contributed to the Ryuka or to geniuses with great talent. Of course, these were all in the future. After all, the Ryuka had not been established yet. In about a month's time, the resources of the Extreme Demon sect had been distributed fairly under the arrangements of Lu Hantian, Zhuoxiangding, and Elder Shiwan. Many people in the Ryuka did not have any objections to the arrangements made by the 3 of them. Of course, the Extreme Demon sect was an extremely large force after all. The resources contained in it could not be all plundered by more than 200 people in the Ryuka. Most of the resources were already in the hands of the Ryuka higher-ups and would be used as the foundation for the continued development of the Ryuka in the future. Zhuowen, we plan to take the Ryuka people to the 7 prefectures and develop our Ryuka there. On this day, Lu Hantian came in front of Zhuowen and said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen was sitting cross-legged on the blood coffin. When he heard Lu Hantian's words, he slowly opened his eyes and said, "If we want to develop the Ryuka, we should go to the 7 prefectures. Brother Hantian, you can take the Ryuka people there. Here is a map of the 7 prefectures and the dreamy cloud swampland. You can go to the Great Song Prefecture to develop your forces. I have a more detailed map there." After saying that, Zhuowen flicked his finger and handed a jade slip to Lu Hantian. The latter took the jade slip and looked at Zhuowen in surprise. "Zhuowen, don't you plan to go with us?" Zhuowen shook his head and said no. There are many devil cultivation scriptures in the great devil sect ruins. I plan to comprehend all of them. Perhaps it will be of great benefit to the promotion of my devil Dao avatar. Upon hearing this, Lu Hantian nodded his head and did not try to persuade Zhuowen any further. At this moment, Zhuowen gave him an extremely powerful feeling, especially that demonic avatar. Just the demonic aura emanating from its body caused Lu Hantian to feel a little apprehensive. He did not doubt that if he were to fight against this demonic avatar, he would not be able to withstand even one blow. Thinking back to the little guy who was only at the ultimate emperor stage back then, and now he had reached a level that even he had to look up to, Lu Hantian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Although Zhuowen's talent was a little abnormal, he, Lu Hantian, wasn't weak either, especially with the help of the powerful soul treasure of the Azure Dragon Hall. Lu Hantian believed that his cultivation would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. "Zhuowen, after we confirm the address of Ryuka, I will personally make a trip to the Dream Cloud Swampland and give you the address of Ryuka. If you come out of seclusion, you can come to Ryuka to take a look." Lu Hantian said to Zhuowen again. Soon after, he, Zhuo Xiangding, and Elder Xuan began to arrange for people to leave the great devil sect ruins and head to the 7 prefectures. "I want to accompany Big Brother Zhuo here," a clear voice sounded out. Following which, Miao Lu walked briskly to Zhuowen's side and quietly looked at the calm expression on Zhuowen's face. Looking at the stubborn expression on Miao Lu's face, Lu Hantian felt a little helpless. He could only let her be and did not stop her. Although Miao Lu's cultivation was low, Zhuowen's strength was extremely strong, and it was more than enough to protect Miao Lu. Luo Xing and Qing Lian looked at each other and actually left the group. They came to a place not far from Zhuowen and quietly sat cross-legged in the hall. Obviously, the 2 women were the same as Miao Lu. They also planned to stay and accompany Zhuowen. This kid really has good luck with women. Lu Hantian was stunned. He immediately scratched his head and said with a little jealousy. Elder Xuan, who was standing at the side, shook his head and said, "I say, old Han, you should dress yourself up neatly and wash your face. Your luck with women will also be good." Lu Hantian stared and groaned. "I say, Xuan, what do you mean? I am already handsome enough. If I deliberately dress up, there will be countless beauties throwing themselves at me. That will be troublesome. It is better to be like this now, low-key, low-key."